go ahead and get started right on time. Mr. Secretary, so first, a couple additional updates. Eric, is today's meeting hybrid?
It is, yeah. Yes, it is. We have 4 attendees so far joining us online.
So as a reminder to everyone, we do now offer a hybrid option for these meetings, although we love seeing you in person. And that login information can be found on the Planning Department website, as well as the agenda that gets distributed to our mailing list. All right, and with that, Mr. Secretary, would you please call roll?
Certainly. Robin Allen.
Present.
LaToya Curtis is the new DPW rep. She's not here today. The Honorable Eric Costello, not here. Talib Horn. Claudia Jolin.
Present.
Doug McCoach.
Present.
Justin Williams is on his way. Eric Stevenson.
Present.
And Sean Davis is absent.
Great. With that, we'll move to the approval of our meeting minutes from the last meeting, September 12th. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes? Are there any questions or comments?
I wasn't here, so should I abstain?
You may abstain if you were not present. I had one correction that Mr. Tissot has already addressed. Thank you. If there's no other comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Claudia, I'm looking at you.
I was also absent.
I'll make the motion since I was here. Was anybody else here? Second. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we've got 1, 2, 3 abstentions. I hope everyone had a wonderful vacation. Excellent. That moves us to our consent agenda. First item is CIP transfers. I believe there was only one meeting. Sorry, we did have 2 meetings. Any questions or comments on the first Board of Estimates meeting? September 18th. Motion to approve?
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we've got the October 2nd Board of Estimates meeting. Any questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoach. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That brings us to our next consent agenda item, minor subdivision, final plans 106 and 108 Sorrento Avenue in the 8th District. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you very much. Will you introduce the next one, or shall I?
Yes. No, I will. The first item on the regular agenda is the Larry Reich Award that the Department of Planning awards with the Neighborhood Design Center. Wanda Best from the Upton Planning Council is this year's awardee, and Ren Southern will present the award.
Thank you. Nice to see you all, Commissioners. The award is given annually by Neighborhood Design Center and Baltimore City Department of Planning, as Director Ryer said, to an individual whose volunteer and professional work exemplifies a special commitment to community-based planning and design in Baltimore City. This is a presentation only, no decision is required, and as Director Ryer said, I'm Renata Southard, here to give this presentation. There we go. So a little bit about Larry Reich. Larry Reich was the planning director kind of in Baltimore's Renaissance years between 1965 and 1990, where the reimagining of downtown and Inner Harbor and undoing some of the damage done by urban renewal plans during that time, or that earlier than that. Mr. Reich really had been known for his vision and influence on Baltimore's Renaissance, especially along the waterfront and the harbor, and rethinking those projects. Will you advance, please? I'm not sure, it's not working. Thank you. Director Reich was a strong advocate for good design and preservation, and his vision is why Neighborhood Design Center's Lifetime Achievement Award bears his name. Throughout his years, he retained an uncompromising view of what was right for cities. We're having a little technical difficulty with the slide advancing wand or whatever. So the award is given every year to commemorate Director Reich's commitment to involving communities in the planning of their neighborhoods. The honor may be awarded to an individual or a group of individuals for a community-based project that results in an improved design for a recent adopted or implemented project. I think today's awardee has been at the core of many projects over the years, which we'll go over just a few of those projects in later slides. Again, please. The award. Oh. All right, thank you. The award process is intended to amplify community voices and projects that contribute to the distinct character of Baltimore's neighborhoods. These may include community heritage projects, placemaking, signage, wayfinding, and public art projects. All of these are things that improve the community planning processes in the neighborhoods in Baltimore City. Individuals or groups are nominated through an open call for nominations. NDC runs this process. There is a selection award. The awardee is selected by a panel comprised of diverse representatives, including folks from Neighborhood Design Center, past recipients of the award, and design professionals. Starting in 2022, there's also a $1,000 cash prize provided by the planning department to honor the commitment of these community leaders. It's not nearly equivalent to the amount of work that many of these community leaders do over the years. It's intended to highlight the work and show our sincere appreciation despite it not being enough. The award recipient this year is Ms. Wanda Best, Executive Director of the Upton Planning Committee. Yeah. Now I get to the good part of the presentation where I get to talk a little bit about Ms. Best's contribution. Ms. Best has been a resident of the Upton community for more than 30 years, and she has really influenced the community over the past decades. Ms. Best has been gracefully and persistently advocating for Upton since the 1990s. She's worked tirelessly to save important buildings, draw funding, and elevate her neighbors' wishes. Ms. Best attended her first community association meeting after a neighbor asked her to join. We were on the phone and she mentioned to me that she took her son, who was 2 at the time, and I'll just note that her grandson, who's just a little under 2, is here today with her. She took her child to many, many meetings during this time, and that man is now 37 years of age. So the commitment is real and it's long. Ms. Best was soon deeply involved with the Northwest United Protective Association and began her impactful journey as a community advocate and champion for West Baltimore. Oh, did that work? Was that you? Oh. So Ms. Best has more notable accomplishments than I can possibly mention in this one item, but I just wanted to draw our attention to a few. She was a major contributor to Upton's master plan, which has been an effective tool for moving development forward in Upton and beyond. She builds partnerships with neighborhoods along the historic Pennsylvania Avenue corridor, which runs between Upton, Druid Heights, and Penn North, and has helped shape the Billie Holiday Festival that happens there every year. She's been instrumental in securing development in Upton. She advocated for the renovation of a building on the 1800 block of Pennsylvania Avenue, which now serves as the Welcome Center. She supported the renovation of Avenue Market. She's been involved in so many projects, I can't possibly name them, but she also worked with Pennsylvania Avenue Main Streets and local businesses to develop a vision for facade grant improvements. She's worked with neighborhood and community members, business owners, and NDC to establish design guidelines for the historic Pennsylvania Avenue corridor. Please. She's successfully advocated for stabilization and renovation of historic homes in Upton on the 800 blocks of Harlem and Edmondson Avenue. In 2022, she partnered with MICA, Baltimore City, and Maryland state agencies, and several others to create the Natural Indigo Dye Initiative in Upton, which includes both an indigo dye farm and also preserves the former Harriet Beecher Stowe school building, as well as it envisions a future building on the corner next to the Harriet Beecher Stowe School. Did we back up once? Yeah. Ms. Best was a major contributor to the preservation and conversion of the Parent James Mitchell House in a neighboring community. And I don't know if anybody here has read that legislation, but it's really impressive. I looked at the bill from 2021 where the state allocated $300,000 to this project, and Ms. Best's name appears in that bill. And so I think the contribution is significant and it's notable, and I'm really delighted to be able to be up here talking about the work that she's done over the years. Ms. Best continues to successfully advocate for stabilization of homes in Upton, improvement of community open space and parks, neighborhood beautification, and I failed to mention this in this bullet point, but like really important historic African-American spaces, homes, buildings in Upton and beyond in West Baltimore. She's really been a champion for West Baltimore, all based on input from her neighbors. Just a few pictures. This is from the press event where the Avenue Market funding was announced. One more, please. And this is from the groundbreaking of the Natural Indigo Dye Project. You can see the future farm there in the background, and they brought indigo dye with the Arabers, and people made tie-dye T-shirts. I still have mine. Next, please. And then this is from the Perrin Mitchell project. The partners included Nikita Reed and others. Kelly Little's pictured. Kelly's here today from Penn North. And neighborhood design executive director, Ms. Wanda there. But you can just see the beautiful home that was saved and the important piece of history. So thank you for that. Next slide. So I'm going to go through these. I like to read these verbatim because I think it's important. So these are statements from the folks who nominated her. I think it's worth mentioning that she was nominated by more than one person, so it's really fitting that she won the award. Under Ms. Best's leadership, Upton's master plan was developed, boards of directors were formed for Upton Planning Committee, and a CDC was also formed with its own board oversight. Millions of dollars were raised and applied to initiate housing redevelopment and commercial redevelopment over 30 years of work and counting. Many partners have been brought together to continue this work. Ms. Best has used her position within the UPC to strategically align city investment with programs such as the Department of Housing and Community Development's impact investment areas. She also uses her natural charm to lobby for investments and development in Upton. Over the years, Ms. Best has had a positive impact on many, many projects in West Baltimore. Whether helping to develop the historic Pennsylvania Avenue Main Street design guidelines with Neighborhood Design Center, working to activate vacant lots with temporary uses, partnering with small developers to focus efforts on renovation of historic row houses, or advocating for improved green spaces and parks, Ms. Best is truly at the heart of promoting good urban design and placekeeping in Upton. Ms. Best is so deserving of this award that I wrongly assumed that she had already won it. When she corrected me at the 2023 awards celebration, I vowed to nominate her. I'm so honored to work with this amazing leader. I truly hope the committee is impressed with my description, which can't even begin to do her justice that she deserves. No action is required, although I will say that I would advise, and I think the commission will agree, that a heartfelt thank you is welcome. So, thank you, Ms. Best. I'm going to invite Christina Hartsfeld up and also Ms. Best. Would you like to come and say a few words?
So before Ms. Best accepts her award, I know there's a couple other people that would like to give some remarks.
Oh, great, wonderful. Are there others who would like to?
Councilman, did you want to go jump in here?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This award, while well-deserved, is merely a drop in the bucket in terms of Ms. Best's portfolio work in the Upton community, supporting not only Upton, but neighborhoods throughout Central West Baltimore, and frankly, all of Baltimore City. You spoke earlier about Ms. Best's charm and utilizing that to lobby the city of Baltimore. And I will say, from my own perspective, she has been wildly successful in those efforts. But every time she does come to lobby the city, it's to help continue the growth that we've seen in Upton, which is really a result of her hard work and vision. When you talk about the 2016 master plan, I would clarify that your statements, while great, kind of understated the amount of work that went into that. And Wanda, frankly, was the architect and the muscle behind that effort. I could not be more proud of Wanda and all the work that she's accomplished. I am deeply blessed for having had the opportunity to work with you and count you as a personal friend, not only during my time on the council, but I know for long after my time on the council comes to an end. And I just want to commend the Department of Planning for making this decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. I couldn't agree more with all that, and I would just like to add, Red, you did a great job of trying to summarize all of that work in just a few minutes, but of course it's impossible. Ms. Best is an inspiration to her neighbors, to West Baltimore, and to myself personally. A big part of the reason I'm sitting in this chair now is because of my efforts to follow in Ms. Best's footsteps. Wanda Best has put West Baltimore on the map, and I mean that quite literally. We look at a lot of maps here in the planning department, and you mentioned the impact investment areas. You look at the map, Upton stands out. If you look at the housing typology maps, Upton stands out in West Baltimore because they've led the way through their master plan and the redevelopment that is already occurring there that we're trying to replicate in neighboring communities. So, Ms. Best, I cannot thank you enough as a neighbor. You're someone I consider a friend and a mentor. So very well deserved and overdue this award. And thank you so much.
I guess if I could co-sign too, and I've only been in my role as deputy mayor for 2 years, and I've only met Ms. Wanda through that work more recently, but also been impressed. And one of the joys of being deputy mayor for the past 2 years is dealing with people in the community who work so hard, and especially places like Upton, which have seen so much disinvestment and tough times and the struggle that people experience. And so it's been inspiring to see people who get up after being knocked down and fight the good fight and get together and get up try to make a small difference however they can in their communities. And so just obviously co-signing what my fellow commissioners are saying. I appreciate all the work you do, and I'm glad we're able to give some flowers now, and it's obviously just a token of the flowers you deserve.
Thank you. I do this work because it's part of who I am. And when Ren asked me yesterday, she said, Ms. Wanda, I was looking at the research and it said you've been doing this work since the 90s. And I laughed, I chuckled because Tom Stossel was my planner when I started doing this. And we came up with the master plan, but we didn't have money to put it on the ground. So I've been doing this a long time. And Joshua was what, 30, Eric? I was doing this work before him. And and that's with a full-time job. So this has always been a part of who I am, coming from a little town in South Carolina with 4-H. And it's a full circle for me because as a teenager, I remember traveling to the Hill and sitting down and being told what we're supposed to do as citizens. And we were being told by Perrin Mitchell, Barbara Jordan, Shirley Chisholm, 17 years old. So this is full circle because we have the Perrin Mitchell House. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank my daughter-in-law for surprising me. She came through Upton too, through the Main Street program, and my grandson, Kelly Little, who I worked under, trying to stand up the Upton Planning Committee when it, was low for a little bit. And my newest staffer, Eris. So thank you all. I really appreciate this.
So with that, hello everyone, I'm Christina Hartsfield, representing the Neighborhood Design Center. Jen, she really wishes that she could have been here, but she's out of town. So I just want to echo everything that everyone has said. I guess I could say on behalf of the Neighborhood Design Center, thank you for the privilege of being able to work with you along the journey. Thank you so much. I'm going to read this certificate. Gratitude is due to Wanda Best for dedicating your time and skills to fostering of your neighbors and community and being an implementer of the Neighborhood Design Center's vision of creating thriving neighborhoods by design.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jen, thank you.
Will do.
And when they told me it came with money, I said, do you need what did I say?
A W.
W-9 for the organization. She said, no, it's for you. I said, what? So, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess we move on.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ren. It's so nice to start the meeting on such a warm, positive note. Let's try to keep that energy. Mr. Secretary, next on our agenda.
Yes, the next item on the agenda is the Baltimore City Public School System Capital Improvement Program for fiscal years 2026 through 21. Kristen O'Haron will present.
Yep. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a tough act to follow, but happy to be here to present the school system's fiscal 26 to 31, specifically their request to the state, which we ask this commission to approve. So I'm just going to turn it right over to Maureen Gershberg, representing the school system.
Ms. Gershberg, pleasure as always.
Yep. All right. All right, thank you. My name is Maureen. Oopsie. My name is Maureen Gershberg. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning and Strategy with Baltimore City Public Schools, and today we'll be going over the fiscal year 26 CIP, and as well as giving an overview of the capital funding for Baltimore City Public Schools. This aligns with our board priority 3 for Baltimore City Public Schools. And then these are the topics we'll be covering today: facility conditions and investments, funding sources, CIP requests, that larger summary of major projects, and then looking forward. All right, so we always like to set the stage with the amount of funding that is needed given the size of our portfolio, and then how much we are funded annually between capital and maintenance. We are short $375 million combined between those two entities, maintenance and capital, when you look at industry standards. So when we talk about decisions we make for capital projects, this is something you got to keep in mind since there is not a bottomless source of funding. Capital decisions are informed by both physical system conditions as well as district priorities. Examples of physical systems would include work orders, inspections, and reports. The district priorities are more, you might say subjective, but they're more from a larger priority standpoint of the district. So we look at our annual review decisions, the analysis and data included in both our comprehensive educational facilities master plan as well as our comprehensive maintenance plan. So the earlier slide where we looked at how much city schools is underfunded, when we look at that number, it's based upon reoccurring funding. Reoccurring funding is the way we're able to project out how much is needed or how much and then how we're prioritizing those future funds. One-time funding is obviously very important. It allowed us the 21st Century Buildings Program, the Build to Learn, but when you look at keeping up a portfolio, it's the annual funding that really drives it. So 79% of our funding does come from the state. The $19 million you see from the city on here is based upon historic sources. I understand that the city is requesting more this year, but for the purposes of the slides shown here and just our initial numbers, you'll see that $19 million. You'll also see that there's a pretty large portion coming from the State Healthy Schools Fund. So we'll get into that as well. This is the timeline for those major sources. The CIP is based upon the Maryland budget. So while we put the requests in the fall, we don't actually know the final decision until spring/summer. We do anticipate it'll be about $25-26 million based upon initial information the state has shared. And since that is similar to what we received last year, we do not anticipate it going any higher than that. For the city CIP, we request it and it gets approved all in the fall. And then Healthy Schools, typically we request and that gets approved in the same season. So that was actually just approved this morning. So I mentioned the importance of Healthy Schools versus CIP. So there's always been CIP, but Healthy Schools came along around FY20. They were still figuring out some things, so that's what you'll see with that $50 million over 21 and 22. But it's been a very important source for city schools to complete the systemic projects. The majority of our CIP funding has focused on, in recent years, on our major projects, Armistead, Furley, Northeast. But the Healthy Schools has allowed us to concurrently address some of the systemic projects within our portfolio, new roofs, HVAC. There's also specific rules associated with each of those different pots of money, but as you can see, Healthy Schools has been doing a lot for capital funding with city schools. It is funded up through FY26, and the way the funding works for that is the entire bucket of money is $90 million, and Baltimore City was guaranteed 50% of that. The state is looking to continue Healthy Schools going forward, but there's not necessarily a guarantee Baltimore City Schools will receive 50%. So as we go forward, it's harder to kind of pinpoint the exact amount that we will be receiving for Healthy Schools. When we look at our CIP requests, to determine the list of projects, we look at projects that have already received multi-year funding. We then add on projects that were unfunded from the prior year. We pull out anything that could or should be covered by Healthy Schools. Again, I talked about those various rules. We'll also, we have a computerized maintenance management system, which helps, which documents the age of specific systems, the amount of work orders associated with those different systems. And so that system allows us to also pull out projects that have been flagged as needing replacement. We then do a final review of our list to make sure that we're meeting our district priorities. This is a map showing our FY26 CIP projects as well as the total numbers per quadrant, overlaid on our Community Conditions Index, which shows a measure of investment in areas of Baltimore. There we go. All right, we're going to take a step back now. We've been focusing on CIP. So now I'm going to talk about the larger landscape of major projects despite the funding pot it came from. So since about 2010, we've completed 33 of 46 projects. That's been at a cost of about $1.2 billion. So there's 3 schools, Violetville, Leith Walk, and Waverly. And then the 21st Century Schools program took off, and we started taking larger numbers for those renovations and replacements. We have one more, I'll get into the details. All right, 2 changes that you're gonna see in this year's CIP request from last year are Ben Franklin and Edmondson. So for Ben Franklin, we know there's a lot of overcrowding in that area. That's to be expected given the high Latino growth we're seeing in South Baltimore as well as some other parts of the city. And so we originally had a request of $168 million for a renovation addition because they really need seats and that building really needs some attention. However, we also know that given our CIP funding of about $25 million, there was no way that the state was, it was highly unlikely, let's put it that way, that the state was gonna be approving that. Given just even the sheer number of years it would have taken for us to complete it with that limited funding. So we are modifying the request for Ben Franklin. This year, we are including a $9 million request for a modular, a 2-story, 20-classroom modular, similar to what's going in at Murray G. Faring and what did go in at Mount Washington. And then in the out years, we're going to request $25 million for a multi-systemic project with minor academic improvements. So we'll be right-sizing the gym, renovating the cafeteria, fire safety, elevator replacement, HVAC. And that's the approach we'll be taking with Ben Franklin instead of the full renovation addition. Edmondson also has been modified. We're taking a step back from the $168 million total renovation cost, and instead, so the building right now consists of 2 buildings. It's the Skills Center, and then across the street is the main Edmondson High School. City Schools was able to identify funding to go ahead and bring the CTE spaces and consolidate it into the main building. So that is, I believe that design RFP is out right now, and we're gonna be moving forward with that, and the completion of that will be summer 2028. However, the rest of the building has not really been touched since it was built in the 60s, except for the new roof. And so, one of the requests that we have in the CIP this year is for design funding to do a $60 million multi-systemic with minor academic improvement to Edmondson High School. So just design funding this year, but in the out years, you'll see additional funding requests for the actual construction of that project. So let's talk about our major projects, which is always very exciting. Furley is going to be opening this coming summer. That is a replacement building. They've been at swing at the Thurgood Marshall building for several years now, but they'll be moving into the new building this coming summer. Murray G. Faring's a little more complicated. We have an early learning annex, which is the red square, opening this coming summer. There's a 2-story modular that will replace a 1-story portable that's currently there. That will be coming online January 26. The Northeast building will be undergoing renovations to house the Vanguard Middle program, who is also in swing at the Thurgood Marshall building. Another project that we added in this year is Lakeland. They are significantly overcrowded due to that high Latino enrollment growth we see in South Baltimore, and they currently have a 1-story 1960 modular, and this project will replace that 1-story modular with a 2-story modular, doubling the capacity in that footprint. So that'll be $9 million, and that will need to be approved. Frederick Douglass is underway. They swung this summer to the Northwestern building, and that'll be opening August 26th, and that's going to be a co-location with the Joseph Briscoe Separate Public Day School when it does open. Commodore John Rogers is underway. It'll be opening January 27, and that's going to be replacement. They're currently swinging at the Southeast Middle building in Southeast Baltimore. Armistead Gardens is currently slated to open to be complete August 27th. They are not swinging off-site. We're just getting additional portables, and they'll be moving around as needed for the renovation and addition to be completed. City College is going to, we just had a design meeting, schematic. We had a chat meeting, and we had a schematic meeting last night. That is well underway. The school will swing out of there to the University of Baltimore campus summer 2025. They will stay there for 3 years, and then the renovated building will be opened August 28. City Springs is also underway. I believe that design RFP is out, and they are not going to swing because they're going to stay in their current building. The building across the street, Lombard, will be demolished, and then a new school will be built on that site. So when it does open, they'll just be moving across the street. Western and Poly, RFP is about to go out for design. The construction will take place consecutively. Western goes first, and then Poly. Both of them will swing at the Northwestern building starting August 26. Western's there for 2 years, then goes back. Poly goes to Northwestern for 2 years and then comes back in 2030. And that is going to really be more of a systemic approach for that project. Ben Franklin we discussed, and Edmondson we discussed. Also great news, if you haven't heard, both Furley and City Springs replacement buildings will be net zero through Maryland Energy Association grants. We'll be having some photovoltaic panels on the roofs there. Okay. We always like to talk about air conditioning. As of June 1st, 2024, all classrooms had some form of AC. It's not necessarily the permanent solution, but there is some form there. Some of those types include central HVAC, which is the end goal, and then some of the temporary items such as window units and vertical package units. That picture you see there is one of those vertical package units. So, in short, we are looking for approval for the FY26 CIP projects.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gershberg. Are there any questions from the commission, starting with you, Commissioner McCoach?
I only have one, and thank you, that's a impressive presentation. My only question was, of the 4 facilities that you envision, that you've applied for CIP funds, is there any risk at all that state funding could be contracted even further and force you to revise your plans for the future again?
For the ones that are currently already received funding?
Yes.
No, it is written into, I can't cite the exact law, but it is written in if they have started funding, they have committed to finish that funding.
Great, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen?
No questions. I just want to commend you, as always. I know how hard you all work. And I'm sorry, I just have to say this. I hope this is not sounding as snarky as it's not meant this way. But first, congratulations on accomplishing the AC. I know how hard that has been for so long. And I hope former Comptroller Francho is somewhere aware of this accomplishment because he was on the city's behind for so long. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
And yes, great presentation.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
No questions, thanks.
Councilman?
Nope.
Commissioner Jolin?
No questions.
Just a couple small ones.
Yeah.
The 2-story modular facilities that you mentioned, are there any, I'm just having a hard time picturing what those look like. Could you give an example of one in the field that I could maybe go
Yes.
look at?
Mount Washington. I can actually send you a picture right afterwards. It's if you go to the corner behind the school.
It's up now.
But yes, so that's a 16 classroom. So that footprint is 8 and 8. These will be 20 and 20. But it's the same. It's a very similar aesthetic.
Okay.
And the students love them. They're very sleek and modern. There's some bumpy roads with the Mount Washington one, but at the end, everyone was very excited and they love it.
Cool. And the VPUs, so all the advances in air conditioning are a great success as well. I'm just curious, is that something that's funded by the Healthy Schools funding?
However, those were always intended to be temporary, and the goal was to get full HVAC systems on. So I don't know that we're going to be putting new VPUs in going forward because those were just kind of temporary. We are going to be reusing some of the VPUs that we put in at Frederick Douglass. So we put them in there, but we're going to be redoing the whole thing and putting in real HVAC, so we'll be reusing them elsewhere. And something similar is going to happen with Poly and Western as well.
Great. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I meant to ask, with Douglas going to Northwestern for swing space, is there any overlap with Western being there? I was trying to keep track of that, and I lost track as you were going
It's
through.
2 years each. So Frederick Douglass for 2 years, Western for 2 years,
And then
Poly for 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And so they're actually going to be, it's going to be increasing in size with each of the schools that go. So Frederick Douglass is about, I think, 700 to 800. Western is about 1,300, and then Poly is about 1,800. So it also kind of gives a way to scale up gently.
And I know this isn't really a CIP issue, but any idea what will be done with the Northwestern complex after that? I'm glad that there's a use for it in that interim, but
It is currently on Exhibit 6 to be surplused. There have been discussions about the need for some type of long-term swing for Baltimore City Schools, but as of right now, it is on Exhibit 6.
and is there much financing that has to go into making it suitable for swing space?
So we've put in a lot of money. I can't give you the exact number, but this past year, ever since cross-country left out in was that just January? Oh, my goodness. Our team has been there. Like, there's been paint jobs, fixing things, making sure the electronics work. There's a ton of work. There's a huge difference because cross-country is also only using a small segment of the school. And so we have focused a lot of efforts and resources on getting the spaces that Frederick Douglass is using ready for this coming year. And as I said, they're going to be scaling up. So even when Western comes, there's still a whole other floor we haven't touched yet. And so we'll continue to make progress with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think that's all. Thank you very much, Maureen.
Yes.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this item? Sir, step up and introduce yourself.
Well, my name is Ronald Miles, and I'm with the RJY Chick Web Council. I'd really like to commend the department as to what they're doing at City Springs. But at the same time, I see oftentimes that there's a lack of coordination because at NAF, where we're doing now the Chick Web Memorial Recreation Center, as well as being in the footprint of the Perkins Somerset Old Town Project area, I've been pushing the Department of Rec to collaborate with Department of Education because the parking lot at NAF is in horrible condition, and no one has been able to say to us as to whether or not that would be included in, to complement the redevelopment that's taking place in the area right now. And that NAF parking lot is in very poor shape, and I would hope that the department collaborate with Department of Rec in order to allow for off-street parking, which was not part of the Chick Web Rec Center. So really, I see that there's a need more for collaboration among the different departments as far as where developments are taking place. But maybe someone can share with me. They're doing windows and all now in the NAF building, very comparable. But that parking lot is in real bad shape, and oftentimes folks don't look at those kinds of things. But again, with that development that's taking place right there, all that development, not only Chick Web, but also the housing in the Perkins Somerset Old Town Project area. City Springs is fine, new school and all of that. But we'll need off-street parking for the Chick Web Center and whatever can be worked out with the Department of Education, Department of Recreation in regard to allocating spaces, because we're looking at really elevating the image of the Chick Web Center. And not only that, but just more recently, both Dunbar has been now being put on the National Historic Places, right there in that little circle, right there. There's a lot of stuff going on, and there definitely need to be collaboration among the different departments to know what's going on.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Miles.
Thank you. So yes, we actually were collaborating with BCRP for the Chick Web redevelopment. We actually have an easement with them. And so if you imagine the parking lot is a rectangle, and then Chick Web is up here, and then Thomas G. Hayes Building is right here, the easement gives parking along that side that is closest to Chick Web. That is part of the easement. The condition of the parking lot, I can absolutely flag that for our facilities team.
It's horrible.
Yes.
Not just the easement, but the.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Gershberg. That was a great answer. Anyone else from the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Thanks again.
Yep.
Any commission, otherwise I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Secretary?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
the Honorable Eric Costello,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams, and Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the Oliver Neighborhood Vision Plan in the 12th Councilmatic District. Monty Jasper will present.
Good afternoon, Commission. To give you a preview of the format of today's presentation while we're getting slides up, I'm going to focus my remarks on how the plan, proposed community managed plan meets the requirements per the Department of Planning's community managed plan policy. And then we also have a member of the consultant team, Evan Tots, who's here to speak more to the specifics of the plan. So I'm going to remember what the clicker is and heck. Just gonna hold this as a prop then.
Hang on, you have to drop the show.
Beautiful, thank you. So again, the request is to accept the Oliver Neighborhood Vision Plan created by the Karim Gensler under the direction of the historic Oliver Community Association. It is located in the Eastern Planning District. We have multiple owners because it's a neighborhood's worth of properties. I am the community planner, Monty Jasper, and let's start the show. Please. No? This next one then. We'll just go old school, it's fine. And so here we have just a regular aerial of the neighborhood, and I drew that southern boundary just a touch too far. It should be actually down at Biddle, but if you all want to be nice and ignore that embarrassing oversight there, I would appreciate it. Next slide. And then this is the map correctly as laid out in the plan itself, locating Oliver within the context of East Baltimore, surrounded immediately by the Greenmount Cemetery to the west, Johnson Square as most of its southern boundary, as well as the Madison Square and I think Gay Street neighborhood, and Broadway East to the east, easy to remember, and East Baltimore Midway to the north, slightly more difficult. Next slide, please. So the community managed plan policy of the Department of Planning has a couple of requirements. They need to meet with planning staff. They need to create an advisory committee. They need to have at least 3 meetings with their notification being submitted 10 days in advance. They need to document the meeting notifications, and they need to meet with stakeholders. As you may be able to guess with the green check marks, they have done all this. Next slide, please. And so we also get a little bit of the preview of the plan itself with some of these excerpts. So the Members of the advisory committee can be listed out in that middleist section on the right side of the page. They also met several times with different community partners, whether those being nonprofits, faith groups, and locally interested investors. There's multiple community groups in Oliver, so they did meet with more than just the one community association, and they met regularly throughout the year. I'm on TV, Mom. All right, so.
I apologize. We're trying to make what folks on WebEx are seeing the same as what is in the room without
Got
the
it.
preview, and we apologize.
This is a great day. All right, so you can go to the next one. So on early in the year, the advisory committee started meetings. This was around January, February for those of us who kept track of this year in Beyonce terms. This was when Sacred was out, but Cowboy Carter was not out yet. Outreach started later in March. Before the album was out, we were still counting down the days. There were 4 planned workshops and outreach opportunities done throughout the year. In both the workshop launch, there was a workshop based off of community priorities. They had a table at the Spring Fling. It was not quite as flingy because it was a rainy day, but the team really toughed it out and they were out there, as well as a draft plan open house this summer. They also had a community survey that was open the entire time for anyone who couldn't make it out to workshops, who could still make their voice heard and comment on both the drafts of the plan, offer suggestions, really get involved and get engaged with the community. And as I mentioned earlier, they also had these meetings with different local institutions throughout this period and throughout the year. Next slide. So they did everything in the first group of community managed plan policies, excellent, wonderful, what's next? The plan also had to be consistent with both the city's comprehensive master plan and other policies. It had to include the standard topics we've all seen in every single plan we've ever read in our lives, like the process, what are the existing conditions, background data, all those fun demographic charts, all those wonderful things that the team did create. They also need to have a detailed implementation chart in a format acceptable to the planning department and be in a well-designed, easy-to-read format. For the record, I do like the color scheme that the group picked for the plan. It was easy to read. At no point was I confused, didn't know what was happening, like a Michael Bay Transformers film. It was all great, very straightforward. I'm sorry, I gave myself a gold star for today. I made Eric laugh. All right, next slide. So as we go through the overview of plan elements, they did reference the other plan documents that impact the area. The fun thing for this one is that it sort of happened concurrently with the final stage of the citywide comprehensive plan, which you'll hear about later today. So they sort of, as far as I could tell, the person being involved in both of those at the same time, they did seem in harmony with each other, and it's not calling for anything radically different than what you'll see in the comprehensive plan later today. The John Square Vision Plan is immediately to the south, and so they were aware of that planning effort because why call for drastically different things on opposite sides of the street? The Oliver URP, which was originally created in 1971, was recently amended. We like to think of this as a progression from the urban renewal plan, but I'll make more comments on that in the equity section. And if the animation works, next, yes. So they are also, community is also working on a green infrastructure plan. So this doesn't exist yet, but quite literally on October 21st, we're gonna start the steering committee meetings for those. So there's a reference to that plan in the implementation matrix about steps moving forward. So if it seems that there wasn't enough said about green infrastructure or park things in this plan, it's because there's going to be a whole other document talking about that because the topic was so specific. They wanted to dig into it in another plan document. Do next slide, please. So looking at some more of these standard elements, this is a SWOT analysis because that is a required thing in a plan. It's like one of the oldies but goodies. It's a classic. Looking at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and potential threats to what the community wants to see as the vision in the neighborhood. Element has a great big check mark next to it. They also, since the vision plan, they have laid out the neighborhood vision as well as the planning principles that went into the creation of the plan. I'm not gonna read from the slide, but I will say that yes, this element of a vision plan was present. Next. Also highlighted some key opportunities both for physical development as well as some other placemaking opportunities within the community. Key element of a plan is present. Next slide. and the implementation matrix. So this is a pretty standard table. We can go one, keep clicking through. Yes, I put animations in. I got excited earlier. So the recommendations are clearly stated. Next two, there is a clear time frame for implementation. They've also marked out which areas will last throughout that period, as well as identifying what city and community partners are identified. Yes, the relevant city agency partners were shown the draft of this plan. We received no comments or panicked emails or yelling about this, so they are aware, and we didn't hear any strong no voices or comments on the implementation matrix that was sent to our my sister agencies and colleagues. So my professional analysis, they've met the process and document requirements necessary for the Planning Commission to accept this plan. But time for the equity analysis. So to my knowledge, I don't think there's ever been specific to Oliver a clearly defined community-led vision. The Urban Renewal Plan does a lot of the lifting as far as planning documents go, and knowing the history of urban renewal plans, that is not a community-led vision. That's a very top-down version of planning. Oliver's also, 3 of its neighbors are impact investment areas, the ones I pointed out in the earlier map. Broadway East, Johnson Square, and East Baltimore Midway are all impact investment areas. Oliver's right in the center of that donut and isn't. So not that we can use this process to make them an impact investment area, but it's also a way to sort of lay out both a guiding document, what we want to see that doesn't quite reach the block level planning that happens in those neighborhood communities, but it's a step toward that level of parity. So we're addressing historical inequities in terms of community voice. This is their voice, their plan, and also sort of getting them up a little bit closer to catching up with their neighbors in terms of that defined vision for physical development, artistic redevelopment, even just in terms of, I think, community mood. It's nice to be able to point to, this is the plan we made and it's our vision. So good stuff there. Next slide. And in their engagement, this is just, they not only reached out to the National Great Blacks and Wax Museum, they reached out to the museum. Sorry about that. And those groups were both notified of the plan and participated in the creation of it. It may require additional staff time in terms of coordination with any of the implementation items if they're reaching out and say, hey, we need a better contact in rec and parks because somebody's on vacation, but not a significant shift in staff duties. So our recommendation is to accept, and then to talk more about the specifics of the plan, I'm gonna pivot to our teammate from Gensler, unless there's any questions about my initial analysis here. I promise I talked fast, but I think that was still like understandable. No one looks confused, great. All right.
Thank you very much, Imani.
All right. You wanna jump over?
Plug this guy.
Just tell me next.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh, damn it. So I gotta say, going between PDFs and
It's just a tease of the next item that we got.
PDFs are.
And whenever they're ready for you, sir, just start off with an introduction, please.
Yep. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evan Totes. I'm with Gensler Architecture and Design Firm. I'm here with a couple of my colleagues, Elena Saul and Jenna Weimer, as well as many residents of the Oliver community, including resident badass Selena Owens, who has worn many hats in this process. I'd invite any of them to kind of chime in or keep me in check, as they have done this entire process. The way that the presentation is structured, I think we'll just spend a little bit of time kind of talking through the overall structure, hit the highlights, and maybe spend a little bit of time on the back end on specific recommendations, and then have any time for Q&A after that. So we can blaze through a lot of this front end matter pretty quick here, Caitlin. So again, just to reiterate, I think we had a really successful planning process with the community. The advisory committee was a really diverse group of neighborhood residents and key sort of partnerships, stakeholders, organizations who are active in Oliver a really thoughtful group, and the community really showed out to a lot of our events. We were really overwhelmed in a good way with the turnout. So, much the same. It was really interesting hearing the presentation earlier with Ms. Best and her preservation within West Baltimore. I think it goes without saying that there's a lot of history in East Baltimore, but in Oliver, it's really astounding the just sheer volume of historic structures that contribute to the Black history of the city. Amazing cultural institutions and infrastructure that has fallen on hard times. So a lot of this plan is really focused around anchoring and uplifting some of those key buildings and better integrating their histories into some of the programming for the Great Blacks and Wax as well. In terms of open spaces, I think it's also a really interesting community. Some of you may know about the Oliver Community Farm, which is operated by the 6th branch. But there are also really interesting, this is like the urban design nerd in me, there are a lot of interesting green spaces in these sort of alley streets that you wouldn't maybe know about just driving through the neighborhood. But really, again, just using some of those open spaces which have been invested in that have positive stewardship really as core anchors to the plan. This is a neighborhood that is extremely connected to the rest of the city. This is a 10-minute walk from, well, I'm a fast walker, a 15-minute walk to Penn Station, usually because I'm in a rush, but there's also a number of transit lines, major bike avenues that connect this, and so it really is a neighborhood that despite some of the disinvestment it's seen over its sort of contemporary history, it's a lot of infrastructure in place to lead it forward in a really positive direction. We've touched on the SWAT. We've touched on the other master plans. You're good. Just a pause here a moment on the engagement. We also have a couple slides after this that kind of bring out some of the key takeaways. Our workshops were all held in the community. Amani really undersold how miserable that spring fling was. I think I might have actually gotten pneumonia from that. It was awful. We had to tape down everything to the table. It was just generally miserable, but in great company. The launch workshops and the plan workshops really saw anywhere from about 60 to 70 folks in attendance. It was a really great opportunity to mingle and meet with a lot of the neighbors. We saw a lot of turnover from meeting to meeting, where a lot of the same folks were coming out and bringing their friends, bringing folks on their block. We reached a lot of folks through the community survey, got a lot of great feedback from that, and were able to meet with a lot of different great organizations doing incredible work. And so I think it was a really well-rounded process. There's always more that you can do, and more that you want to do, but I think we did a really great job. Also, huge shout out to the advisory committee and to the Historic Oliver Community Association for being our foot soldiers, knocking door to door, going block to block, having the most aggressive signage campaign and flyering campaign of any neighborhood plan that I've worked on in the best way possible. The word got out and people showed out, and I think the plan is a direct success because of that. So our engagement insights in the plan are framed around these sort of 4 different buckets or categories, roughly aligned to the sort of, themes and departments within the city. So an open space and recreation section, history, character, and identity, kind of around the cultural heritage of the community, housing and community development, and safe and walkable streets. Each of these has some sort of key findings and recommendations. We can maybe abbreviate some of the recommendations by just saying that there was interest from early stages of this planning process to better integrate sort of wellness and walking loops within the community. And so there's a kind of flexible infrastructure built into the plan whereby kind of low-tech solutions can create pathways to connect some of these open spaces and buildings that we had talked about earlier in this presentation, and opportunities to integrate either youth programming or community-led beautification efforts as a part of that open space strategy as well. From history, character, and identity, the sort of critical pieces that folks wanted to highlight, the theme that came up the most was the preservation and not only of the facility, but of the programming at the multipurpose center, which is currently vacant. There was a number of buildings which were identified as key cultural assets that needed to be preserved and reimagined as sort of new community assets, and a real concern over if these assets were to be lost, that not only the spaces and the history of those buildings would be gone, but that there might not be other spaces to sort of backfill and provide those services or provide those essential amenities to the community. From housing and community development, the real big focus here is the vast majority of this neighborhood is really residential in character. There are a few sort of corner stores, some small businesses, but by way and large, this is a RA kind of row home neighborhood. There are a handful of larger multifamily developments along the Hartford corridor. However, a big piece of community development was focusing around creating new opportunities for business and different scales of business. So small and medium businesses that can serve immediate neighbors as well as the greater East Baltimore community. The zoning implications of some of this, to Amani's point, I think we tried to kind of color inside the lines, understanding where the opportunities were and not to be too heavy-handed with our redevelopment or having large swaths of the community rezoned. But one really interesting piece that came out of the conversations was thinking about North Avenue as a major economic development opportunity, but North Avenue really being of the city of Baltimore and not of Oliver itself. So how could we begin to create a sort of Oliver Main Street where there could be more local businesses and a true heart to the community that feels of the neighborhood? Foreshadowing recommendations later. And then finally, safe and walkable streets. There was a lot of interest in neighbors, particularly on some of the what we consider like the border roads around the community, in traffic calming and safety, what the best way to make Oliver a more walkable and inviting community to not just drive around, but walk and bike around. The other sort of street and public realm concerns were really largely relegated to the concerns around trash and illegal dumping, and having means of making some of those vacant spaces either more cared for or more controlled so that some of those concerns can be mitigated. We touched on the vision, but I will highlight that these planning principles really were an iterative process that we developed with the planning advisory committee, and I think reflect a really robust discussion that we had through a series of meetings to kind of arrive at these, and I think they really resonate with a lot of folks who were involved in the planning process and were always present in our engagement with the broader community. So we'll pause here for a moment just to kind of give a high-level overview of the recommendations. So what you see in the map here is a multi-pronged strategy for a long-term vision for the Oliver community. The red buildings that you see popping up kind of, front of face are considered to be mixed-use multifamily products by way and large. You can see the concentration of these towards the fringes of the neighborhood. This is largely due to the availability of larger parcels and higher rates of vacancy, so as to not displace existing residents and to leverage some of the former industrial sites or manufacturing sites that are sort of the heritage of this portion of the city. You'll also see some larger yellow footprints, which are some adaptive reuses of some of the historic structures along the Hartford corridor. And the sort of smallest little, dots on the map here you can see are either strategic infill, where there are large either strips of vacancy or vacant homes, or renovations of vacants in place. The four sort of core redevelopment, sort of physical planning strategies here are the walking loops, which we spoke to earlier, the commercial opportunities and public spaces along Oliver and Hartford, which we have some more graphics for to follow, in increasing the amount of mixed-use market rate development. Again, just diversifying the opportunity for different types of housing, different types of businesses in the community than currently exist, and contextually sensitive infill, really being thoughtful about where density occurs, why density occurs, and trying to be respectful in the rest of the neighborhood where perhaps block to block are a bit more stable and a bit more occupied. You're doing great, Caitlin. Thank you. Then for our areas of focus, the way that we started to break down these recommendations, again, we didn't really get a block to block, super fine grained detail, but we did find sort of thematic groupings of recommendations. So you'll find that the recommendation section of the plan is organized around these thematic zones. Each of these zones has its own sets of development and open space recommendations, and also has some tie to one of the walking loops which we've identified. The long-term open space plan was really a programmatic overview of what we wanted to see in the community. This is really the sort of starting point for the Oliver Greening Master Plan, which is going to be underway after this. You can think about this almost being the conceptual framework whereby the Oliver Greening Master Plan will begin to get into some of these spaces, and some of their deliverables will actually be testing pilots in priority open spaces to kind of advance some of this thinking even further. So I think this is a really great starting point for them. And from some of their initial meetings, I think they said they represented this information and received a lot of excitement and a lot of positive feedback on it, which made us sigh a sigh of relief, but also get really excited about this other opportunity that the neighborhood is pursuing. So these are the different wellness loops. I wanted to highlight the red historic walking loop. This is really intended to be a walking loop which can originate within the Great Blacks and Wax Museum and actually be a neighborhood loop which hits sort of all the historic sites and remaining historic structures in the community. This really spans the history of the neighborhood from its earliest inception to present day, and is a reflection of conversations which we had with Dr. Martin about the broader East Baltimore loop, which they do as part of some of their mobile tours at the museum, and the desire for there to be a more sort of local example of that. So I think that's really a nearer term want, a sort of shorter vision that could be achieved in the near term. And then some of these others are really more kind of thematically developed to better link different parts of the neighborhood together. We also identified sort of key intersections and gateways. This is really not recommending specific recommendations for each of the particular intersections in terms of it needs, a sign of this size, or it should have these character details, but it's just sort of a measure of magnitude of the types of intervention needed for safety and traffic calming, and the type of intervention needed to really establish a gateway presence. So this is more kind of, again, of a reference, a higher level vision for the community.
As you can tell, this is a very thoroughly crafted neighborhood vision. So knowing that there's a couple items after this, is it possible we could just jump to the matrix?
For sure, yes. So you see all of these sections, which I was not going to go into. Thank you very little, Amani. But you can see that there's a lot of detail in each of these sections. All of those individual development and open space recommendations for each of those specific zones is outlined in the back of this matrix. The thematic groupings, which we showed earlier, so these are specific to development. You can see by each zone, all the recommendations, their timeline, the community champions, so sort of the community associations and different committees and subcommittees, who's the sort of champion here, and then who might be potential supporting partners. So for example, we'll just pull one out of the group here. So Hartford Gateway, we're looking at trying to, potentially support residential infill at the gateway of the neighborhood. And this would be sort of a, nearer term, 3 to 5 year. And the community associations would be working very closely with real estate, planning, the mayor's office, and housing and community development to execute that. So yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you both. All right, is there anyone, the commission's already been briefed on this, so thank you guys. So we'll hold our questions, or we've already had an opportunity to ask our questions. So I'll turn to the public. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to testify on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Thank you both very much. Any discussion or deliberation amongst the commission?
Let's make the comment that the chair often makes on these sorts of things. Like, it's unfortunate, it's kind of the presentation, and then we get to quickly move on to other things, but like this should be like a balloons and fireworks. It was a big project and a lot of work that went into it.
Security wouldn't let me bring in fireworks.
Thank you for not bringing it.
Confiscated at the door.
You're, I guess, a Beyonce horse. So, yeah, but obviously appreciate all the hard work. I mean, yeah, even this summary recognizes the culmination of years and years of work, and there's years and years of work more to come, but exciting step.
That, just to echo that, it's a huge accomplishment, and like we discussed with Ms. Best's award earlier, the progress that comes from these master plans, will take some time to realize, but it's huge, and it's a big part of what's pushing our city forward, and it's being led by the communities. So commend you all. Congratulations. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Question, point of clarification.
Sure.
We're accepting this, not approving it. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Move to accept it. And also, and while we're doing that, also the plan looks really good. The plan looks good. So good work, Gensler's team.
Yes. So motion to approve the agenda item, which is to accept the plan, was properly moved and seconded. Mr. Secretary?
Robin Allen,
Approve or accept?
the Honorable Eric Costello,
Accept/approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Accept.
Doug McCoach,
Accept.
Justin Williams, and Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Can I make a comment, please?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, what an exceptional presentation, both verbally and graphically. And it brought to mind, when I was in grad school, Harold Washington came to present to us when he was still living and mayor of Chicago. And he said something that stuck with me about how planning, I don't know if I fully agree with the wording now, but I knew exactly what he meant, and the people in my class did too. Planning needed to be bottom up, as opposed to how it's often top down. And I think this exemplifies that. And again, I'm not so sure I love the verbiage of that, but you know what that means. And I think this exemplifies that, and you all have shown that, so I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Secretary, will take us to our next agenda item.
Next agenda item is the final subdivision development plans for 1101 Rutland Avenue and 1800 East Biddle, Street in the 13th Councilmatic District. Antoine Heath will present.
All right, thank you.
Antoine, see if you can't speak as fast as your colleague Amani.
That's gonna be tough. I'll try. Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So it's a major subdivision at 1101 Rutland Avenue and 1800 East Biddle Street. The applicant is proposing to subdivide 32 existing lots into 59 lots for the development of 54 single-family attached dwellings. And the property owner is East Baltimore Development, Inc., and the community planner is Imani Jasper. To the next slide. This is an aerial image of the site. The property overlaps both the Broadway East and Middle East neighborhoods. This is a closer look at the site, which consists of 32 vacant lots on approximately 2.25 acres. And you can see Eager Park and Playground to the east of the site, and the properties in the vicinity are single-family attached dwellings to the south and west, and commercial and institutional development to the north. This is a look at the property from the corner of Rutland and Chase intersection. And another look from the opposite side of the site from Wolf and Muir intersection, and you can see John Hopkins Hospital in the distance. And this is the existing conditions plan showing the 32 lots that exist now, and the area to be developed is highlighted in yellow. And the plan has now been oriented to make it easier to view, so north is pointed to your left. And this is the final subdivision showing the layout of the site that the applicant is proposing. And there's 18 row homes proposed to the left of Biddle Street and 36 to the right of Biddle Street. This is the final development plan, which shows the 54 building footprints as well as the circulation of the site, and all dwellings will be accessed from the rear. There are 6 different proposed elevations, 3 with pitched roofs and 3 with flat roofs, and the elevations are a combination of stone with board and batten siding, stone with horizontal siding, or a combination of all 3 materials. This is a look at the proposed flat roofs elevations, which are brick and siding with trim, or brick and siding with paneling and trim. And these are all covered with roof canopies, or front door canopies, excuse me. And these are the side elevations for both pitch roofs and the flat roofs. And all the proposed dwellings are 3 floors, and proposed designs are consistent with the Baltimore City Design Manual. And for the notice, the Midtown East Community Association was notified of this application, and all posting requirements were met. And staff is recommending approval, and this will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission?
You might have said it, I'm sorry if I missed it. Is there the builder identified who the builder is?
I didn't identify who the builder is. The property owner is East Baltimore Development, Inc. Yep.
Okay. I had one question.
Sure.
Is it Durham Street?
We have Muir Street is to the far left of the screen.
Durham Street.
Durham, yes.
What's going on there? It looks like there's a change in the alignment. You can't really see it on here, but on the next block, it looks like Durham Street is a little bit lower down. I guess that's west on the page.
Oh, this, yes, so the applicant, they're proposing the public right-of-way or going across the site right there. That's the location of it, and that's the right-of-way width right here. And then on the next slide, the development slide, it's just,
Yeah, so I'm wondering what's going on here. It looks like we're showing some pavement here and not here. And is this whole space the right-of-way? And
so, what's that? Yeah, so it's a private right-of-way, excuse me. And so it's just showing what's going to be developed. Everything to the north is already existing. That existing park is already in place, so they're just showing what they're proposing for the site.
basically
Why?
And I can speak a little bit more to it. So Durham Street ran for 3 blocks and was closed in prior actions, and the intention was to functionally provide a muse for the homes that are fronting on what was the former Durham Street. So because of our subdivision regulations, you need, I think it's a 30-foot width
Yes.
in total to meet that requirement. So only part of it is practically being paved as a walkway, so the rest of it that appears on the top part, which would be the east half, is going to look like part of the park.
But there is no more public right-of-way there, so that becomes a private drive.
It is, yes, it is a separate lot. If you go back one, you can see at the left and right ends, which is north and south, it's closed off. It's actually a parcel.
Understood. All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to testify on this issue?
Yes, the applicant is available if you all have any questions. Specifically, we can address them.
Thank you, Ms. Tilden.
Not necessary, unless.
I don't think so. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission?
No, I guess similar to the comment about Oliver, like this EBDI plan, and has been many decade years in coming, so it's exciting to see this next phase go forward. And appreciate the investment from the Charm City Builders team and buyers team, sorry, and the work here, so exciting to see this go forward.
Excellent. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Secretary?
Robin Allen.
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Approve.
Claudia Julien.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Approve. Thank you much, everyone. It's another wonderful project. Next, Mr. Secretary?
Next item is City Council Bill Number 24-0577, zoning conditional use for a parking lot as principal use at 1032 Homewood Avenue in the 12th Councilmanic District. Eric Tiso will present.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is a conditional use for a parking lot. We started working on this one about 2 years ago, went fallow for a little while, and it's since come back. I'll note that there was a letter received this morning after a phone call I had in opposition from an adjacent property owner, so I just want to make sure you had the opportunity to look at that while I'm presenting. So this is the parcel here highlighted in yellow. That is 1032 Homewood Avenue, owned by HABC. The purpose of this is to approve a parking lot which will serve their office building, which is at the other end of the block to the south, the southwest corner with East Eager Street and Homeland. So there it is, approximately to the best of my estimation from the aerial of where it would be. And the adjacent property owner owns the paved lot as well as the notched-in parcels to the left or west of that backward C shape of the property against an interior alley. So he's got properties on either end, and there's possibly some dispute as to who owns which piece of that. So this is zooming in a bit, looking from the west or towards west, the east. So here's a site plan that we reviewed at Site Plan Review Committee. Not an incredibly complicated design. It's basically meant to fit the size available and meets all of our requirements to include the interior plantings and screening required by the landscape manual. And so we did approve that design. This is a conditional use, so of course the conditional use standards apply here. We believe to the best of our ability that it satisfies all of those requirements. And that's the list continued in case you need to refer to it. And again, the standards here for conditional use are the use is generally presumed to be acceptable in the district unless the protestant can show why it's more impactful in this location as compared to a similarly zoned property elsewhere in the city. With that, we would normally recommend amendment and approval with the following amendment: that the plans approved by Site Plan Review Committee are attached to and made part of the legislation. The purpose for that amendment is just basically to make it more enforceable, because that picture, most especially the landscaping, becomes a part of that. Happy to answer any questions.
While we consider this, Mr. Tiso, could you just flip back to the conditional use approval standards?
Well, there's 3 slides. Is there any particular that you'd?
that one's fine.
Okay.
So first, any questions from the commission? Thank you for including the amendment, which seems to address any potential property dispute that was raised in the letter. Again,
Well,
we're not
yeah.
here to litigate a property boundaries or anything like that. We're here to discuss whether or not a parking lot in this location meets the conditional use standards. So with that, are there any questions from the commission?
And I saw it either in the staff report I was flipping through, or you mentioned it, the HABC office is where in relationship to the parking
So
lot?
it is, if you go it's just off, okay, so if you follow Homewood Avenue South, southwest corner of the trapezoidal building, that's it. Half block away.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tiso. Is there anyone from the public here to testify on this matter? Sir?
HABC is here.
In favor or opposing?
Pick your poison. Introduce yourself and let us know why.
All right. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, in reference to the issue today, I ask you deny this request or table this
Sorry,
issue.
sir, would you just start with your name, please?
Sure. My name is Demetrius Kaforis, and I'm here with my family. We're the adjacent property owners. In reference to this issue today, I ask you deny this request or table this issue until we have resolved all open concerns. I have spoken with Councilman Z. Cohen, Robert Stokes, and Delegate John Carden, who I believe all support my position. Delegate Carden is here with us today. I also have members of my family today and spoke with neighboring tenants who all share my sentiment. My name is Demetrius Kaforis, proud Greek American family, and I own the consolidated properties of 1020 Homewood Avenue, which include 1014, 16, and 18 Homewood, as well as 1025, 31, and 37 Hubbard Alleys, which are the ones that will be landlocked should the parking lot be built. As well as 710, 712, 714 East Eager Street. We also own 1003, 1005, 1007, 1009, 1011, 1013, 1015, and 1017 Greenmount Avenue. We've owned most of the block for nearly 40 years.
Sir, I guess maybe, do you have a parcel map at TZ, or, no, we don't, unfortunately? Yeah, I'm trying to follow what your, if you could slow down, or, yeah, that'd be helpful, maybe even,
I can use
pointer. I just, so the three that I caught my eye, or my ear, were the three you mentioned inside of the C. But they,
cool.
down the alley, like I said, it's alley, maybe it's Paper Street, but there's an alley.
Do I hit the power button? Or?
It's not working. Okay. You can also walk with the microphone if that'd be easier.
Okay. There we go.
Well, I mean,
It's not necessary.
Yeah,
We
I was just making sure.
understand.
Yeah. 1 second. And then I also have the pamphlet that the Housing Department created in reference to this. And there's many contradictions within that, but most notably, I zoomed in here that it seems in the pamphlet, they account for an ingress, egress, but in order to give us an ingress, egress, it affects number one, which is the requirements of the shape or area within the parking. It would split it into 3 separate parcels in order for us to access the property. And as you can see, none of the 3 would work as a functioning parking lot. And that came straight out of the pamphlet from the city housing that they were sharing.
And Mr. Chair, those images are attached to his letter that you have on your tablets.
So, I guess, I'm sorry, I mean.
Why don't we let the gentleman finish, because I have a number of questions as well.
Well, I guess, under clarifying the property, so you, definitely those 3 inside of the.
Yep, and then
to the left of the
everything
J.
underneath and to the left where it says Dane Street, so all of that below.
Those, I guess, the structure.
From the yellow all the way down on that, within that block, all the way to the left front street on Greenmount, down to Eager and right on Homewood.
Mr. Chair, real quick, the subject property is the yellow property, correct?
Yes.
Which of the properties you own, the 3?
Those 3, yep.
Okay.
And,
All of that?
yes.
And the lot?
No, not that lot.
Okay.
That
And
belongs
that,
to Ari Michaels.
and that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, that the property directly south of the yellow parcel, you own that as well,
Yes.
right?
98.
790, okay.
1020, we have it as 1020 Homewood Avenue, and it has a couple.
Just on the map,
Yep,
yeah,
got it.
that's fine, thanks.
Okay. So to start, I never received proper notice of any kind about this hearing in spite of being a neighbor and where I believe notice is required. Not sure if I haven't had time to get counsel because it kind of happened so quick. I learned of the hearing Monday because the notice was posted on the fence covered by grass. My property manager alerted me of it on Monday while cutting the grass and maintaining these parcels as we have for 37 years. We do have a fence. It's been up there for 37 years, which has included the city property. In the 90s, we had a hearing where the Hubbard Alley there and the yellow area, there was a lot of crime and dumping, which was leading to issues, and we had it all. We've been taking care of that area for 37 years.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah.
Because I've read your letter, I did read
okay.
your letter, so
Sure.
thank you. And I also know how difficult it is to be a steward of property in the city and to deal with the nuisance issues and things like that and to maintain the property. So I thank you and your family and appreciate that. I'm hearing a couple of points in your argument.
Sure.
One of them was about the notice, which we're going to discuss because that is important. One of them is about the access to those three properties, which we will also discuss.
Yep.
Can you tell me what other concerns you have?
Environmental as well. Years ago, the lot was being used. There was oil drums being dumped there, all types of different things that were done. When we went to purchase these parcels formally about 8 years ago, 6 to 8 years ago, we met with the housing department, at which time they didn't own all of the property there. And we, as you could see in the picture that Eric put up, yes, so we believe that the entire paved area is our parking lot, hence why we've paved it and had it for 40 years. We believe the property lines, however, they have that in their plan today, but it would also affect what they believe would be a functioning parking lot. But in addition to that, the grass area we didn't pave at the time because one, we wanted to formalize, but we didn't do the back end either because there were environmental issues at the time, and that needs to be addressed before anything could be.
Just to clarify, I want to make sure I'm not confused, that the parcel outlined in red is the subject parcel, which is the same one that was highlighted in yellow on the previous slide. And when you talk about the resurfacing work that
we believe it should look more like this.
So there's so there's a dispute over the parcel boundaries?
Correct. Yes.
I'm going to ask Mr. Tizo or Deputy Mayor Williams, who's an attorney, but I would imagine this is not the appropriate forum to resolve that one singular matter. Is that correct?
I would agree.
Whatever it is, it's
I guess, well,
some judicial entity.
I was gonna hear him out, hear.
But if you see it here, when you
I'm not trying to diminish your point.
No.
I'm just trying to understand. But you object to the boundaries of the parcel. So let me just ask you one other question. Do you have a, well, first, let me start with planning. The parcel is drawn in the presentation. I assume that syncs up with the plat, correct? Okay. To your previous point about disputing the boundaries of the parcel, do you have a survey that indicates?
No, that's something that we wanted to do in conjunction with the city, but we haven't had much support, and we weren't sure that the city was moving forward. So.
Got it.
And to clarify, the HABC is not the city.
Well, sorry about that. Yeah, my apologies.
Okay, so the applicant here would be HABC.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, got it. Please continue. Sorry for interrupting.
Sure. So, should I just read through? I know you
Well,
had
and
this-
so we've got those points of objection, and it sounds like your request was for postponement. So I'll ask, what would you hope might change in that time if we were able to postpone?
I think we need to resolve the environmental issues for safety, property lines, to see if there's enough space for a functioning parking lot, to resolve landlocked matters where we would be completely landlocked and have property that we can't access. Those are just a few that are related to today's hearing. I do have other matters, but it seems like the ways and the other commissions.
Sure.
That's gonna happen.
Did you have another comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the gentleman clarify just a bit further on the environmental issues and specifically with respect to which part of the parcel as drawn in red? Are we just talking about the asphalt area, the grass, or both?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
So you mentioned some.
Respectfully, Councilman, I think this is a little bit of a can of worms. I want to stick
I'll
to
defer. Yep.
the matters that are within our purview, but Demetrius here does raise valid concerns. They're just not all concerns for us. So here's what I want to tell you, sir. In terms of the any environmental concerns, there's enforcement. If there's contaminated soil on that plot, if they go to build something there, there's policies in place to ensure that any contaminated material is dealt with properly, for one. We are going to discuss the access and the notice issue. Generally, though, besides the dispute of the boundaries, potential environmental concerns, and the access concerns, do you object to the concept of a parking lot in this location?
Yes. And I will say here on the pamphlet, in the top left corner, if you were to remove what's ours, you would be left with this. And even if you were to just consider for the fact that maybe I'm wrong, and this is city or HABC property, this area, you would not ingress, egress, or however you want to put those, you're not able to create a functioning parking lot out of the space. And that's number one on your guys' list of things to be considered by this committee. So I would say that is, and this is right off their pamphlet. This is off the city's pamphlet in the top left corner, or HABC's.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you have anything else that you'd like us to consider?
I do, but it's in the letter. If you guys want me to read it off, I can, or
It's all right.
it's up to you guys.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, do we have, first of all, posting is required for conditional use, that's right?
It is, and that's how they found out about it.
Well, the pictures that I see are of an HBAC banner, not a sign that meets our posting requirements.
Posting
I'll need to look at that.
on the website.
So the site was properly posted?
I see posting
Okay,
pictures on the fence.
okay. In terms of the access to the site,
Did it go to site plan review?
It did. It started actually 2 years ago, went silent for a while, and just recently came back. And we have recently finalized the plans, which is what you see here, because we needed that done because we normally recommend attachment to the bill.
so there is an alley there, and I don't know the condition of the alley, but in response to concerns about access to the property, I'm sure a site plan and DOT would point to that alley as the means of access.
It's not a public alley there. That's a private alley by city ordinance.
Yeah.
It's a blocked off alley.
Well, I think it's less SPRC. I mean, if he's making the assertion that he's landlocked, I mean, legally, it'd be more of he has a paper street, he could improve it and go get access to a main street. So that would not, I mean, would that be kind of separate from our concern, in my opinion? Like, you get an easement by necessity. If it were landlocked, you get an easement. By going to court and arguing, you get an easement. But there is an alley that could be improved and would have legal access to the main street.
Okay, but that wouldn't be the city's, it's a private alley, so that wouldn't be the city's responsibility to improve
I
it?
mean, I guess not in my opinion, former land use attorney opinion.
Okay. All right, anything else, sir?
That's it for right now.
Any questions for the speaker?
I guess one more, I'm sorry to be peppered to with questions. The environmental concerns, you said there were oil drums under, to your knowledge, or you don't know, or from the...
Oh, I know,
From the phase one or from environmental studies you've done on your own, do you believe or know there are underground oil tanks?
So, yeah, years ago, it was a dumping site. It was open, it was wide open, it was a dumping site, drug use, et cetera, a lot of things going on there. That was when we took the steps to work with the city to get that closed off and then clean up as much as we could, but it needs a pretty sophisticated.
But I guess, do you think it's underground, or you think there's just over the years?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a thing.
And I guess, because the standard for conditional use approval is such that we need to show it's worse here than elsewhere. So do you have reason to believe, or can you articulate, if there is dumping, or if there is oil contamination in the ground?
Oh, absolutely.
Why, as a layperson in this work, why would putting asphalt on top of it make that worse? If you can articulate.
I just know that as a licensed contractor, if we go to a site to build and there's issues with the environment, we have to resolve that first. We can't just build on top if there's, that's part of when you purchase commercial property or even residential, if you're building, you have to do a land study and you have to determine if there's, if the soil there and everything within it meets muster, so. And there were commercial drums laid out and dumped there for years and years. So local businesses would just go there and dump drums and.
So I guess I'd be looking for, and maybe there's no real answer, or maybe you need to do more research, would be like, if a parking lot here were to exacerbate runoff or something onto your property.
Potential, yeah, and that's why I'm asking for more time, just because, or to deny this or more time, because, I put this together since Monday. I haven't had much of a chance to.
And then I guess one of the questions to that point, I know we used to have a posting, but I recognize 7 days or something like to that effect is not much time. And there will be a city council hearing also, but were you not aware of the past 2 years of?
No, zero. As a matter of fact, we went to the city and we were told that they weren't, to the housing department, and we were told that it wasn't, couldn't purchase it. And then they started, so this was made up, it's currently is 1032 Homewood now, but this used to be made up, if you can see from our drawings, multiple parcels. Not all were owned by HABC. So when we were told they weren't, that we couldn't purchase them, there's now a record since then of HABC going out and purchasing the other parcels necessary to make that entire unit one, and then they consolidated it. But we were told that they were not for sale. And here you go. This is a picture of all the parcels as they were prior to being consolidated. And at the time, you can see there's different departments that own those parcels. I started with the housing department and was told that, none of it was for sale. And then there was purchasing happening after that. So I believe, and if I would have read on, we believe that maybe they didn't even know they existed until we went there to formalize.
So then, sorry, one more question. The aerial showed cars but I guess you believe to be, or you're assuming it's your space.
Correct.
What property, like who parks there? Residents or business people?
Tenants, yep.
Across the street?
Right there, the warehouse is below.
Just below
Yep,
business?
right below them, yep.
That raised a can of worms about, you might need a conditional use ordinance, but I guess you've been grandfathered in, but we'll cross that bridge. Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this matter? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Okay, so today was HBC here?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if we want, well, we don't need them, but.
Sure, I would like to hear from the applicant.
I think they left.
Shows how pressing it is, but.
Yeah, would you?
I may ask.
So I'll just say briefly, this is, I do have, my concerns about this, but I want us to keep our focus specifically to the, conditional use matter. Some of those concerns are valid concerns that I think should be, addressed outside of this room before a project moves forward.
Yep. And I agree. Well, as a practical matter, I mean, that we are not in a position to figure out the boundary issue, and like this, if the plat map is kind of what we have to go by as a city, and if he needs to change, or if there's a dispute about that, there's a process, and then if he wants to keep fighting it, and then before HCBC were to go forward, there would obviously be some litigation if necessary to prove or show the surveys and show what properties are his or his family's.
Have we not postponed before for issues?
Well, that's why I'm not opposed to especially if HBC is not here, I'm not opposed to postponing to have more time, although there's a city council hearing also as another step, so it's not past the path of no return either way on our side, but.
And that was my question for Mr. Tiso, I guess. What's the timing consideration?
So the end of the council session is rapidly approaching. Today would have been a more comfortable hearing to make it by the end, to leave enough calendar room for hearings. November 7th is still technically possible if there are some accelerated scheduling. If they're not resolved or ready by November 7th, they'll not be able to move forward this session. The bill will die and they'll have to reintroduce next session.
What's the date of the council hearing that I scheduled for this one?
I would need to check. I don't have that in front of me,
I'll look
but
that up
conveniently,
right
we have
now.
the chair of the committee.
Oddly enough.
Can I?
It'd be useful if HABC were here. I did alert them that these concerns
They may have
existed.
been here. We're clearly running way long. Sorry, guys. I have another concern that the property owner raised, which is about the open bid process for properties. They tried to these properties were listed for open bid. They tried to purchase them. They weren't sold to them. And now HABC has them. How much did HABC pay for them?
Where did you see that? That's on his letter, the open bid piece. Where was that?
That was asserted by the speaker. I'd have to check on that, but it's an additional concern that I heard in that testimony. Councilman?
Mr. Chair, the council committee hearing for this is scheduled for November 12th, which would still allow for this to be postponed were that to be the will of the planning commission.
Thank you for that information. Shall we postpone?
I'll say that it's quite disappointing that HABC isn't here to speak to this. And, you raised an interesting point about the assertion that the previous gentleman testified to regarding open bid. I would suspect that's outside of the scope of our work here. However, if we were to postpone, Mr. Chair, I would respectfully request that our friends at the Department of Planning reach out to DHCD to track that matter down so that we're aware of that prior to November 7th.
I would agree.
What's that?
Well, I don't think it's germane, but we can look into it. Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner of
Regardless of-
DHCD, I did not see you.
And I guess, it sounds like the will of this to postpone, and for the I'm sorry, Mr., I forgot Demetrius, I forgot your last name, Mr. Demetrius. It'd be helpful to hear, yeah, I guess if you are in the.
Kaforis.
In Kaforis, thank you. Then intervening time to articulate some of the concerns for the conditional use piece, so like the environmental component, how that would impact, if approved, how that would really impact your site.
Do we have a motion?
So move to postpone till next meeting.
November 7th.
November 7th.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second, for the reasons aforementioned.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Robin Allen.
Approve the
For the postponement.
Eric Costello.
Approve postponement.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve postponement.
Doug McCoach.
Approve the postponement.
Justin Williams. And Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
All right. Next item on the agenda is a minor change and revised final design approval for the new East Baltimore community at 929 North Wolf Street, signage, 13th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present.
A lot of East Baltimore tonight.
We'll get to you in just a second. So, good afternoon. I'll try and move somewhat briskly on this one to try and catch us up. This is a parcel that is in the new East Baltimore Community PUD, formerly known as EBDI. I intercepted this one. This is the building here highlighted in yellow. They were originally appealing to the BMZA for variances for the signage that they were looking for. And unfortunately, the board didn't have the authority to grant a waiver for numbers of signs. Luckily, they're in the plan unit development. So I told them this is actually the proper venue to get that reviewed. So here's the building on the northeast corner. It's a high-rise with 324 apartment units, primarily intended for Johns Hopkins graduate students and their families. This building's been around since 2014, I believe. It's been a while. Part of the concerns that the applicants have had is that folks may not realize this is not an institutional building, it's actually residential, and so they're looking to bring in more rentals. To that effect, they want to add some vertical banners. So at the Wolf Street side corners, they're proposing 3 banners. The one on the north is actually a wraparound. The one on the southwest corner are technically separate, so they look like this. So the one on the left, if you imagine that bent around that northwestern corner of the building, and the other 2 that basically are similar would be at the southwest corner of the building. And then I'll zoom in a little bit. That's what the graphic mock-up would look like if approved. And basically, it's like some of the larger buildings that you may have seen. I know there's at least 1 or 2 in Brewers Hill that have this kind of a, corner mark for leasing and identification. So we think that is consistent. This would, in effect, amount to, I think, about 43% increase in signage over what the underlying zoning district would allow in the bioscience or BSc campus zoning. With that, we recommend approval, and the applicant is here.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Any questions from the commission? Thank you very much. Would the applicant like to add something?
Not necessarily unless anyone's here to oppose. I don't think it's necessary.
That's the applicant.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public to testify on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you for showing up. I mean, but I don't want to cut you
Thank you
short.
for being here, genuinely. It's a beautiful building. I'll entertain a
It is,
motion.
and this goes to my point about the sign regs maybe are too restrictive, because you should be able to do this without having to modify a PUD.
I was going to say thank you for even asking permission on this one.
That's true too.
I have a comment, and maybe for
Microphone.
discussion. Thank you. So as I understand from the staff report, the need for this is because they're having trouble leasing. Presumably, if they install this sign, everything's going to be great, and they'll be 100% leased in 3 months. But that means that this leasing sign is actually a temporary need. Presumably, once it's leased, there's no more need for a leasing sign. And so I found myself going, I mean, I like the building graphics. I think it's an attractive building. I've always liked it. But why do I want to have a permanent 30-foot tall for lease sign on it? Why wouldn't I have the permanent signs that we're changing the zoning for, or to making a conditional approval before building identity? And make the leasing portion be temporary and even sunset that portion. It's weird to me that we're giving permanent approval for a leasing sign, which is obviously a temporary installation.
So I can speak a little bit to that. At the very end of a 10-year effort to overhaul our zoning code, there was the Reed case, this is a Supreme Court case that basically flipped the table over on us with signage. So it said if you had to read the sign in order to classify it, then that's a violation of First Amendment rights. That made it very problematic, and we basically had to completely rewrite that entire title. Absent the older model of direction signage, identification signage, things of that nature. It's just time, place, manner. This is a type of sign. This is an area, that sort of thing. It has been incredibly difficult to make that work in a rational way. And Tamara Woods, when she was still with us, managed to figure it out. Which was an incredible lift all on its own. So when we were talking, I did ask the question of, did you want this to be a temporary, or are you looking at this permanent? Because again, PUDs, they last quite a while. So they requested having the flexibility for future because they may lease up. What happens if there's a market slump and they want to do it again? They'd have to come back. So their preference would be to retain the flexibility in the future, but the commission has discretion here.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you for that question, because it touches on something that was in the back of my mind as well. To your point about not making it about the content of the sign, what about the material? The fact that this is it looked like a vinyl banner that isn't going to last forever.
Right, well, that in essence is up to them unless you apply some other limitation on it as a design standard if you so choose. A wall sign is just affixed to the wall because we had to, again, classify our signage by their type, their placement, things of that nature. So we wouldn't be able to interpret between what is a building identification sign, in other words, if it was just the name of the building, as opposed to now leasing phone number. The content we have to be blind to, so it's difficult to limit half of it for one thing, for example, and half for another. It's just area of signage.
But we're offering them, we're going to give them a pass on the area of signage. It exceeds what's permitted.
Correct.
So while we can't control the content, we're giving free rein to content we can't control that's larger than what's permitted without, that's awfully generous of us.
That is within your discretion. I will also note that technically by the underlying zoning, they would only be permitted 2 signs. It's based on street frontage. So technically the southwest corner one are 2 separate. They're not touching like the northwest corner is. So they're also getting 1 additional sign because it's not a wraparound.
Commissioner McCoach, I think while these are good points, I think that we can trust from an aesthetic standpoint, an appearance standpoint, the applicant is likely to do what's best for the appearance of their building. And I'm not offended by the signage. It seems practical enough.
In the event that the owner is successful and the building is fully leased, would they have the approval to change that 3rd banner to a building identification sign or some other content?
Yes, we don't control content.
So really, they were approving the banner. I mean, they could swap that banner out with whatever they want. Which could be to remove the leasing, or it could be for whatever. but
Well, I'm starting a sign business.
Well, the applicant is a sign company here.
any other questions from the commission? All right. Anyone else from the public who would like to testify on this? Did I already say that? Yeah. All right. Close the public hearing. I think I said that too. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Mr. Secretary?
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Approve.
Claudio Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Disapprove.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Okay, the next two items on the agenda are City Council Bill number 24-0594, a citywide affordable housing bond issuance, and City Council Bill number 24-0595, a citywide affordable housing development district. Eric Tiso will present.
And we're going to take a second just to change out the slideshow for HCDs. But in the meantime, while that's happening, the purpose of these two bills, again, one will call for a bond issuance, and the other one will create the entirety of the city as the Affordable Housing Development District. For those in the audience or playing from home that may not be familiar with TIFs, just a fast version on that, this is tax increment financing programs. What that stands for is a way to borrow money, leveraging future tax revenue income to effect a change that without that mechanism, but for that thing, would not happen on its own. So normally there would be a development district around the particular area that would be designated. They would figure out whatever the tax revenue that generates today. That's the base income. Bonds are secured, investment in the area is made, property values rise. That increment that tax revenue increases goes to pay back those bonds over time. Once they're repaid, for whatever the rest of the duration is, that increment over whatever that frozen initial value was before the TIF got started continues to be invested in the area. And there's other leveraged resources that go into that. Everything is made better, and when the TIF sunsets at the end, the neighborhood is improved and the city gets all of that revenue ongoing in the future. So that's just a quick primer on how these things work. What makes this one different, and you'll get a lot more detail momentarily, is that instead of being a specific small area district, it's the entirety of the city, almost like a scattered site program, which is a novel approach. And with that, I'll yield the floor.
Commissioner Kennedy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. How are you today? Here to talk about our very exciting vacant housing at scale, our affordable housing TIF. As Mr. Tiso stated, this is a novel approach. This is actually something that we have not done yet in the city of Baltimore, and we are pretty sure, I think we're like 99.9% that we're the first major jurisdiction in the country to utilize a tax increment financing in this manner. Even though other jurisdictions, it's also something that is approved. Can I go? How do I do the slides?
Should be just the big button in the middle.
Beep.
Okay, I'll do it.
A battery died again. Okay.
Okay.
Caitlin will be the clicker.
Thanks, Caitlin. We'll talk a couple how this ties in to the greater vacancy reduction work, talk about the actual TIF itself, the properties, and next steps. Next slide. And now we can go to the next slide. We like things. So as I think all of you are aware of and familiar with the fact that City of Baltimore has a significant history of redlining, blockbusting, population loss, and disinvestment in our communities. The map on the left-hand side is a map of the city by predominant race by census tract. And the map on the right-hand side is a heat map showing the density of vacant buildings in our neighborhoods. As you can see, if you were to put those on top of each other, our predominantly Black neighborhoods also are where we have the predominant intense density of vacant buildings within the city of Baltimore. Mayor Scott has been actively working on this. We are down, next slide, please. We have dropped over a 16% reduction in vacant properties since Mayor Scott took office. We're down to 13,149 official vacant properties across the city of Baltimore. Once again, we are actively acquiring more properties. This is one of the more exciting things that we've been doing in the last 2 years, but we are also selling properties. So we're still in kind of that 1,000-ish range of where we own properties. And we continue to see this just drive down with the goal of creating whole block outcomes, making our communities whole again with those whole block outcomes, and focused on not just the properties, but the impact that all of this work has on our residents, homeowners, renters, business owners, everybody that lives in these communities from birth to death. Next slide. Mayor Scott, in partnership with Build and GBC, announced a $3 billion financial plan to tackle vacant buildings over the next 15 years. The TIF, the Affordable Housing TIF, represents one part of the city's commitment to that partnership. And we also have a commitment that Governor Moore put $50 million into the budget for this fiscal year. Delegate Smith put forth legislation that took away a sunset on Project Core. So when you saw in the news last week, Governor Moore renamed Project Core to Reinvest Baltimore. Delegate Smith's legislation removes the sunset. And when you kind of take that out, Secretary Day and I, look at that as kind of a long-term commitment, keeping the sunset there and $50 million a year as well from the state. Next slide, please. So the Affordable Housing TIF itself. I think everybody here understands what tax increment financing is. If you don't, well, just for anybody or anybody in the audience that might not, tax increment financing, essentially what you're doing is you are using the increment from an increase of property value to repay the debt on the bonds that are sold. So if your property value right now is $1 and you do the work and you know that that property value is going to go up and the new property value is $1.50, that 50 cents is what is used to repay the bonds that are issued. This, like I mentioned, would be one of the first in the city and the country in terms of a non-contiguous. This is another way to think about it because you'll see the TIF district is unlike other TIF districts that have come in front of the Planning Commission. The TIF district itself is essentially the entire city boundary, but the TIF district is not the city boundary. It actually is made up of a list of properties. So it's each individual pin on a map. This focuses on our historically disinvested and minority communities, and it also targets to assist our legacy residents. And we'll use that increment that's generated to invest in the vacant properties. Next slide. So, mentioned traditional TIF, defined project area. This is citywide with a focus on the areas with the high vacancy. The TIF bonds are sold based on development that has already occurred. So one of the things that's also a little bit different on this, historically, other TIFs, you go to market on the bonds once you know that you're going to start vertical construction, right? Like the development team, everybody's getting to the point where they can start vertical construction. You can see that that's happening. So you know that that increment's going to be there, and then you go to market with the bonds because that increment's needed. Or a special taxing district creates that special taxing district, which will repay the bonds. This does not need that because we actually legally can use the prior year's assessments for any properties that went from having a vacant building notice to receiving its use and occupancy permit. So we're able to use and include those in the TIF district and capture that increment to basically seed the first tranche of bonds to cover, to generate that increment to repay the debt on the first tranche of bonds. And then as we continue to use that money to redevelop the other properties, then that increment would support the next tranche and so forth. Next slide. If you could go back, Caitlin. One of the key things here that I really want to highlight is that in traditional DIFs, it might be one or two kind of primary developers that are associated with a TIF. This is not that. You don't even have to be a developer to get funding from the Affordable Housing TIF. You can own a property that currently is vacant, that maybe it was your grandmother's property and you own it, and you've just been sitting, you haven't known what to do because all the properties around you are vacant, and it is on the TIF and it's in one of our neighborhoods and it is there, you can receive funds from the TIF to support the redevelopment of the property that you already own. So this is just geared towards developers. It can also support our legacy residents across the city that have property in Baltimore, that have owned property in Baltimore, that want to see their own property redeveloped and create their own generational wealth in a way that has not been able to happen for them. Next slide. So this supports equitable neighborhood developments. It's geared towards reducing that appraisal gap, which is essentially the cost to renovate a property compared to what the sales price is. It also, like I said, it is something for everyone. This is about lifting everybody up, small developers, emerging developers, our women and minority-owned developers. Also it ties in with supporting violence reduction. I can keep going on in terms of why tackling vacant buildings in the city of Baltimore is important for everything. It is a grounding factor in everybody's life in the city of Baltimore, whether or not you're 0 or whether or not you're 120. If you are in an area with vacant properties, you are impacted in some way by them. Next slide. So some of the two things, we have our two different bills. So one is the actual bond issuance, and the other creates the actual district itself. There's an emphasis on legacy residents and the households earning 60% of area median income. The affordable housing TIF itself actually can go up to 115% area median income. But there is an emphasis on the lower median income. We have a priority on the small emerging minority women developers. The chief equity officer would also review the development plans, and DHCD and finance together would provide an annual report to city council. And the legislation also requires, this is something that happens already. It already happens within a TIF if there are excess funds that are generated from a bond and excess funds from those bonds after that debt service is paid, that can go to the general fund. That happens, but in this legislation, it actually just very clearly states that happens. If there's excess funding after the debt service, it goes to the general fund. Next slide. No, it's the general fund. It wouldn't, yeah. Because the general fund's actually what's required to repay that repays the debt service, and then it goes back to the general fund. So this is actually requesting authority to sell up to $150 million of TIF bonds, but this bill specifically authorizes up to $65 million. We expect that those bonds will be sold in multiple tranches. We still don't know the tranches because we're still needing to kind of see where we land with the final properties as we get into the next month or two. Each tranche requires Board of Finance approval, but they're required to report to the City Council what properties, where they'll be used, the amount of increment, and any updated financial studies that are required. Next slide. So like I mentioned, we can use the assessed value for the prior calendar year. That will support us in being able to go for that first bond tranche, and that's for calendar years 23 and 24. and utilizing the final assessed value that was established in December of 2024. And then that will help us determine what we can do in that first tranche, which is also trying to figure out where to go. Next slide. TIF funding can be used for two sources. It is used specifically for construction on the property up to 115% of regional median income, whether or not that is a home buyer or a renter. Priority here is to support home ownership, but we also know that we also need vibrant, thriving communities that also have renters. It's up to 115%. It has to be spent on the properties that are in the TIF legislation. If it's not in the TIF legislation, the TIF funds cannot be spent on that property. It also can be used for public infrastructure, for new housing that will generate increment that is also on some of our vacant lots. This will help us create whole block outcomes. And we've identified some key areas that are kind of ready to be moving in that direction. So the area, part of the Park Heights area on the 17 acres, the second phase of home ownership that NHP and Henson Development is doing, that we have captured there because that increment and supporting that project with the infrastructure on the vacant lots supports the vacant properties that actually face those vacant lots now. So there's some key components there. Also, very minimally on infrastructure, because this is a question that has come up, minimally, because infrastructure, if it's not directly tied to the housing unit, right? So the infrastructure for the multifamily creates a tax benefit, but a sidewalk of ADA compliant street corner necessarily isn't going to create increment, but we could potentially use it in key strategic spaces if we needed to do that and we knew that there would be increment there. Next slide. So how are they made available? DHCD would administer the funds as we do now with our developer incentive programs. We have applications, we process those. Like I mentioned, it's accessible to anybody. And then the final grant amount is determined. We've used 50,000 as the average, but we know that it could be 20,000, 30, or 30,000 depending upon market conditions. It could be more depending upon affordability, because if we want to strategically not only close the appraisal gap, but also drive affordability, then it would be a higher grant into the project for construction than not. And, we want to make sure, like we said, that we are maximizing participation across the board from those that would normally not participate. Next slide. So in terms of kind of initial bond financing, we've looked at the initial vacant kind of rehabilitations, those that we've looked at that have already been funded in some ways by either the private market, DHCD, or by the state. The initial rehabilitations, like I mentioned, provide that tax increment to secure the bonds that would be issued. The initial phase through phase 2 provides the tax increment revenues to secure the bonds in the next phase and so on. So the bond issuance then supports increment that then supports the next phase. Next. So this goes over kind of also how this is leveraging some of the other additional investment here. This is utilizing a model off of a purchase price of around $231,000, showing that for that structure, or if it's an infill on a vacant lot, we typically are in kind of a total cost in of $276,000. So there we have an appraisal gap on one of those two. If it's the infill construction, appraisal gap potentially the $44,000. Rehabilitation in this scenario might have an appraisal gap of $16,000. And then it kind of shows in terms of the dollars of the private investment for the $1 of public investment. For the infill, it's $5.18, and then for the rehabilitation of the vacant structure, $13.83. So we know, just also based off of what we've seen now in terms of the current market and how properties are coming online. And what we're seeing is that this is definitely a way to leverage the private investment that is already happening in Baltimore. I want to be very clear that we know that private investment is happening in Baltimore across our city. In partnership with us. Are they necessarily purchasing properties directly from DHCD? No, some of them are purchasing properties on the private market. They're doing some things sometimes without subsidy. The key thing here is that this subsidy and closing that appraisal gap also helps us get a home ownership outcome. So I just want to also kind of remind people of that. Next slide. This will talk about the district itself. So it is data-driven. I think we've come before you before as an agency. I think you all know that we take data extremely seriously at DHCD. So the team has done a fantastic job of kind of drilling in and looking at where are our high vacancy areas, how are we going to achieve the whole block outcomes, how are we leveraging additional investment, where do we know from our neighborhood plans and our community plans where we have market-specific outcomes, and then it goes down even further in terms of was the parcel or the property city-owned already? Is it in our acquisition pipeline? Is it in REM tax lien foreclosed eligible? Is there already an identified development partner? Does it have a vacant building notice on the property? So we kind of looked at all of those different components and data points as well to then come up and create the citywide TIF district. So on the next slide, you'll see that the district itself is made up of 7,925 properties. Of those properties, we looked at a couple of different components. So it was the ones that also had the 2023 increment, the 2024 increment, which are the first two lines. So that is just shy of 2,000 properties. Then we also looked at the number of properties that we have currently in the city that have open permits, that are actively working on renovating their properties. And that also is just shy of 2,000 properties. So we know that they will be getting their use and occupancy permit, and they will be coming online and creating additional increment for us as well. So then we get to the other piece of the pie. So there's about 3,991 parcels that actually will benefit from the dollars from the TIF. So if you think about the like 4,000 properties that I just talked about, those are generating increment to be able to support the first tranche and to be able to ensure that we have the debt service coverage needed on the TIF. And then the properties that are the 3,991 that are in REM eligible properties, that are in our acquisition pipelines, that are other acquisitions on those blocks, some of our vacant lots, et cetera. Those are the properties that will actually receive that kind of average of $50,000 per property, anywhere average of 50, could be less, could be more, to help with that redevelopment and construction of the property. Next slide. So now we just get in terms of some of the updates on what we've done on community engagement. We've met with a number of the communities that we work in that have concentrations of properties and gone through the list, kind of looking at what is available. Not every property on some blocks is in the TIF because of just wanting to have some flexibility with affordability and creating some market rate opportunities as well as affordable opportunities. And so that was some of the conversations that occurred with the different community groups as well. And then in terms of where we are now, next steps, we are here before you all today, which is an exciting thing. We started this out by actually presenting to the Board of Finance in July, and we had the City Council introduction on September 30th, and we are here in front of you today. One of the things that we are hoping to do, having this move through City Council and so forth, we are ready to go. We have a lot of properties in the pipeline. The City of Baltimore has waited way too long to have an innovative financing structure like this come to play to support these neighborhoods. We have the state funding that we are actively partnering with the state on deploying. We we know kind of the plans already for this fiscal year, what those properties are, where the state money is going into for acquisition, some of our stabilization work, which also ties into these properties. So once we get through city council and can get that approval, we would actually be looking to go to back to the finance department, back to the Board of Finance for approval on the first tranche of bonds pretty quickly. We're hoping in like the first quarter of next calendar year. And then those funds would be available for projects. I also want to just make a statement about the funds being available for projects. I mentioned it. DHCD administers the program in terms of the application for persons to access the funds, reviewing what the scope of work is for the property. So we execute the agreement for them to get the funds. We would review but the funds, the TIF funds themselves, don't sit in a DHCD account. They actually sit in a separate account within Treasury. So we actually don't have access to the account. We don't pay out of it. It's not an account that we have anything tied to. So what happens is, and this is how it is actually for any TIF that we're involved in at DHCD, invoice comes in, says this is what it is. Our team checks that invoice. Are these approved expenses that are under the TIF? For this, it would be, does that invoice cover lumber, drywall, tile, all of the construction materials, roofing, doors, windows, et cetera. If it, covered flowers for the front yard, like landscaping, no, not. But it's the hard construction costs. So we look at it, it covers what it said it was gonna cover. We then send it to our partners at MuniCap. They review that for a second time to make sure that what we reviewed was correct. And then that gets sent to Janelle Rogers and her team in the Treasury Department, and they're the ones that actually process the payment and take care of it because they manage the actual account itself and the funds. So I just wanted to bring that to light too, that this isn't something that has to be budgeted into DHCD's budget, and also just for kind of checks and balances, how that works. It's a little edification moment for those. That's it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kennedy. Any questions from the commission? We'll start with you, Councilman Costello.
I'm going to, if I can defer to the end of the list.
Sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Julian.
Yes. I know TIF is so big, I'm trying to narrow it down into one. So for me, I'm thinking about, we've had some examples in Baltimore where the assessments at the end are unable to or struggling to pay back the debt. And so let's say in the worst case scenario, what happens here if that is if in this, because it's structured to be all across Baltimore and not in a specific location? What happens then?
I'm gonna start the answer to that question, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Director Moxon from the Finance Department to pick that up. So one of the things on this that I want to be specific on that's a little bit different than some of the other TIFs that are out there is that we know where we are with the assessed values on each of these individual properties now because it's an individual row home. So a lot of these properties are currently assessed at $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. We know that because we see it happen every day, every year when we go to settlement and that property is then, goes to that reassessment after it sells, that assessment immediately jumps up. We see a minimum probably in the $125,000, $150,000, $250,000 range, depending upon the price of the property. So we're fairly confident that we will see the increment on this given the fact that we have historic data geared specific to the renovation of vacant properties in these neighborhoods, right? This isn't just looking at, we're picking a renovation of a property in Canton. We are looking at the fact that in these neighborhoods, I'm going to use Upton as an example, in the 800 block of Harlem and Evanston, those properties were originally, we're looking at same thing, 20, 30, 40,000 assessed value, 38 vacant properties. They have been selling 250, 275, 310, 320. I think we got up to 325, Councilman, 320. So we know that the increment will be there based on those historic components. I'll turn it over to Mr. Director Moxon now just to provide what would happen if our historic analysis is off.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Michael Moxton, Director of the Department of Finance. Legally, the risk is on the people who purchase the bonds. The city would not have a legal requirement to repay the bonds. Knowing that, we nevertheless think there's actually going to be a very robust market for these bonds because when a house gets built, historically, it generates taxes. That is what we've experienced for years, really for decades. And the incremental tax revenue that we're starting from those properties that were brought on in 2023 and 2024, those are taxes that we are receiving right now. So while there are some apocalyptic scenarios where everybody just moves out of these houses, that's just not been the history, and that's why we think that there's a strong market for these bonds. The other thing I'll say is that the iterative approach with releasing the tranches basically lets us learn from each tranche as we design the next tranche. So if we see some amount of underperformance in a tranche, those realities will be baked into the next tranche. The next tranche will only be as big as what is supported by the incremental revenue from the previous tranches.
Thank you very much.
I think he's going to call Director Moxon.
So I expressed a litany of concerns during our 1.5-hour briefing that I had about 2 months ago. Can you repeat that statement again, that the city is not obligated to repay the bondholders?
Yeah, absolutely. The city is not legally required to repay TIF bondholders. That is a risk that TIF bondholders take on when they purchase a TIF bond.
I don't.
The city can choose to back it, which is something that we could do if we were having trouble selling these bonds.
If I were a prospective bondholder and I just heard that statement, that would absolutely solidify my position that I would never purchase these bonds. In a million years, I wouldn't touch these bonds with a 15-foot stick, based on that statement, Director.
I will just respond to that our partners in MuniCap have sold bonds like this in this and other cities for a long time. The reason bondholders are willing to take the risk is because there is already revenue backing these bonds. There's already increment that is there from 2023 and 2024, and the scenario of that increment going away is so unlikely that it justifies the yield on the bond.
But what makes this, well, first it was said that no one else has done anything like this. So these are a different class, well, not a different class. This is a different animal of bond that we are discussing.
Well, to be clear, what's innovative here is that it's not an area inside of a circle on a map. That it is
non-contiguous.
It's non-contiguous.
That's fair.
TIFs have a long history all around the country.
Sure. I struggle with this entire concept. This is merely a very small piece, specifically approximately 5% of a very grandiose plan of $3 billion, of which the city is making an assumption that the state is going to fund approximately 80% of that entire $3 billion. And notwithstanding what we're talking about with propping up the IDA related to this. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is the general fund of the city of Baltimore that is the backstop for ensuring that these bonds are paid.
The larger plan that will ultimately eliminate rehab every vacant building in the city of Baltimore. That is what kind of requires things that we have already and some things that we don't. We do have in law that state funding that guarantees at least $750 million over 15 years, as well as other sources of funding like the Baltimore Regional Neighborhood Initiative. And with that,
hold on, you referenced the $750 million from the governor's recent announcement?
I am, but
that's not, hold on, that's not targeted toward Baltimore City. That is specifically for the purposes of the successor program to Project Core, correct?
That's correct.
So that is not $750 million in its entirety that is targeted to Baltimore City.
Actually, it is the Project Core legislation that we got last spring. The authorization was for $60 million statewide per year, of which $50 million per year is targeted to Baltimore City. So it really is $50 million per year to Baltimore City. Secretary Day has also made statements that between Project Core and Bernie, it is also his understanding and his vision that the state is committing over $1 billion over this 15-year period. But the point I wanted to lead up to is that unlike a large building that, let's just say, cost $3 billion, and you need to put together $3 billion to build it, this is thousands of small projects. And the TIF can stand on its own. The several thousand that we're doing just with the TIF alone works by itself and is worth doing by itself, even if there was no other funding coming into this. We will keep working to eliminate all 13,000 vacants, and we will work on future revenue streams to do that. But the TIF is something that we can do right now.
Right. And I'm getting ready to close out here, Mr. Chair. Thank you for humoring me. Look, the aggregate sum of the amount of money, whether we're going to one specific scope of infrastructure as part of a TIF versus going to thousands, as you've said, of smaller projects doesn't necessarily change the point that I am trying to make. And what does in fact make this TIF proposal unique from other TIF proposals is that in other TIF proposals, there's a special tax on the property owners that ensures repayment of the bonds, correct?
Not always. There can be, but there isn't always one.
Have we done a TIF in the city of Baltimore, the previous 14 TIFs, that have excluded a special tax?
Actually, can I?
Well, thinking out loud, the Frankfurt Estates TIF, I was thinking of, I don't know if that has what, I don't know the way.
Northeast.
Actually, can I call up a representative from our partners?
I defer to my chairman, but I don't see any reason why not.
If it's important to making your point, I'd like to not belabor this.
Yeah, look.
I'm trying to answer your question. I think there's other folks in the room that have much more historical knowledge. Certainly across the country, it can be done both ways. It does not always involve a special tax. Just my own historical knowledge in the city doesn't go back far enough to.
That's fair. I'm not going to belabor this. What I will say, generally speaking, is I have significant concerns about the viability of using this specific financing mechanism in this instance. And I do believe that it incurs risk on the city, specifically on the general fund. And I do believe that it could potentially have a negative impact on the city's bond rating. And were there to be a negative impact on the city's bond rating to be realized, that would cost, and while you and I may disagree on this figure, at a bare minimum of well over 7 figures, I believe that figure could be closer to 8 figures in terms of the debt service that the city is required to appropriate each year to ensure that we have that bond rating. And the final analogy that I'll leave for my colleagues here is that if you have good credit, you are afforded the opportunity to have credit at a lower cost than someone who has bad credit. So Commissioner McCoach, if you have an 840 credit rating, you are given an opportunity by creditors, whether it's Visa or Chase or Citi or whomever, to borrow money at a cheaper cost than me. Let's say I have a 500 credit rating, which would not be good. I have significant concern about when we think about that and we think about what the impact to the city and its general fund is potentially, because we pay out well in excess of $10 million a year, or 8 figures, in debt service every year to make sure that we honor our commitments. And honoring our commitments is what enables us to borrow money so cheaply. So that's the analogy that everyone in this room experiences on a daily basis. So I appreciate the latitude there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Of course, Councilman.
May I address the chairman's concern, or sorry, the council member's concerns? Thank you.
Save your energy, because there's more coming.
No worries, no worries. We will be providing an updated debt study for the council hearings on this TIF that reflects the impact. I deeply share your concern, interest, and emphasis on our credit rating. We are moving forward with this precisely because we believe that this will not negatively impact our credit rating. The reason we believe that is because this is a revenue bond that shields the general fund through its legal construct. The risk here is that we aren't able to sell these bonds. We believe we'll be able to, but if we aren't able to sell these bonds, we have not put the city in any financial risk.
I understand, and Mr. Chairman, final thought in response to that. I believe that the greater risk is twofold. One, it is that bondholders may not be able to be repaid, and that the general fund would potentially be on the hook. And that's the first shared concern. And the second concern is in terms of financial reputation to the city and that impact on future borrowing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And just very quickly.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm going to intervene. We have to move on. I'm sure you'll get another opportunity to take this one to the mat. Commissioner McCoach? No questions. Deputy Mayor?
No questions.
I have just a couple. I'm not a finance guy, so my questions are a little bit different, but maybe not that different. How would this be affected by a future reduction in the overall tax rate?
Oh, that's a very good question, and we've actually calculated in components to that. So I'll turn that over to either Keenan or, no, actually, I'll turn it over to Michael.
And without, as whoever is coming up, without getting into dollars and cents, my concern is there's lots of debate around the tax rate. Many folks feel that it should be lowered, although we obviously understand the revenue is needed. So, I personally foresee a future where as property values come up, we are able to lower the tax rate, but would that affect our ability to repay these bonds? Yeah. And then additionally, because there's some folks that disagree with that position, and so if we don't lower the tax rate and this plan is successful, property values are going to increase like this depends on, which would then have, damaging repercussions in our legacy neighborhoods where folks wouldn't be able to pay their taxes. So I'm curious how you guys considered that both ways.
So there's a couple things on that. One, I'll say that overall, a key piece of the efforts that we're doing as it relates to investing in our disinvested neighborhoods and taking care of our legacy residents is to also ensure that there are guardrails in place for displacement and limiting eliminating displacement, limiting gentrification. So that includes ensuring that we have everybody that is a legacy resident, making sure that they have their homestead tax credit application in, that they're applying for the homeowner's tax credit, that we look at, this has come up in the mayor's kind of tax credit working group as well. Is there something else to help protect those residents in place? So I think that property values are going up, and if we want to see blight be eliminated with the renovation of properties, which is what the communities are telling us that they want, then we need to look at how best to prevent and be able to protect and support our residents that live there now and make sure that as those property values go up and properties are reassessed, that they're protected. So I think that that's kind of like, there are other mechanisms in play to help put those guardrails in place that we are thinking about, actively deploying resources on, and working to make happen. Overall, what's estimated kind of on the tranches of bonds here too, in terms of debt service repayment, it is around 1.8 million a year of debt service related to the way that they've looked at the different tranches. And overall, even because of the fact that the assessed values are so low at this time, even with a potential reduction in property tax, the increment would still be there to support the repayment of the bonds.
Okay, thank you.
I ask
I gotta come, sorry, Councilman, maybe at the end.
Just, it's laser quick at the end.
So I may have learned something in your presentation. I'm going to ask you to confirm what I heard. So I was going to ask about the assessment cycle because properties are typically assessed every 3 years, but are you saying that properties automatically get reassessed upon closing?
Yeah, and we actually have already started the outreach. This is something that happens as part of any TIF process when things are in the works and ready to go. But we have also already started to reach out and have the conversations with SDAT, because SDAT actually provides an assessment, basically like an assessment role for all the properties. And we started to have that outreach. So it will start to capture the ones that have actually already started to come on and where that reassessment lays. So the key pieces from SDOT is that they give us the base assessment, and that's kind of certifying what the base assessment is. That's what SDOT provides. One reason we've started outreach so early is because it's a significant number of properties, and then they would provide that other additional information.
There's certain triggers, like a rezoning and building permit issued for a certain amount of value, that triggers a reassessment during the 3-year cycle.
Okay, great, good to know, thank you. So I have questions about the property list, and you spoke to them to an extent. I just want to clarify my understanding. So just sort of broadly, what do the properties on this list have in common? Are these all vacant properties, all city-owned vacant properties, or how is that?
The largest bulk number of properties is that they are vacant properties. So that is the
Vacant properties, public or private, just
the
vacant.
bulk of the properties on the list that will be receiving the funds. Actually, the majority of properties, by like 100 in some properties, maybe about 10. The majority of the properties are properties that just received a use and occupancy permit. So they do not have a vacant building notice. They just received a use and occupancy permit in 2023 or 2024. And then there's just under 2,000 properties that have a VBN and have open permits. So even if you take that and put that in outside of the top 2 lines on this chart, those are the only properties that have a use occupancy permit. Everything down to, except for the 949 vacant lots, everything that is the largest common denominator is that it is a vacant property. No one lives in it unless we have illegal occupants in the property, vacant property. And then 941 vacant lots.
Okay, understood. And so that's the half of the half of the list is recently vacant properties that are used to establish the initial increment. And then you've got the other 4,000 properties that you said will receive the funds. We mean potentially could receive, or eligible for
Eligible
the funds,
for
right?
the funds, yeah.
And then you made another comment that in some cases, not every property on a block was included to preserve like income diversity.
Mm-hmm.
Could you elaborate on why that would be necessary to do?
Communities.
I understand the interest in diversity, but I guess if an entire block of properties was included, only the properties that accepted money would be confined to the income limit. So couldn't the market sort of sort that out?
There are, and some of the properties also wouldn't have been included because they weren't in an active acquisition pipeline. So part of it too is that we have chosen properties as well that we know that we can help move and also ensure disposition and redevelopment of, because this also depends on those properties being redeveloped. So the key piece to this was the highest percentage of vacant properties on here are the ones that are currently in REM tax lien eligible. And that was a key focus. These are on the list.
What's that threshold?
The threshold for in REM is that the liens on the property is greater than the assessed value. And that allows us to do that process, which is the outside of donation and negotiated purchase. That's the fastest legal acquisition method that we have. And we're seeing in court averaging about 5 months. Once we get the court case filed, about 5 to 6 months, 6 months for purchase. So in making those decisions that it wasn't every property on the block, there are some that some properties are in a receivership pipeline already, and timing and other things didn't make sense. Communities wanted to have a variety of different affordability options. We knew which ones we were targeting that were in our acquisition pipeline that we could easily track, easily monitor, and easily also know that they would get out to be redeveloped. So it's a combination of things that led to not every property on a block.
So how do you know if your property is on that list? Is that list on your website, and were property owners notified, or?
They, and we have we have a full list that covers every single address that's listed on because the bill itself, that's the district bill, is just a list of 7,925 addresses, and that will also be on our website. It will also be searchable. I think we're also looking at once we get to that point, I believe that we've also discussed wanting to have this as an available layer on Code Map. So anybody could just go into Code Map and boom.
Please and thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, additional sort of line of questioning. You gave another great example about someone who say they own their grandparents' house and it's been sitting vacant, and this would be an opportunity for them. So for the way for them to find out about that opportunity would be to go on the website and look up the address. My question is, so that's a good example. How do we prevent, speculators and folks who have been delinquent property owners for a long time from benefiting from this program?
So I think the key piece here is that's why the acquisition piece is important to us, that the majority of these are ones that we're acquiring the pipeline, because when we go to sell the properties, there is an RFQ, like right now we have a developer registry RFQ on the street for Broadway East, East Baltimore Midway, Coldstream Homestead, Montebello, and Southwest Partnership. that's in partnership with our communities. They're actually having all small minority developers submit to the registry. They'll be there. These are community chosen in partnership with the city developers that are not what you would call bad actors. And that is outside of the persons that are just the homeowners and the regular people are also available. So that's one reason, is because when we go to sell the property, you have to meet certain thresholds. So when the city sells a property, if you are a property owner that has owned 10 vacant properties, and they've been sitting vacant for 20 years, we're not going to sell you another property. We actually go through and investigate to try to find also what other LLCs you own, what are the properties under LLC, et cetera. So we really don't want and have stepped up our compliance on ensuring that we're moving people to do their renovations and get their use occupancy permits and not just sitting on things.
All right, thank you.
Can I make-
Councilman, did you have something to add?
Actually, can I make one? Can I jump in and now make?
That body language wasn't correct.
I also just want to say that I had the wonderful pleasure over a year and a half ago now, when we were, or 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I forget, time flies when we're having fun at this hard work. I presented to the Society of Municipal Annualists. This is a wonderful group of people that are the analysts that review bond offerings. They are the ones that do the risk assessment for the people that will purchase the bonds. And they are very excited. They understand the program, they understand the number of properties, they understand the non-contiguous nature, they understand those pieces. And we have a number of persons in the world that are out there waiting to purchase these bonds. Just
Great.
thought I'd throw that out there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Is there anyone from the public who would like to talk about this longer? Genuinely, I mean, it's an important issue. If there's
I
any
do recognize
questions
the
or comments.
I recognize the imperative to move on. I know Keenan Rice is here from Unicap. I don't know if the commission's will is to talk about this further. If you're inclined, if you're not convinced, maybe he would add value to someone like, and I know what the councilman's opinion is, but if the rest of the commission is open or needs some comfort on the financial analysis he's undertaken, then he's here to provide that, and he could provide that. So that's, I guess, it's for my commissioners. And maybe you too.
I'll defer to my fellow commissioners. I trust that Councilman Costello and the Ways and Means Committee have the financial concerns, are addressing the financial concerns. Personally, my concern for this body in this room is, the planning implications and the strategy as it applies to our neighborhood plans and affecting vacant housing. But the points that Councilman raised are, important as well when we go to consider our capital budget and the other needs of the city. So it's all very important, but I think that we've covered it enough for today.
Okay, well, we can have deliberation then. Yeah. If no one else wants to talk, unless no one else wants to speak.
The floor is open. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Any additional deliberations?
Chatting on the piece, from the administration perspective too, the kind of the point that the commissioner made is that there's neighborhoods, unfortunately, that have basically no property value. We get no property tax revenue from for decades. And so we know if we improve them, people live in them, we'll get something more. And that's the basis of the broad pictures of this. The question, the councilman raised, if who would invest in these if there's no backstop at general fund. That's why the interest rates will change to adjust that for that. And that's why, in my mind, we're comfortable with sort of a first tranche test to see how it works. And if we're right, it'll take up, because we feel pretty confident, especially when we start issuing and paying out until the property's rehabbed. So the property's going to be rehabbed, and so you'll know you're going to get more tax revenue. So it's like the risk in my head is minimal that there won't be repayment, but if there isn't, I guess it will be looking at the contract language of the bond and say, is the general fund backstopping or not? The Ways and Means Committee will dig into that and feel comfortable or not about that part, but that's where kind of conceptually I am comfortable with this procedure. The other strategy would be, because given our capital budget, we could take all the capital budget, or 80 million a year, and put it all towards housing, but we have other needs. So that's like, where do we get new capital from? This is one strategy to get new capital.
I guess we don't project growth in tax revenue in our, like, we're not, our budget didn't assume, our general fund budget doesn't assume any increased tax revenue from these neighborhoods, which is an indictment in and of itself. 'Cause
Are you
it's-
saying specifically these neighborhoods or because the general fund does both project and realize an increase in the total amount of real property tax revenue collected each year? And that's mainly driven by assessments going up, not the rate changing.
But I think it's
mostly
a general
driven by
factor.
downtown.
And general factor, it's not like they're looking specifically at, hey, there's gonna be something happening over.
Downtown's actually down.
Commercially, but residential is picking up. But they're saying, but they don't look, I mean, maybe I don't think they do, I guess, but the open discussion's closed, but I think they just look at a factor. They don't look at, hey, down the pike, there's gonna be a new center at Hopkins campus and a new center at the EBDI campus that'll have catalytic effect. They kind of just have a general factor of, hey, 6% increase.
The downside here is that any growth that would have happened anyway.
Right, that's.
And a lot of this first tranche, progress is progress that predated this program, so it would have happened anyway. That relatively small amount of money would have gone to the general fund, is now gonna go to bond repayment. But the benefit is we get this influx of capital to accelerate those developments, which are gonna have, in the long run, a better impact on our tax bottom line, and in the short term, a huge impact in our communities, so.
That's where I've landed on this and thinking I've gotta start somewhere, and this is like the first investment for that.
With that, do we have any other deliberation or a motion?
Actually, was there a staff recommendation on it? Was there a staff report and recommendation?
Approval for both, and the commission can vote on them together separately, however you please.
I don't know if other commissioners have discussion. I guess I'd move to adopt the staff report recommending approval for both council bills.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Commissioner Allen, Mr. Secretary.
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Eric Costello.
Mr. Chair, I maintain a deep level of respect for my colleagues and friends from the executive branch, but I'm a no on this.
Claudia Jolin,
Disapprove.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Approve.
and Eric Stevenson.
Approve. Thank you both very much, Commissioner.
Okay. Lost my place here.
We've got
Yeah.
number 12.
Yep. Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill number 23-03600, zoning conditional use conversion of a single-family dwelling unit to 2 dwelling units in the R7 zoning district with variances at 2206 West Saratoga Street, the 9th Councilmanic District. Austin Davis will present.
Hi, everyone. It's my first time, so go easy on me. Alrighty, so this is a pretty straightforward request. This is a single house that's being converted from a single family to 2 dwellings. It is located in the southwest in Kyle Leggs's district, and I'm going to show you the site right here. It's the 4th house in, and here's the aerial views from the west. Views from the east. The house is really close to an elementary middle school. It's right at the end of the block, and the MARC station is a short walk up the road. The neighborhood is primarily single and multifamily housing units, so this would be in line with the neighborhood. Additionally, historically, going back, this house was originally a two-unit dwelling. So this would actually be kind of taking it back to how it was originally built and zoned. Additionally, there are no current plans or anything for this, for this neighborhood or for this part of the city that would prevent this conversion. All the conversion standards that go in this would mean that there is a variance needed, as the lot is 2,200 square feet and this is only 1,100 square feet. So we're looking at a 35.6% variance for the required lot area. And additionally, per the zoning code, the existing structure must be around 1,500 square feet, whereas this one is only 1,193 square feet. So it would also require a 20.5% variance to meet this requirement. Finally, because there is a one-bedroom, mandate within the zoning code that we require at least 750 square feet of gross floor area. This proposal is only looks like 596 square feet, so this would also require a 20% variance. Our recommendation is to approve.
Well, if we vote quickly. Thank you, Austin. Any questions from the commission? No. Anyone who'd like to testify on this matter?
We got one.
So, isn't this a rezoning? Don't we need him? Or do we not have enough?
My name is Annie Stanley,
Hello, Ms.
and I
Stanley.
live next door to this property. I live at 2208 West Saratoga Street. And there have been many issues with the tenants that the owner has rented to, as far as dumping things in the backyard. I have pictures of how much trash and that has caused rats and mice to be in the backyard, and trash on the porch. So I really do, I'm disappointed in approving this home to be converted to a 2-unit home based on the way it has been treated with a 1-unit home. There have been up to like 6 to 7 people living in the house. And I'm afraid that if it is approved to be a 2-unit property, there will be more people living in there as it has been in the past. So I don't like this at all.
I understand. Thank you for sharing that with us. Hang on just for a minute.
I'm sorry. And I also have pictures of the trash in the yard. I have pictures of barrels in the yard where there was a person who lived there previously who was fixing cars. So we don't know what's in those barrels. So I'm very concerned because this unit has been used as a boarding house for about 4 or 5 years without approval.
Again, thank you for sharing that. I understand your concerns. I know your block, actually. I used to, young man lives across the street from you, used to work for me. Beautiful block.
Yes, it
And I'm
is.
glad that the school is finally done. Do you know the owner of the property? Have you engaged with them at all?
I can never find owner.
And would I be correct to assume that the trash and things like that, you've reported to 311 in the
Oh,
past?
absolutely, every time. But my concern is the judgment, you're not checking on the property when the people, are living there. Overgrown grass, weeds, the upkeep of the property. And that's a very nice block, and we keep up our property. So that's my concern, is you haven't kept the property up prior to this. Now you want to turn it into a 2-unit.
Sure, absolutely.
That's my issue.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Davis, do you know if the applicant is present?
Yep, right there.
Good afternoon. I'm Jesse. I'm one of the owners. My father's over there. It's a family, just a small family company.
Sure.
Should I first address the Mrs. questions or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, first of all, I'm terribly sorry about that, and we totally understand how she feels about how the house has been upkept. So there was a different owner before us, before 2022, and that owner that's when we purchased the property, and it was already built as 2 units, and we had no idea that it wasn't supposed to be that way. At no point did we ever have 2 tenants in there. There was indeed a tenant in there before we owned the property that was working on cars and things like that, and they did leave barrels. And there are still barrels there because we tried for months trying to get rid of them, but no one would take them since we don't know what's in them. We have made an effort to clean up the property more. We did lease the house to a tenant that leased the entire house. I'm not sure about 6 or 7 people, but there were 2. It was supposed to be the tenant, her boyfriend, and her 2 children that were there. So we weren't aware that there were more than that, but that tenant is no longer there. She was struggling, and it was difficult for us to make a moral decision because we're family landlords. It's a little bit tough for us to kick people out. But we did eventually have her leave. We cleaned up the property. We have, by leasing it to 2 tenants, the idea is that we're handling the landscaping, everything now. Whereas for the single family home, it was the tenant's responsibility. We were new to Baltimore, and we didn't realize that might not have been such a good idea at the beginning. But now we have one of the neighbors on the block. I can't remember his name at the moment, but we pay him every other week to cut the grass. We're responsible for the lawn. We did get a complaint and a fine for the trash that was left by the previous tenant, and we did clean that up as soon as we got word of that issue. Now, to address the neighbors' concerns, we would be happy to leave our phone number somewhere accessible so that if there's any issues that come up, they can go take a picture of that phone number and let us know.
Thank you very much. Would you, regardless of what we decide here today, would you please make sure that the young lady there leaves with your phone number?
100%. 100%.
Thank you very much, sir. Does the commission have any other questions for the speaker? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to speak on this matter? All right. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Any comments or deliberation? Well, just candidly and transparently, in my mind, 2-unit conversion on this block, not a problem. A property that is non-compliant and creating nuisance issues for the neighbor, absolutely a problem. I'm compelled by the owner's, testimony that there has been a recent change in ownership and that they are going to manage the property differently going forward. Of course, we know there are no guarantees in life. Are any other thoughts or considerations?
Agree with your analysis.
What recourse does the neighbor have?
Well, I was also encouraged to hear that the property owner did receive a fine and I'm sorry that it wasn't, your doing, but that is the system working, because too often residents, myself included, report nuisance issues and nothing's done about it. There's no fine or follow-up. So it does seem like that happened as it was supposed to in terms of recourse.
Environmental.
Yes, and those fines are hefty.
I'm actually working on making the Environmental Control Board more transparent to make it easier to follow up. So.
Great.
And Justin, good job.
Do we have a motion? I'll just add, and ma'am, I want you to know I take your concerns extremely seriously. I was also compelled by the owner's comment about property maintenance and the difference between having it be the landlord's responsibility or the tenant's responsibility. And so I'm optimistic that you will see an improvement there. And don't be surprised if I come by myself to chat.
It's a very nice block.
All right, guys, motion. I know it's getting late, but we got.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoach.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Jolin. Mr. Secretary.
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis. The next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 24-0591, rezoning for 121 Riverside Road in the 10th Councilmatic District. And it will also be Brandon Canoy's first presentation.
Good to see everyone. Hope your legs aren't too sore from sitting down this long. Glad to stretch mine now. My name is Brandon Canoy. I'm one of the new city planners here, and like the director said, I'll be presenting on 121 Riverside Road. So this request is from the property owner / developer of the lot. They are looking to sell the property and are running into some issues given that the current property is developed as an industrial building and was utilized as such until roughly 2020. It was rezoned to R-6 in the 2017 zoning code update. They are requesting a zoning district of industrial mixed use -1, which does allow for some commercial operations and a substantial amount of residential operation on the site. If approved, some of the approved uses would be up to 43 residential units on the site. It's about 13,000 square feet, and it's required that they have about 300 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit. There's no proposal to develop the site at any, right now, they're just looking to sell it, and given that they're running into issues with the current residential zoning, they're looking to get a more flexible zoning district. A urban renewal plan was approved for this district within the last 2 years, and that does have some aesthetic controls, and the land use plan within that urban renewal plan does recommend or does outline the area as a potential industrial use. It's down here right on the very southern border of the city next to the Patapsco River, and given its proximity to the river, it is within the 100-year flood zone, so there are going to be some special design considerations that they're going to have to meet for any future development on the site. That's the aerial view. And then looking north and looking south. And like I said before, this would allow them a little more flexibility. And the district they're requesting is designed as a transitional district, essentially. And the property directly to the north of them, across the street, is envisioned to be a similar mixed-use sort of area that's in a SNAP plan, the Strategic Neighborhood Action Plan for Brooklyn and Curtis Bay, and that was adopted in the last decade or so. And we are recommending approval of this zoning district change. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner McCoach?
A few, but I'll try and make it brief. So currently, did I understand from the applicant that it's used as a church? Or the adjacent properties used as a church?
The adjacent property is somewhat in limbo. Street view shows that it's something more akin to a commercial parking area for large vehicles. That's a use that began before the zoning code change, so it's essentially grandfathered in.
So those large vehicles that we see in the aerial photograph, they're still there, and it still has a character of an industrial.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. That was really what I was trying to understand. Do you think that it is odd that our plans would suggest that this deep corner of an otherwise residential area would become industrial?
So you could argue for a larger planning study for this area, not just because of the adjacent commercial uses or industrial uses, whatever you want to call them, but because of this very large half city, half state-owned site to the north. The wooded site is about 19 acres of former landfill that's now completely wooded over. And both the city and the state have tried to sell it for years. So I could certainly see a future planning study here. This is sort of managing an immediate issue, I think, appropriately, and possibly be a model for the rest of the area. But yeah, we don't have the bandwidth to finish that kind of a study at this time, and I'm not sure it wouldn't be premature to look at because of the nature of the other sites.
I was just, there were very interesting information submitted in this packet, including letters promoting different futures for the site. And I found myself going, well, how does a truck access this without it being incredibly disruptive? And then I thought, well, clearly they've been doing it for years. But I think that it seems like if I'm going to have industrial areas, this doesn't seem quite like where I would think they would fit. So it's my observation more than anything.
And the IMU zoning also does not mandate industrial uses. You can have any number of much lower impact residential or commercial operations there. It just provides you more flexibility.
Sure. And if it was a commercial use, certainly it would benefit from easier access.
Potentially.
Yeah. Thank you, Doug.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen?
No questions. This is a good job for your first presentation.
Thank you much.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. Like, did you specify the basis of the rezoning being a mistake or a change?
Oh, yes, it is. So the property was developed in the early to mid 1900s as a local wire company, and that was sold off during 2020, I believe, based on the information given from the applicant. And the new owner closed it down and consolidated operations somewhere else. So it was fully developed for manufacturing, used for manufacturing, and only within the last 5 years has that use ceased. As a mistake, yes.
Anything else, Deputy Mayor?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Jolin?
No questions, thank you.
I don't know if these amount to questions. You said that the urban renewal plan calls for industrial, and there was also reference to the more recent master plan. And so I was really curious, do we have those to look at? Because that's one of the biggest sort of indications of, there's these legacy buildings that were once upon a time used for these commercial uses, maybe still are, but as Commissioner McCoach said, they're completely surrounded by this light residential use. 2017, we made a decision to change that to be all residential, so it was consistent. And the argument in front of us seems to be that that was a mistake. But to me, it seems to have made a lot of sense, and the community is stating that it was in fact intentional. So I think that master plan would be really indicative of what was sort of envisioned.
Yeah, I do have the urban rural plan pulled up, at least on my laptop. If any of the commissioners would like to see it, I'd be happy to bring my laptop around.
And describe it to me. No, I mean, what is it? Is it specific to that site, or is it just sort of general mix of uses, or?
So the urban rural plan, the way the map is drawn is it's a long band across Brooklyn and Curtis Bay, and it basically follows what's Riverside Road there and goes east to west. It's very narrow, but it does call out the area directly to the north. And this little corner piece is very specifically included in that area.
And how old is that plan, the urban renewal?
Within the last 2 years.
The urban renewal plan?
Yes, sir.
It may have been amended in the last 2 years, but it almost definitely is like 50 years old.
It was amended in the last 2 years, so it is an older.
Sure, well, I mean, but we've been amending these things and extending them, but, basically.
Page 25.
What?
Was that just for acquisition or was it material?
No.
I don't know if there was one.
Yeah.
I would have been here, that was like 6 months ago.
Jasmine, what's going on here? When could you?
And while we're waiting for Jasmine, I just want to let you know that we have Janie Evelyn, you have letters from her on behalf of Action Baybrook in your file. She's interested in testifying online when we get to that part.
Yeah, so.
Miss Eveland, I read your letter a couple of times.
So before I came on, the plan was expiring and Kyle was a part of the process to extend it. And so the old one got repealed and then this one got approved. So this one doesn't show the original dates because this is a repealed and new plan. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Huh?
What use district is it in?
For that specific property?
This property, that's a question I had.
Oh,
Do you have?
Since it's a new plan, it matters.
Land uses industrial.
No, because this one, it was still in residential.
If it was
Wait,
intentional, I
where's
mean,
It's right here. It's this little corner here, which you can't.
Yeah, it's like, that's why, because it's right outside. It's right, the property is like right outside the urban renewal plan boundary.
Because there's that little dog.
So that's the thing, it's not really inside the boundary. Yeah, it's not really inside the boundary.
This is industrial. Yeah, there's just industrial across the street.
Yeah, it's industrial across the street, but that's fine. Yeah, it's not in.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you for pulling this up. I'd love to know when that was originally drafted, but that does answer my question. Thank you very much.
You heard that it is not within the urban renewal plan. You heard that a moment ago.
No, I didn't hear that.
Could you please
Sorry, I was talking.
repeat that?
It's just yeah, it's right up. That's fine.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's below.
Oh, I made the same mistake. That's the similar looking triangle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a little dog leg right out there, and so
It's just south of the renewal plan on code map.
Okay.
Oh, it's not in the urban?
No.
Just on the border. Yep.
There.
Oh.
Right.
So that green area, the forested area is included, but not this.
That's right.
Never mind.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
I apologize for the confusion in that boundary.
That's a thank you for clarifying. Glad we brought it up.
Don't let it happen again.
Not acceptable next time.
Okay, any other questions for the staff? And next, I guess we can, I assume the applicant would like to speak?
I, Drew Tilden of Rosenberg Martin Greenberg, here on behalf of the applicant. I know that it's been a long day, so I'll try and be brief. But I just want to provide a little bit more background on this property. So it was purchased in 1964 by the applicant's father for use as a wire fabrication factory. It has operated consistently as such, a wire fabrication factory through 2020. At that point in 2021, the applicant sought to sell the property and learned that the property was downzoned. Now, this is improved by an industrial structure and it's also located in a floodplain. So the residential redevelopment of this property, especially under the R6 minimum lot area requirement, is completely economically infeasible. There is no evidence in the city council records anywhere that they were aware or considered the fact that this property is located in a floodplain. The IMU 1 designation, I will note, is designed for transitional areas. So this is directly adjacent to an industrial parcel, the unimproved city and state-owned land. And the other parcel right next door is still operating industrially. It was also downzoned per the request of the community in 2017. But what has happened is these properties, upon the extinguishing of the non-conforming use, have become essentially unmarketable. So my client, Mr. Jenkins, who operated a business in Baltimore City, employed Baltimore City residents from 1964 until 2020, has now been sitting on a property that he cannot sell as he's trying to retire and paying property taxes on this property that he cannot sell since 2020. And then on top of that, he began community outreach in 2021. There was a very small but loud group of individuals who are opposed to this. And he actually worked with the councilwoman to go door to door and collected over 100 resident petitions in support of this. And on top of that, I know, I'm sure that Ms. Evelyn is going to testify, but I'll note that several of those petitions were actually in the immediate area. So she mentions, sorry, just one moment. She specifically mentions the block of West Talbot Street. So there are 2 signatures from residents on West Talbot, 3 from residents on Bristol, and 2 from West Jeffrey. So there has been extensive community outreach, and at this point, residents just don't want to continue to see a vacant, unusable property that is in decline.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
The floodplain is an interesting factor. Do you happen to know if the houses across the street in the R6 district are also in the floodplain?
They're not. So the floodplain extends essentially just into the property and not beyond it.
It does hit those parks.
Yes, but not, yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission for Ms. Tilden?
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And we would appreciate the opportunity to respond to any other testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter?
One online.
Yes, of course.
All right, Jan, I'm going to press a button that'll give you the ability to unmute. You'll need to unmute yourself from your end.
It worked last time.
Change my settings.
All right, give us just a quick setting. We want to make sure that we're not setting a feedback loop here. Stand by.
Press try.
for a better. Several residents on West Talbot are opposing this change. Regarding the, just kind of preliminarily, regarding the residents of West Talbot, I would ask what street address, what numbers on West Talbot consented, because the residents on West Talbot, it's 23 to 56, are the residents who are directly affected by this. And what the residents told us is that the illegal business currently operated that y'all are referring to that looks kind of like a giant parking lot, actually that was after the urban renewal plan, and that is in violation of this zoning as well as 121 Riverside. And the other, I think it's 115 and 117, are all operated in violation of this zoning change because they were purchased after the zoning change. But the large trucks, and when I say large, I mean 18-wheeler size, that go up from the property immediately west of 121 Riverside, up West Talbot, tear the mirrors and bumpers off of the cars. And the residents said, "Oh, you can tell who has lived on this block of West Talbot very long because they fold their mirrors in so that the trucks don't take them off." So that particular block of West Talbot feels pretty strongly about this. Also, this urban renewal plan was vetted over a long period of time, and I'm surprised that Ms. Kimball might not have it fresh in her mind because it was such a big deal. And it was rewritten, and I believe came before this planning commission approximately 1 year ago. It came before the commission, and then we had to ensure that it got before the city council so that it was approved before the prior one expired. So the city council hearing on this particular urban renewal plan was in, I believe, December of 2023 when the urban renewal plan was renewed. And with all of these significant changes in it, and of course, this property is not in the urban renewal area. This industrial use, as you all pointed out, is absolutely inconsistent with all of the adjacent residential uses and with the ultimate planning for this. I don't see how this, all of a sudden, in 2017, residential was a great idea. Now, all of a sudden, here we are in 2024, and it's a bad idea because Mr. Jenkins needs the money. So this use is inconsistent with the neighboring use, and when I say that, I am also including the forest, we'll call it, next door to these properties. We are currently in communication with the state of Maryland, which owns half of this particular area, and with Baltimore City to get some uses here. We are applying for a grant, which is a planning grant for this area all around here, as well as the forested area for community. And so far, informally, the majority of the community members wish to see here, and this is also relevant to the comprehensive plan that you all will be looking at later today, is looking at a potential for a grocery store in our food desert, and in affordable apartment houses right here on this particular site. So not only would it be in the middle of a residential area now, 121 Riverside would be in the middle of a much larger residential area. And also, it's my understanding that there are plans to build senior citizen housing on this residential land immediately adjacent. On your
on the picture that I have up on my screen, it's the area with the green grass. And that's where they plan to build the senior citizen housing, it's my understanding. So this is very much a residential area. And those vehicles going any size truck. I mean, I presented, I think in my letter, a picture of the street and how narrow Talbot is right there. And as I mentioned, the residents already have problems with trucks tearing the mirrors off of their cars. So it's a very dangerous ingress and egress area. Also, although everyone is talking about IMU1 and how flexible it is, yes, it's flexible, all right, flexible enough to put a drug treatment center there. And a residential treatment center and a tattoo parlor and many other uses. I suppose it's a social club, it could be. Kind of like the motorcycle club we've all just become so familiar with. And buried back there in that little area, what a great place for a motorcycle club. Wouldn't you want to have one? And whoever Mr. Jenkins is planning on selling that business to right now could sell it to whoever they want. And that zoning would continue to govern that. As a matter of fact, we early on, and I assume I am the headstrong individual who's been opposing this. And I might add, they've been working on us being Brooklyn and residents, they've been working on us since at least February 2022 to try to get, us to agree to this. But all of those uses, especially back in that little corner, would be very detrimental to our community. And frankly, I think everybody made the right decision in 2017 to make it residential and keep it residential. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. I think that's about everything I have to say. I've kind of, put all of that in my letter as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, 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 thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? I don't think it's necessary. Yeah. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Deliberation amongst the commission.
I think as to the point about the uses, I would note, for better or for worse, drug treatment clinics are permitted in R6 also, and as are social clubs. So, I mean, I think, and I recognize the community's desire, and I remember the other testimony that Ms. Evelyn's had, and thinking the urban renewal plan is one place for protection, and then we do need as a city to have better thoughtful regulation and work on the negative impacts of drug treatment facilities, but here.
Any other thoughts?
Struggling on whether or not the zoning was a
With microphone.
Yeah, so I'm struggling with the idea of findings of fact. I'm just going to go back to appreciate everybody's testimony, but for us, the decision on making, the finding, was zoning a mistake? And so that's what I'm waffling between, and would love to have more thoughts between the commission on that.
I think, from my view, there was change made in 2017, and we've seen some cases where, parcels maybe unintentionally got where there wasn't granular thought into, wide changes. But in this case, we're hearing, very specifically from the community that there was intent behind that zoning change. So that, to me, undermines the mistake argument. I mean, there's a lot of other subjective things to consider, like the access, the transportation, but that's not really up to us.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I wanted to have the opportunity to. I'm so sorry. I understand if testimony is closed, but I.
You did cut her off.
Record that I had.
I will say deliberately creating non-conforming uses is not a best practice, at least at any scale.
I wouldn't call this at scale. And, there's plenty of liquor stores that have been, zoned out of compliance, and we don't come back and say, well, this should be a liquor store again because it used to be a liquor store.
On that one, we did research.
Yeah.
We had 10 years of research and study to demonstrate that it was something we wanted to.
Right, there are public
Down
health
zone.
reasons we documented.
Okay.
Well, I guess, assuming you were leaning towards the applicant, I guess I propose to let the applicant's attorney rebut. Unless you.
Okay, rebut what exactly?
Well, it sounds like, I had assumed, given that that it's not necessary, that you were gonna lean towards approving the applicant's position, but I guess if not, then maybe it's worth allowing her to respond.
Fine, I don't have any objection. I just don't see what there is to respond to.
Okay.
We've heard both sides of the story.
Okay.
There wasn't any new information. Right? Ms. Tilden, please, what would you like to add?
I very much, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond. Just a couple of things came up, and I also am hearing your questions. So first and foremost, I just want to emphasize that there were unsubstantiated claims of community opposition versus 100 actually signed letters and petitions of support. But I also am going to
We don't have that in our record, do we?
Yes. We included a list of names and petitions for support, and we also provided scanned copies of those signed petitions of support in advance of the hearing.
They're in the findings of fact.
Okay.
Making sure I did not fail.
Perfect. No, so those names and addresses are in the findings of fact. But I also just want to go back to the issue of mistake. So mistake is not merely that the city council meant to do something. We don't just have to say, oh, they mistakenly changed this. The standard for mistake, sorry, just one moment. So I pull it from my memo here. So just FYI, Maryland courts have said to demonstrate mistake meriting a rezoning, there must be a showing that the underlying assumptions or premises relied upon by the legislative body during the immediately preceding original or comprehensive rezoning were incorrect. And so the point is not that, again, they mistakenly rezoned it. They intended to rezone it to R6, but what they missed in their mistake, the premise that was incorrect, is that they didn't recognize that the property is located in a floodplain. And so that is, I think, really a crucial concept in looking at how this property can be redeveloped, especially in the R6 district, which with such low density that knocking down that building and then redeveloping it to meet the floodplain standards and also provide sufficient off-street parking, which needs to be in the floodplain, elevated a certain point above ground level, is financially completely unreasonable and cannot move forward. And then on top of that, if you think about it, IMU 1 actually permits multifamily dwellings by right and at a higher density. So in the event somewhere down the line, a residential developer wants to come and redevelop this property, it would make it more financially feasible to put a multifamily dwelling on this property. And then just one last thing, I apologize, and I know that the commission has been here for a long time, but I wanted to provide additional insight on the IMU 1 district, as the uses that were outlined are actually, first of all, not truck-oriented, the ones that are permitted by right on the property, and second of all, just to briefly quote from the code, The IMU1 district is designed to encourage the reuse of older industrial buildings for light industrial use, as well as a variety of non-industrial uses. The permitted uses in the district are specifically intended to be compatible with adjacent residential buildings. So this is a perfect example of what the IMU1 district is designed for, industrial mixed use. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Otherwise, let's vote.
Need a motion to vote.
Commissioner Allen, how does your heart move you?
I thought it was one way until I heard. So I do appreciate you coming back. Thank you.
No.
I thought it was one way until I heard you, so I appreciate you coming back because it didn't help, but it helped. Put me in a quandary. So to answer your question, not waste any more time, I am inclined to vote under time pressure in approval of.
Not under pressure. We have all night. We're looking for a motion.
I'm a caregiver, so I don't have all night, I'm sorry. But I'm inclined to vote in favor of the staff's recommendation.
Is that a motion?
No, it is not. I'm open to my colleagues, my fellow commissioners' offers of motion.
Motion to adopt findings and approve.
Which findings?
Staff's findings.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Robin Allen,
Approve.
Claudia Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams,
Abstain.
and Eric Stevenson.
Oppose? What's that mean?
That means 3 in favor. Yeah.
It was,
And
we had
Two opposed.
3,
still
1, and
go
1,
to
so
the
it
city
passes.
council.
Okay.
Council will make a decision.
Congratulations.
Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 24-0592, a zoning conditional use for a parking lot at 301 East Lombard Street, also known as 300 East Pratt Street in the 11th Councilmatic District. Eric Tiso will present.
As I get my.
Should we walk downstairs to the parking lot to hear this one?
If you want, and I'll take the opportunity to let Ivor in the back know that the light's on this microphone, so we'll need to swap this one out. I'll be real fast with this. There's a parcel. It's not very far from here. It's been a parking lot since 1992. It was approved with a 2-year date on it. It was reapproved in 1994 with 3 additional years. That expired in 1997. It was reapproved with 3 additional years. Yep, Old News American site. That's it. Yep. And then after that, 3 years expired, another 13 years went by. And then someone, there's a history, found out, oops, it ran out of land use. So it came in, I staffed it at that time, and the councilman of the district at that time was concerned and approved it for 4 additional years with the possibility of 2 one-year increments. Because at the time, we were working on the comprehensive rezoning, and there was a thought at the time that we may prohibit surface parking lots. And so he wanted the ability to claw this one back. Turns out we didn't go in that direction, and surface parking lots are still allowed. So in 2019, it was reauthorized for several more years through till September of 2022, when recently, again, it was noticed that it has lapsed. I'm going to take a guess that after 22 years, maybe this bill, which just does not have a sunset on it, is the way we should probably go. So this is a conditional use. You're familiar with the standards. Nothing has changed in any of the reviews and any of the prior bills. It's a parking lot. So we're just going to go with approval.
So, question,
Yes, ma'am.
that initial council bill,
In 1992?
yes.
Predated me. I got here in 2000. That would have been on your watch, ma'am.
That one, and I think the original intent for the 2 years, I think the original intent by the owner at that time was they were going to build an office building there or something?
And we've seen several proposals over the years, and it's complicated, believe it or not, not least of which is because of floodplain requirements. If I remember correctly, it's like half a story needs to be above ground. So
Right,
how do you deal with that in an acceptable development scheme? So it's not easy. You would think so, it's just a flat rectangle, but it's actually not.
And I bring that up because, given how things have changed just in the last 4 years, the likelihood, and maybe I shouldn't say this on the record, but hey, the likelihood of needing additional office space is slim.
Well, it may not be office space, but C5 DC allows for a wide range, and we've been seeing an increase in residential. And not the least of which, if there's redevelopment across the street,
Right.
that may spur a lot more.
True.
God
But this doesn't preclude
It completely
that from
separate.
happening. Okay, I just wanted to give that little bit of context for what it's worth.
Any other questions for Mr. Tiso?
Just clarifying, we're just making this a parking lot, so we're not reapproving it over and over again until certain times when development plan comes to fruition.
That was the idea. This bill does not have a sunset in it.
Okay, so we don't have to do.
That's the goal.
Got it.
And without getting into it, the idea that making the parking lot use expire would then force someone to build a high-rise building is kind of reach. So at some time, when someone wants to come along and build a building here, I'm sure that they will buy the parking lot and build the building. The parking lot won't stop them from doing that.
It's only 100
Yeah,
million.
I mean, there are parking lots in certain neighborhoods, like Mount Vernon, that people are speculating and not moving as much as I'd like them to move when they could, and the market, I think, is there, but point taken, and I concur. And I guess if no one's here to oppose in the audience, we probably could.
And the reason I gave that context is because at the time, it seemed feasible, it seemed reasonable. Would you agree? It seemed high. I vaguely remember doing the staff report with Susan Williams' input, that it was entirely reasonable that within 2 years.
It wouldn't stay a parking lot, right?
Yeah. Now I see that entirely differently.
Yeah, and in fact, at that time, there were two different districts where parking lots were not allowed unless they were approved by an ordinance. There were two parking lot districts that have since gone by the wayside. But yeah, it's been 22 years.
Thank you, Mr. Tiso. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to?
Hi, Brooke Hutchins here on behalf, Brooke Hutchins.
I think if anyone else here opposed, I don't really need to hear. Happy to hear from them.
I just have one correction. It's actually been 32 years. Am I wrong? Okay, 1992 minus 2020. Okay, that's it. That's my only correction. Thank you.
Sorry, high school was a while ago for some of us.
Am I 2020?
Yeah, no, you're, stop.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
You just aged me by 10 more years.
Move to accept the approval of staff.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoach. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Secretary.
Call roll, Mr. Secretary.
Sorry. Robin Allen.
Approve.
Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach. Approve. Justin Williams. Eric Stevens.
Approve.
I'm sad as a comment, exciting that the Supreme Court just overturned the Circuit Court's decision on Harbor Place ballot initiative, and exciting, we will see development across the street, and we will see this market hopefully improve to compel development in this site as well.
And all those hearings we had were not a waste of time.
Well, don't we have to, are you presuming that it will?
I thought we were almost done, and then I turned the page on the agenda.
We're halfway through.
If the session wasn't ending, this would be easier.
Keep going. Next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 24-0517, a rezoning for 1500, 1502, and 1508 DeSoto Road. The 10th Councilmatic District, Eric Tiso, will present.
And in light of the time, I will attempt to be brief, and so will Mr. Wallman. This is a rezoning of 3 parcels that are highlighted in yellow here. When we first started talking about it, I was very concerned about how we would do this in a rational way with property in between them. That's 1504 DeSoto Road. In the meantime, they have worked with that property owner, and they have a signed agreement for him to join in the rezoning bill. So that is a good thing, which helped sway us a bit. So looking at the history of this, here's the current zoning map. It's R6 in that lighter green color. And then you'll see that there's some darker olivey color to the southwest, which is R3. The larger parcel abuts a park, which is OS for open space. And then off the west end across Georgetown Road is I-1, that light purple. And then half a block away on the northeast side is that darker purple I-2 zoning. So these parcels kind of sit at the nexus between all of those different zoning districts. So looking at the prior zoning code that got replaced in 2017, this property was R6. So it's been R6 zone for quite a while. But again, you've got industrial M2 nearby, and this is kind of, again, a transition area, but for better or for worse, it was R6, so it continued in today's code largely untouched. If you overlay the two together, the red lines are the old zoning code, the color is the modern zoning code. It sort of is what it is, with the exception of some of the former M11, which was a light industrial transition district, went to today's darker purple I2. Outside of that, basically the map largely stayed the same. So here's the properties, and I think I may have neglected putting a boundary box on it. Sorry about that. The larger bright roof in the center of the picture is 1508 DeSoto. The building going to the northwest that's surrounded by the trees in the back is 1504, which has agreed to join this. That's the neighboring property. And then the unimproved lots at the intersection of DeSoto and Georgetown are 1500 and 1502. Those have been cleared. So again, looking at it from the north, looking from the south, I flipped those labels, sorry. So again, when we look at rezonings, this is a conceptual idea. We are looking at the district itself. Now, we happen to know by way of background that the owner of the property is looking at this building, which had been a meeting and banquet hall. It's been vacant for a while. That non-conforming use has basically expired. So they're in a similar case to the last bill for 121 Riverside, because it's now a non-conforming use that has expired. The only thing that they can use is R6 uses. In the alternative, they could apply for a neighborhood commercial establishment, which we created in the current zoning code, which allows for a palette of 7 uses, but typically we see those in smaller structures. So it may be difficult to reuse the building for that. So again, we have to look at, again, the character of the neighborhood. Was this a mistake in keeping that R6 for these properties? There's some demographic information that I've outlined in more detail in my staff report. You're familiar with this pattern. Mr. Wellman has submitted for your review as well some justifications to support the rezoning. And I think if we were to include the 1504 DeSoto property, that a rezoning becomes much more reasonable. And so we suggest that the commission adopt the findings of fact and approve with one amendment that 1504 DeSoto Road be included in the rezoning action.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Tiso? All right. right, thank you very much, Mr. Tiso. Anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Ma'am, please step up.
Hi, I reside at 1505 DeSoto Road, which is right across the street.
Would you give us your name for the record,
Oh, I'm
please?
sorry, I'm nervous. Sorry.
Don't be, we're friendly.
My name is Beth Walkins, and I own one of the row homes across the street from where they're doing this. I think what the picture doesn't show is that that one corner and the corner where they want to, it's my understanding they want to put a parking lot there. Nobody can really tell me whenever I call. I've been calling. No one can tell me what exactly that they want to put there. And I think based on what they want to put there would determine whether or not it would be okay based off of us being residential right here. Because we're residential all down DeSoto Road up until this T. This T where we are, Georgetown and DeSoto, is the line from where it's residential to where the industrial starts. And then after the industrial, it's back residential again. So yes, there is like a little area in there, but right now there is a definition of residential area versus the industrial because we're right there on the corner. And all down Georgetown Road is residential as well. So
I can tell you what they've told us.
Okay.
And which is that the large building there will be used for commercial, not industrial, and we can talk about what that includes.
Mhm.
And the corner, they do intend to do a parking lot.
Okay, so the reason that I'm opposed to that is because they're using DeSoto Road right now as a cut through. So we have a lot of traffic coming up in and down the street. Also with St. Agnes being over there, you have your police coming through there, and also all your ambulances and all that other stuff. So this is a really busy road. I've almost been hit on this road twice, walking my dog to the green area that's supposed to be there for the open space. But right now in that building, there's a church on one side, and I think the other side's vacant. But the parking lot is going to create a huge traffic issue on that corner because they're not going to be coming down. I don't know where people will be coming from, but either way, because it's a T, it's going to get like super backed up in all directions. And it's already a problem with cars flying through there. I did ask for a traffic study. I don't know.
Is there a traffic light there or a stop sign? What is
There is, and they run it all the time.
Is it a stop or a light?
It's a light.
That doesn't matter. They'll run it either way.
Correct. I almost got hit yesterday in my car, not walking. But it's very busy because they're trying to get away from whatever St. Agnes is. They come down and cut through because they don't have the lights. They don't have the picture taking, by St. Agnes.
Yeah. So you said it's currently being used as a church?
Half of it, I know for sure.
Half of it, yeah.
is,
Where do the
yes.
church folks park?
They're not open for business. It's not church yet.
Oh, I see.
The signs have gone up. They had a little grand opening thing this last weekend, but they literally park right next to the open space, that long parking lot right there. That's for the green space area. So they're actually where you see those like container type things. They park right there in front of those. But it's not a lot of people there, so it's like maybe three to five cars there at a time. So it's gonna create a huge issue. And it is residential, and I hear what they were saying about all the other sides, but all the other sides are the other way, not on this side. So may I walk up to the thing to maybe it'll make more sense? Okay. All right, my house is right here. This is the T I'm talking about. This is all residential. Everything over here beyond these two buildings right here is all residential, all the way up to Washington Boulevard. When I looked up what they're trying to ask for, it can be other things than a parking lot as well, with that rating, and that wouldn't really match the neighborhood. They said something about at a future date, they would be looking at something for mixed use. That's all that they could really tell me. But it's not to say that if the parking lot doesn't, if the parking lot ends up being something else, I just don't think it's gonna fit. It's gonna create a lot of traffic and a lot of problems that we already have. It's gonna make it worse. But that was all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always helpful to have someone's perspective who's on the ground in the community, so we really appreciate it. Anyone else? Sir?
Good evening, unfortunately, not good afternoon. My name is Joe Woolman. I represent the applicant for the rezoning, and I appreciate a member of the community testifying. We also have the president of the community association here, and I don't want to get into a back and forth between the one neighbor and the president of the association. We have a letter that I submitted to Mr. Tizo. Granted, it was a bit late. And I do want to thank Angie Williams for coming and spending all this time here. A lot of times, as this commission is well aware.
Hasn't been a long time.
Depends on, it's all relative. But I appreciate her being here. As the commission's well aware, oftentimes folks that are opposed to things are much more motivated to take the time and appear and testify as opposed to those that are in support of something. So really appreciate her being here. You have her letter, which I think, and I'll just briefly read it, which outlines the community association, including all their members' position on the rezoning. Dear Planning Commission, I'm running on behalf of the Morel Park Community Association to express our strong support for the proposed rezoning of the properties located at 1500, 1502, and 1508 DeSoto Road. And I agree with Mr. Tizo regarding the amendment, and we've also executed an agreement with the neighboring property owner to be included in the rezoning. Nnamdi Iwahoa, who is my client, the owner of these properties, has been a valuable contributor to our community, employing local residents and actively engaging with neighbors to ensure his initiatives align with their needs and interests. And I just spoke with my client, and unfortunately there hasn't been any communication between the individual who testified. We'd be happy to speak to her. Obviously, we're here for a rezoning. We're not here reviewing the design of a development project or anything like that at this point. And as planners often say, zoning runs with the land. That being said, any development would have to go through the site plan review committee process as far as traffic concerns are concerned, design of the parking lot, et cetera. So we'd obviously be happy to engage with the neighbors and would have to engage, frankly, with the neighbors throughout that process. But for the purposes of the zoning, I'll read the second paragraph of the community support letter. Through discussions and collaborations with the MPCA, Nnamdi, and the property owner at 1504 DeSoto Road have formalized a memorandum of understanding. This zoning change will allow for the establishment of a new church, which we believe will enhance Morel Park by fostering connection, support, and community engagement. We urge you to consider our request favorably, as this change will greatly benefit our neighborhood. So obviously, not everybody's going to agree on everything at all times. We know that very well. But I think the association's letter and their position, combined with the fact that this was a mistake to zone that large commercial structure R6, certainly provides legal justification for the rezoning. Again, regarding concerns about traffic, et cetera, I don't think we're there yet. We'll have to deal with that when we get to site plan review committee, and we'll be engaged with the association. And we'd be happy to meet with the individual who testified as soon as this is over and make sure we connect with her going forward as well.
And one thing to add, a principal use parking lot on that corner would be a conditional use requiring a zoning board hearing. So it would not be a by right parking lot.
Okay. And obviously, my client and the president are here to answer your questions if you have them. But with that, I'll submit at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woolman. Eric, can you repeat what you just said? So this is a rezoning to C2.
Correct.
The parking lot is not by right in C2. It would be a conditional use in C2?
Yep, it'd be conditional use of the BMZA. So that is just one more layer aside from site plan review, which would be a technical review. It would be a public hearing as well in this room in front of the zoning board as a principal use parking lot.
So it offers. So thank you. I didn't know that, so thank you. Where's the larger justification that C2 fits here besides the desired use of the new?
Sure. So this is one where I kind of waffled with it a bit, and I guess it goes back to, will this work? You know, we look at where this sits, it's kind of at a crossroads. It is not atypical around the city where there is a transition between especially residential and commercial, or residential and heavy commercial, to have some kind of buffer between them. Now, interestingly, historically, and I'll add the red lines, you know, we followed the pattern of what zoning was there, with the exception of the M11 across the street got 50% of it more intense when it became I2, that dark purple. So it would not be atypical to see a commercial buffer between the two. Aggravating that, looking at the existing building, it's exact same circumstance we had for 121 Riverside earlier this afternoon. You've got a discontinued non-conforming use. They can either knock it down, put a residential use there. And again, we don't look at the finances and whether it's a plus or a minus on profit. But the only other viable alternative would be the building would at least be eligible for use as a neighborhood commercial establishment, which I had up. There were 7 uses that would be eligible, which would, if I can scroll to the right page, include art galleries, art studios, daycare centers, offices, personal service establishments, restaurants without live entertainment, or retail goods establishments without alcohol sales. So it's a very limited palette of uses that could go in this otherwise relatively larger building. And when we created that NCE use, or neighborhood commercial establishment, we were more thinking of the typical corner store in our residential neighborhoods, right? And the thought was to give them, to remove the stigma of nonconformity and make it a conditional use instead. So that they would not lose it, because our non-conforming uses under today's code got a lot more strict. You can't change non-conforming uses to another use like you could in our old zoning code, which is what perpetuated that non-conformity. So all of that together, plus adding 1504 in my mind, made it reasonable to add a small commercial node here to allow for the redevelopment.
What's the white zone at the top by 95?
It's light purple, that's I-1 industrial, light industrial.
Oh, I see.
And the larger building, oops, I guess I gotta go the other way to the aerials. You got a corner of it. This building here, that long building, is a distro facility with a number of tenants in it. There's, I think it's advanced heating and cooling. Yeah, across the street. So, and then that's heavier industry, you know, back off of the street. So it's a bit of a jumble.
Thank you, Mr. Tiso. Thank you, Mr. Woolman. Are there any questions for the applicant's counsel?
I think, well, even my colleagues, I guess it helped. I know I read your report, but I guess have you specified the change mistake argument? That might be helpful.
Yes, I included both an argument for mistake, which I think is maybe the more viable of the two, but I think there's an argument for either. But clearly, if you look at that photograph, and I'm glad it's up right now, the city council failed to take into account the fact that this was a large commercial structure on this lot at the time. It's certainly not your typical garden row house lot or structure. So certainly that, I think, can be constituted as a mistake. There's also been a change since 2017, the last comprehensive rezoning, regarding the commercial uses that Mr. Tiso just mentioned, all the tenants that are right across the street, et cetera. This has become, probably to the one neighbor's chagrin, a commercial area where there is traffic. That led to her concern, but I think that also indicates that there's been a change as well. So I would argue there's both. Perhaps the mistake is the easier of the two conclusions.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak on this matter?
I have one more house that's in between. Oh, I'm sorry. The house that's in between their building and where they're putting the parking lot, is that gonna remain residential? Because the
So the
parking lot
zone-
goes around the back, is
So
gonna
the
go
zo-
around
the
behind
zoning-
the house?
The zoning is proposed to change, but that doesn't mean that anything's actually going to change with that building. That building will probably continue to exist as it is. However, they will be eligible for commercial use in the future.
Okay.
All right, thoughts, comments, deliberation, motion.
This one is this is Mr. T says that a jumble of the area, it's looking at the aerial and this is the area, you can tell it's historically just grown and kind of morphed over the years, and so it's unfortunate. I mean, perhaps like the collision of conflicts themselves, thinking to myself, maybe we can't make a condition, but it'd be nice if maybe the applicant could voluntarily put landscaping or something along the front to at least soften some of the impacts, either on that side of the street or even agree with the property owners across the street to do some planting just to mitigate that a little bit.
It seems like the greater concern is traffic control, which it seems like traffic is an existing problem on this road. I don't know that, you can blame that on this site, although to the residents' point, it's probably not going to help. But there are, there's plan review and there's DOT to review those sorts of things. I don't know if there should be a condition of a traffic study or anything like that.
So to dive a little bit into that, if a potential parking lot were to be developed on 1502, our landscape manual would kick in at that point, as well as forest conservation. And so that does two things. Number one, it requires a certain amount of planning, but secondly, for the parking lot type, it requires edge screening and planting. And if you have a long linear site, maybe not this one, but sometimes long skinny properties actually generate more of a planting requirement than just forest conservation by itself. Given the size, I strongly doubt whether I don't think it would trigger a traffic impact study for a relatively small, properties as this. So maybe that addresses some of the technical concerns.
Maybe for better or for worse, I mean, I guess if it was always a banquet hall, then I guess people were parking behind the banquet hall and those be parking. I mean, if it is indeed a church, then it's just Sunday morning Bible study kind of traffic, but I guess that's separate. And that's, either way, I guess it would be a BMZA hearing to delve into the impact of the traffic specifically. And I guess either way, any development here would generate more traffic.
Mr. Woolman, you may have to come back to answer this one, because the letter from Miss Williams at Morrill Park Community Association, it references an MOU, and I'm just curious what that MOU covered.
I can submit it for the record to the commission.
I'm just
also
more,
let you know.
thank you,
Yeah.
that would be helpful, but
Certainly.
I'm more concerned, what were the, community concerns that were addressed in that MOU?
The MOU is actually between the neighboring property owner and the applicant, so it was in regards to planning's desire to have that property included in rezoning. Once that concern was brought by staff to our attention, we negotiated the MOU with the neighboring property owner about being included in the rezoning. So it was not an MOU with the association. The association didn't require one. They're in full support of what we're trying to do.
That answers my question, thank you.
Thank you. I think you already have this, but I'll give you another copy. You already have it? Okay.
All right. Anything else, team? Let's go. We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve and adopt staff report and recommendation for amendment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Secretary.
Robin Allen. Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approved.
And Eric Stevenson.
Oppose. Parking lots today.
All right, the next item on the agenda is City Council Bill Number 24-0586, Urban Renewal for Old Town Mall Amendment 11, 12th Councilmatic District. Caitlin Aldette will present.
Good evening, Commissioners. So I have to present to you an amendment to the Old Town Urban Renewal Plan. My name is Caitlin Audette. The petitioner here is Somerset Jefferson LLC. This is in the Downtown Planning District, for which I am the community planner. And the request here is to basically amend the urban renewal plan to remove everything except the disposition authority, which is still necessary for the city to sell the properties to HABC on Old Town Mall that are part of the Perkins Somerset Old Town redevelopment.
Any reason that hasn't already been done?
I will let the applicant speak to that. Okay, so this is the extent of the urban renewal plan, which covers an area that spans a bunch of different neighborhoods and has a fairly strange shape. And here is that area overlaid with the PSO Old Town boundary. So a large portion of the urban renewal plan is within this PSO boundary, and about half is not. The reason for the applicant's interest in this is the need to allow a parking lot for the new Lidl grocery store that will be going in as part of the Somerset development. So a portion of that parking lot is in the urban renewal plan, and the urban renewal plan precludes service parking lots. So they initially came to amend just that aspect of it. We asked them to look at repealing it, and Housing made us aware that they needed that disposition authority. So that is why we're seeing it in this form. The urban renewal plan was adopted in 1970. It's been successfully amended 8 times, but it is the 11th amendment, so several did not pass. There are other impacted plans. So the last time it was amended successfully was 2007. Since then, there has been an Old Town redevelopment plan, which dates to 2010, and it had a 2016 update. There was the comprehensive rezoning in 2017, and the Perkins Somerset Old Town Transformation Plan, which dates to 2018, and was officially adopted by the Planning Commission in 2023. So here's the landscape drawings for the parking lot that will serve the grocery store. A portion, half of the southern parking lot, is in the urban renewal plan, and that is what has initiated this amendment. But much of the content of the plan is outdated. It does not reflect the current zoning. It does not take into consideration any of the plans that have been completed for the area since 2007, and much of the content surrounds property acquisition, which the city authority for that lapsed quite a few years ago. So from an equity perspective, the impact of this proposal, it would remove a layer of bureaucratic requirements for development in the area, and would allow more recent plans to be more easily implemented, thus removing a level of inequity. For engagement, most of the community, to be honest, is not aware of the urban renewal plan or its contents. The community has been meaningfully engaged in all aspects of the PSO transformation plan, and they greatly want a grocery store. So this amendment would allow that to move forward. As for internal operations, the amendment to the urban renewal plan would free up staff time, as most reviews for the URP would no longer be required. For notification, the list of folks that we always notify for everything Old Town were notified, as well as other individuals, and the site was properly posted. And staff recommends approval. Any questions?
I don't think there's any questions.
Woohoo!
Thank you, Caitlin. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this matter?
Just want to put on the record that I'm here on behalf of the applicant to answer questions, but you have none, so.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Henson, former Housing Commissioner in the audience. Do you have anything to share, sir?
Happy to be here, just letting you know that we're moving forward. The grocery store is an important thing. We have a fully executed lease with a grocer, but they want to surface parking. And so part of the surface parking is a deal with Waters AME, which is one of the oldest churches in the city, as far as I can tell. I mean, the building that Waters occupies is at least 150 years old. So Waters is surrounded by land that's owned by the city and the housing authority. We're going to take that land and build surface parking on it, but also Waters has the opportunity to use that parking also. So appreciate your attention to this matter. We're just moving forward, but probably will not be able to start construction on the building that houses the grocery store until about the first quarter of 2025, but we're moving forward on it.
It's a great accomplishment really for that neighborhood and for all of Baltimore. You know, convincing these grocery stores to come to town is no small feat. So thank you for all your hard work on that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Or any questions for Mr. Henson, first of all?
Thanks to Caitlin for figuring this out.
Answer, Brooke.
Thank you both. I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mike has a comment, and I know Caitlin's stretched bandwidth, wearing 5 hats, but I think we should look at something, given all the investment in Old Town, if not an urban renewal plan, some kind of controls and thoughts about making sure that this development, this investment is cohesive with the rest of Old Town that's not part of the PSO. So just throwing it out there for something we should be thinking about.
It's all percolating. We're into it. And I think, not that there's a plan necessarily, but there are inklings of a plan.
Yeah.
What was Trump's, the concept of a plan? Or concepts of Thank you.
Are you saying that now that we're sort of on the downhill swing of this PSO development, that we should start looking at the area surrounding and doing an intentional plan for that?
I am saying just that sort of thing, and protections, and I'm generally not necessarily favoring urban renewal plans and concept because of the way we kind of do them, but I think there is some thought we need to have about making sure what happens here does not get stymied by literally a block over when people aren't cooperating and aren't taking care of their properties or trying to do uses that aren't compatible.
Yeah.
The other half of the mall needs some love.
Yeah, basically.
Well,
money.
Yes, and we've discussed that in this room before.
And, just an update on that. So because of what Planning Commission said at the adoption for the PSO transformation plan, we successfully got CIP funding for the north portion of the mall, which is outside of the scope of the Henson Development Company's southern portion of the mall, to do a design for the roadway. And that is underway. We have consultants. I'm meeting with them along with DOT every other week. And so I think they will have a design. They're going to have 2 designs by beginning of next year. Yeah. And we still need to get fine funding to implement it, but we're moving in the right direction. So thanks to, to be honest, the Planning Commission's response to the neighbors' concern did help us get that funding.
Well, I'll give credit to the neighbors who came out and voiced their concerns, but I'll thank you and the rest of the staff for following it up. That makes me very happy to hear. All right. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Robin Allen. Approve. Claudia Jolin.
Approve.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Okay. The next item is 3 actions. City Council Bill number 24-0588, an area of special signage control designation for the stadium area, 10th Councilmatic District. First item The second is City Council Bill 24-0589, a rezoning for 601 West Street, 616 West Street, and 701 West Austin Street, also in the 10th Councilmatic District, and City Council Bill number 24-0590, zoning sign regulations for a C5 DC zoning district amendment. Caitlin Audette will present all three.
So sorry for all the text on this page. It's a lot. I'm not going to read it. But so just in essence, the three state council bills that I'll present to you will work together to allow the Ravens to install a large-scale pole-mounted digital billboard that would be visible from the elevated Russell Street. So that's the intention. This is in the Southern Planning District, where Jasmine Kimball is the community planner, and the petitioner here is Baltimore Ravens Limited Partnership, and Frank Boston is the lawyer working on behalf of them. So some history for the site, just there's very limited history going on here, but the city sold Lot O, which is one of the three sites we're going to be discussing today, which is located at 701 West Austin Street, to the Ravens in December of 2023, so it's pretty recent. And the other point of history, and both of these will be discussed further, is that the Carroll Camden Urban Renewal Plan, for which the area is under review is located, was last amended in 2020. So there were two fairly recent items that took place for the history of these properties. And then also I'm just going to mention the plans that are in this area. So as previously mentioned, there's the Carroll Camden Urban Renewal Plan, which was last amended in 2020, which was after the comprehensive rezoning. It identifies Lot O as a disposition lot, and it has uses listed as industrial, retail, mixed use, and parking. This is also adjacent to the Southwest Impact Investment Area, and there's no plan or limitations for the immediate area based off of that plan. The Southwest Baltimore Gateway Master Plan impacts this area, and the only way it really discusses this specific vicinity is focusing on creating connections to the surrounding neighborhoods. And lastly, this property is within the Reimagine Middle Branch, and within that plan, there are several development areas that are identified, including the incinerator and the bus station, and additionally, the area is slated for expanded connectivity to existing trail networks and adjacent neighborhoods. So that's kind of the lay of the land at the moment. So first off, I'll start with the ASSC designation. So this designates the area special sign control for the stadium area. The creation of an area special signage control is one of a limited number of ways to install new billboards within the city. This legislation creates the boundaries of the ASSC, and the proposed signs would need to be reviewed as a sign plan by the Planning Commission following approval of this legislation. And in 2017, and refined in an amendment in 2018, the zoning code created this classification of areas of special signage control to allow commercial areas the ability to depart from the standard signage requirements described in the zoning code to better respond to their unique character. ASSCs also allow for other types of signs not allowed in zoning by district, and these include larger electronic signs that may or may not be billboards. So as we discussed, this is one of those limited ways of getting a billboard. So here you can see that new billboards are only allowed in areas of special sign control, and they may only be located in C2, C3, C4, C5, TOD4, or a PC zoning district. So again, just for ASSCs, there are two actions. There's today's action, which is a recommendation to City Council regarding the designation of the area of special signage control, and at a later date, there is the need for the sign plan to return to Planning Commission for approval. This is a map of the proposed area of special sign control. It includes two properties, Lot N and Lot NN. These are located opposite one another along West Street, my favorite street in the city. So the zoning code outlines specific standards of application review. And so the proposed boundaries include the C4 zoning district. The accompanying legislation that we'll review momentarily would change this zoning to C5DC. Both C4 and C5DC are allowable areas for an area special signage control. The proposed boundaries meet the requirements for the size of area, as it exceeds 600 linear feet of street frontage, includes multiple properties, includes properties located directly across the street from one another, and are in the previously mentioned zoning districts. Additionally, the Planning Commission may recommend approval of the application so long as the findings of fact are met. These same findings of fact are required during the Planning Commission's review of the sign plan. So one, that it would not increase the likelihood of traffic congestion or distraction, would not add to the visual clutter in the area, and would not be incongruous with the existing or contemplated design of the area. So planning staff finds that the draft plan will meet these requirements and will continue working with the applicant and relevant city agencies to complete this review as a sign plan is finalized. The current draft sign plan includes one freestanding pole digital billboard. To achieve this requested sign, the additional 2 zoning bills under review today must pass. The proposal requires that the zoning allows the following: a freestanding pole sign, I don't know why pylon is there, I apologize, with at least a maximum height of 75 feet. It requires an electronic sign category 3. This is typically ASSC only with a 750 square foot max area. And it requires that billboards be allowed, which are also only allowed in ASSCs. Here is an image of the current sign that's in the sign plan. And then just to kind of go over what I discussed, just to show what's currently allowed in a C4 district. So this is an excerpt from section 17-201, which shows that billboards are allowed in an ASSC, so that's the red area, or the red outline. So that shows that billboards are allowed in ASSC, only in C4, but it only allows a category 2 electronic sign. That's what's shown in orange. And that has a max square footage of 60 square feet, or with the 50% deviation allowed in an area special sign control, 75 square feet. And lastly, while C4 allows freestanding pole signs, that's shown in green, they are limited to 32 square feet or 48 square feet in areas of special sign control through that deviation. They are also limited to 20 feet in height or with the deviation 30 feet for areas of special sign control. In C5DC, so I'm now taking an excerpt from the C5 DC section of the 17-201, it shows that billboards in red are again allowed in ASSC only, and that category 3 signs in orange are allowed. Freestanding pole signs are not included as allowed sign types. So staff finds that the required findings of fact and standards of application review for the proposed ASSC designation are met. I'm going to keep going. Okay, so now that was the designation of the area special sign control. Next up is the zoning, the rezoning. So there are 3 properties identified for rezoning in Bill 24-0589. These include 3 surface parking lots owned by the Ravens. So here you can see them in an aerial image. Lot O, as we discussed in the history, was the one that was sold from the city to the Ravens in December of 2023. And Lot N and Lot N are what create the area special sign control. So just...
What's the relevance of Lot O?
They are requesting a change to the zoning. It is not part of the area special sign control, however. And you can ask the applicant more questions about that. Okay, so overhead image, looking north and looking south. And here it is with the overlaid with the zoning. So the 3 properties in question are Lot O, which is currently zoned I2, and Lot N and Lot N, which are both zoned C4. The request is that all 3 properties would be rezoned to C5DC, which is the zoning opposite Russell Street for M&T Bank Stadium and the parking lots east of Russell Street. The zoning code and state land use law require findings that there has been either a substantial change in the character of the neighborhood or a mistake in the existing zoning classification. The applicants for this item argue that there has been a mistake. The use of the 3 properties under review has been consistent prior to and following the last comprehensive rezoning. The applicant states that there was a mistake in the last rezoning, as the parking lots in question, currently zoned C4 and I2, do not follow the zoning pattern of the other parking lots in the area that serve the stadium, which are all zoned C5 DC. The land use article also requires that the city council make findings of fact regarding population changes. This area saw a decrease in population from 64 to 28 people. Obviously, this is an industrial area which does not have a large residential population. And the area is well served by public utilities. The properties are within, so present and future transportation patterns. So the properties are within the Carroll-Camden industrial area. And more study would be necessary to understand how the rezoning could impact truck and other industrial traffic through the area. Compatibility with existing and proposed development for the area. So the property will likely see increased development interest due to the investment in the stadiums, investment in adjacent communities, and the Warner Street Entertainment District. Concurrently, disinvestment may occur through land use speculation. And then the recommendations of the Planning Commission, the Board of Municipal Zoning Appeals. So for the above reasons, the Planning Department will recommend approval of the rezoning request with a recommendation that a more comprehensive planning process be initiated. BMZ has not yet commented on the bill. The relation of the proposed amendment to the city's plan, so no plans for the area identify the development of these sites outside their current zoning. Additional standards must be considered for map amendments. These include the existing uses, so the area is predominantly industrial and commercial. The zoning classification, the surrounding properties are zoned C4, IMU1, I1, and I2, along with the C5 DC across Russell Street. The suitability of the property in question for the uses permitted under its existing zoning classification. So the properties in question have been used as surface parking lots for many years. And prior to this use, the area housed industrial uses. Area of the property in question, including changes, if any, that have taken place since the property was last zoned. So since the last comprehensive rezoning, the area has seen investment and planned investment through the Warner Street Entertainment District, the investment at M&T Bank Stadium, and plans for the reimagined Middle Branch, as well as Southwest Impact Investment Area. And now going through requirements for rezoning. The proposed rezoning is not contemplated in any of the plans that impact the site, for which there are several. In the plans, the area that includes these parking lots is intended to remain industrial and commercial. However, a master plan for the stadium area, including their surrounding parking lots, has not been completed. A master plan would address the future development needs of the stadium site, the desired economic impact of the stadium area and entertainment zone, and the protection of traditional industrial properties and adjacent neighborhoods from displacement and negative impacts on their quality of life. The rezoning from C4 and I2 to C5 DC would change the type of future development that could occur at these properties. A comprehensive planning process for the stadium site, entertainment zone, and adjacent properties would enable the participation of impacted stakeholders, as well as property owners and city officials. And the needs of the particular neighborhood. So the area is experiencing investment through several different avenues. As stated previously, there's the reimagined Middle Branch, Southwest Impact Investment Area, Warner Street Entertainment District, and the Maryland Stadium Authority's investment in the stadiums. This particular proposed change has not been vetted by the surrounding community. So staff finds that this change is in the public's interest, as it will allow for the continued use of the properties as service parking lots, allow for the installation of a digital billboard, and be in line with potential redevelopment of the area. A planning process should be completed to clarify how the rezoning could impact long-term development. On to the last bill, which is the zoning amendment. Currently, freestanding pole signs are not allowed within C5DC. So just a clarification, C5DC is, DC stands for downtown core, but it is not geographically limited to downtown core. It can be anywhere in the city. The proposal would allow these freestanding poles within the zoning district in areas of special signage control, as you can see in the chart in front of you. Any proposed freestanding poles would be reviewed by the Planning Commission and are required to meet the findings of fact outlined for signs within areas of special signage control. So while C5DC is intended for the downtown core of the city, it is not limited to this area, and presently it is generally found in the geographic downtown area. I will say on this point, and I will allow the applicant to speak to this more specifically, there is an amendment that has been proposed that would limit the freestanding poles to within 2,000 feet of the stadium, M&T Bank Stadium specifically. I think there are still some questions surrounding that, but it was shared with me yesterday, and they can speak to it more. Equity. The combined legislation would allow the installation of large-scale digital billboards throughout the C5DC zoning district. Additionally, the more permissive zoning of C5DC, which includes an unlimited height, would be applied to the 3 identified sites which are adjacent to and visible from several Southwest Baltimore communities. This legislation has the potential to impact surrounding communities as well as communities throughout the city in the future. Robust outreach needs to be completed to not continue existing patterns of inequity that stem from decisions made without community involvement. Engagement. So I wrote this a while ago. I wrote this 2 days ago, and I found out some information yesterday, so I apologize. I'll update this. But to staff's knowledge, the surrounding communities have not been meaningfully engaged beyond outreach by staff in preparation for this meeting and the postings of signs in preparation for the meeting. The applicant did attend a Pigtown community meeting last night and will attend a Carroll Camden Business Association meeting tomorrow. But I will say that this area includes residents and businesses that are often excluded from planning processes, such as the industrial property owners, legacy businesses, and under-resourced residential communities. For internal operations, the proposed bills have the potential to impact staff through interest from the development community and billboard owners to rezone areas across the city to C5DC to allow them to install large-scale digital billboards. The property was properly posted. Here's a list of neighborhoods that were notified, and I did include here that the applicant attended a meeting of the citizens of Pigtown yesterday and will attend a meeting of the Carroll Camden Business Association tomorrow. So the recommendation is to adopt findings of fact and approve for the first 2 items and a recommendation of approval for the last item. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Audette. Commissioner Jolin?
Yes, questions. Statement questions. No, area special sign control is super controversial in Baltimore City. I know that probably better than anybody else. So I just want some clarifications that you said here. You said this ASSC and the overall 3 rezoning, et cetera, and sign plan, well, I'm sorry, new sign on the sign allow, isn't part of any of the plans that we've seen currently so far?
No.
Like through all the neighborhood plans that we've seen, that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And currently, right now, the surrounding communities are aware or less than this current thing that we're looking at today. Like the surrounding communities, the outreach to the community has been close to 0.
Yes, I did receive a letter from the citizens of Pigtown who had the meeting last night, and it is on the Wix site, and they said they don't feel like they have enough information to be either in support or opposition at this time.
Okay. And then for the ASCCs that exist, if we do approve this new type of sign, then it would be eligible in the other 2 ASSCs as it stands, what we're looking at today.
As it stands, so if all 3 of these bills were to be adopted, potentially then, because the North Harbor Area Special Sign Control is in a C5DC area, we could have amendments to that to put freestanding pole signs up with, if they are with, and then with the understanding that there may be an amendment coming that would limit it to 2,000 feet. So if they could get, if there is a portion of the North Harbor Area Special Sign Control that is within 2,000 feet of the stadium, potentially they could put a freestanding pole there.
But that's not in what we're looking at today, is that correct?
Yeah, so they would have to, if that was the request, or if somebody was interested in putting a freestanding pole in another area special sign control, they would probably either have to amend the boundaries, create a new area of special sign control. Or, so like say somebody wanted, say Clear Channel, wanted to put a bunch of billboards along 83. They could potentially request a rezoning to C5DC and then request an area of special sign control. And with those two things, they could now have freestanding billboards along 83.
So the question I have here is clearly not opposed to area special sign control, and we know that about me. Why isn't this a more comprehensive plan for the Warner District Entertainment District, plans around all the other development that's in the area that would be a comprehensive sign plan that we could look at? Because what I'm looking at today is, for lack of a better description, a sign for the Ravens, right? That's it. That's what we're looking at today. And we're amending all these bills specifically for that one thing, which I don't think is the intent for an area of special sign control, which is, this is a developing area of entertainment. This is a developing area of, more nightlife, et cetera. Let's take a look at the comprehensive neighborhood to see what kind of signs we want to put in there.
And we agree with you completely, actually. I didn't read this part, but underneath the stadium area designation, I have like a little bit of, I opined, and says that a larger boundary that includes the entire stadium district would be more appropriate to allow this unique area, which surrounding M&T Bank Stadium and the Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and I think Warner's Entertainment District, the ability to respond to the uses here with a strategic sign plan. So yes, I agree.
Okay, those are all my thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McCoach?
Only a question, Caitlin, if, for multiple locations where you're suggesting that further study is warranted, then why is the department recommending approval?
I'll defer to the director.
That's fine.
So there are so many parties that we have to get together to do that. So we have the entertainment zone stakeholders, we have the industrial area stakeholders, we have the neighborhood stakeholders, we have the stadium authority and the teams, which operate one property, and then one of the teams that's operating these properties. So we just haven't had the time to put all that together to do a planning for the whole stadium area.
Because this is a very urgent thing.
So far, I think where we are, I haven't verified this personally, but the stadium authority is in discussion with the two teams about improvements to their site and their site only. We have not, I think it is incumbent on me to stay on top of that. And we have had discussions in the past. They would like to bring that into the public realm, but I don't know, maybe you know something more than I do.
Yeah, I think maybe the
they're
applicant can probably speak to it too. I know the councilwoman put this legislation in and has to get enacted before the end of the term. That's sort of the timing that we're confronted with, but they can speak to the driver of the billboards now.
Well, I guess I just wonder then, because I think that the recommendation of staffs are productive and good and outline a series of steps that should be taken. Is that language in that recommendation enough to move all these other important aspects of this forward? Or should there be some linkage that says, in approving this, we recommend allocating resources and time to initiate these efforts? Because I don't think that one digital billboard is going to change people's impression of Baltimore. So for me, it's not so much a question of, should we allow one pole sign?
It's not just that, I'm sorry.
I think there's a broader, I want to make sure that, you could do one pole sign and then allow a more comprehensive approach, incorporate that, which would be fine. But I just want to see that there's a way that we can advocate for those steps. And I know the marketplace is going to push that forward too. But I just want to make sure that as we approve this, we're also sort of advocating for further work to confirm these decisions.
Right, we would do that. I don't think we would be allowed to link them together, this action with that. But certainly we will stay in touch with Stadium Authority and all the stakeholders to facilitate a planning process.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Commissioner Allen?
It's important.
Caitlin, that was my question. I thought I heard you say early on something about a pressing time consideration.
It is my understanding that they would like to get this done before this session ends. However, it should be noted that even if this all goes through, they still have to come back for the sign plan. And then it'll be the middle of winter, and I doubt they're going to be building, and then the football season will be over. So I do not understand the pressing time.
So we've got that versus the issue of not so much precedent as opening the gate.
Opening the gate, indeed.
Well, opening the gate, well, I mean, even, I think, well, where Claudia was going with about opening the door to like a North Harbor area special sign control, getting pole signs, there'd still be a process, I guess it'd just be planning commission approval to amend an existing ASSC certificate spot.
Yes, it would require, sorry, I'm just texting about my kids, because my brother-in-law has to pick them up.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Yes, any amendment to sign plan boundaries would go through the full council. Any amendment to just a sign plan would go to planning commission.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any objection to this particular sign. I have some process concerns, and I don't know if I'm confused because it's so late, but like, it seems like there should be a simpler way to allow this one sign without making a zoning change that is gonna then put the onus on us to say no to everyone else that is then going to ask for one of these signs because they're extremely valuable. And so maybe help me understand, why couldn't this just be done through a sign plan in an area of special sign control instead of zoning change that affects other parts of the city?
So I mean, so for historic purposes, I guess, in 2000, a billboard moratorium came into law in the city of Baltimore. So existing billboards were grandfathered in, but no future billboards were allowed. There is a provision to convert non-digital to digital, and you've seen that happen along the highway over the years. The area of special signage control is the only way to establish a billboard in the city of Baltimore today.
But there is one other way, which is to replace 3 static billboards with a digital billboard, which recently happened off MMLK, which I've gotten like 3 phone calls about because everyone's like, how did this sign get approved? And I said, this is how it's been approved. So that is very rare because people don't only want to take down their static billboards. But you can, if you remove 3 static billboards throughout the city and it's documented by zoning, you can replace that with 1 digital billboard. But other than that, it's an ASSC only. And the only reason that this couldn't happen here is because the Ravens only own these 3 parking lots. They do not own the parking lots adjacent to the stadium. That's owned by the Maryland Stadium Authority. And that's C5DC, where it might make more sense to put one of these. They don't have the authority to do that.
Why not? I mean, but why? But couldn't the stadium authority do that?
Yeah, but then they wouldn't get the revenue.
They like money
The Ravens
too.
want the money.
Right. Okay, but so the Ravens are putting this one on a lot that they own.
Yeah.
So they can collect the revenue.
And that's what's requiring all the other changes, is because they own these properties and they don't own the other properties.
But if we allowed it on C5DC, couldn't the stadium authority then turn around and say, we want one too?
100%.
But couldn't they do that already because they're a state agency?
potentially.
They could.
Okay,
We have
but
no
every
jurisdiction over
other,
a state agency.
but every other property owner in a C5DC could do the same thing. It's not because they're a state agency.
No, it's because they're in C5DC. So let's take away the state ownership thing for an aspect for a minute and say that these are just C5DC. They'd have to be in an area of special sign control, and they'd have to go through the same process of step one, the first bill.
Why can't
They
we
would
just
not-
allow the sign on this lot without?
It doesn't meet the zoning code.
It doesn't what?
It doesn't meet the zoning code. So the zoning code was designed, to be honest, to not allow this to happen. Which is why it makes it
what I
very
recall,
difficult
yeah.
for this to happen. So it was designed in this way.
Okay, one more. So if we approved all of this, what's the maximum number of signs that the Ravens could put on these lots? And what regulates that?
The zoning code. I'd have to go through. It would be the zoning code with the sign plan. So we'd go back to, nope.
So
One per lot.
So here, if it's identified, you can see sometimes they have one per lot or more than one per lot. And then in ASSCs, you have a deviation. So there's a percentage deviation that they could potentially get for the quantity, but that would be more difficult. We have had that happen in Port Covington for their freestanding pylons. So they had a bunch of those pedestrian pylons all over their property. And they had to split the area, which is it's a complicated matter, but they could potentially get more than one because of their location area, special sign control, and the ability to split area. And in C5DC, they can go up to a category 5, which has a very large square footage, and so potentially you can imagine that they could split that area. But I would have to dig more deeply into the zoning code to answer
You
that.
could imagine these properties being developed with larger buildings
Yeah.
that would have signage, non-traditional signage on them instead of this pole. That would be what you would predict would happen in the law.
Because yes, I mean, the change in zoning to C5DC allows unlimited height.
Right.
There's no
That's what I
plan
mean.
for development,
Yeah, not for good.
but
That's fine. To me, a sign on the side of a building is,
That's what the ASSC is for, right?
Is the bigger issue here not the sign, but the
pole.
unlimited development
Oh,
on the site?
well, it's also poles all over
Possibly
downtown,
plan.
potentially.
right, right.
I mean, I don't,
Or poles all down Russell Street, potentially.
my concern is less about what happens on this site and what the implication this has for everywhere. Because,
Well, I think, I guess the counterpoint would be then, if there's counts, it goes to the planning, if a process happens that a property is rezoned as C5DC, and then there's a process by which the council also agrees to enact an ASSC designation, then that would be the slippery slope, but that's the political process in action. I do agree, because for completeness, with your sentiment, and I've started to think about it, of having a separate process for ASSC light, like a separate sign plan that doesn't require what Claudia is talking about, which I think makes sense for bigger campuses. You have a area of special sign control because you want to have walkability and pedestrian signs and different types of signs that are cohesive, but there should be a separate thing in my mind, a plan for a smaller campus, smaller project, a property that has just signs that just don't meet our arbitrarily designed box of things, but still something that looks nice. Or has a billboard.
The concern of saying not concerned about a billboard, for me, not engaging the community, surrounding community about a billboard is super problematic, given how much time and energy is put into making sure the community accepts what you're doing, right? The amount of money and attention that goes to the community after the billboards were put in was an incredible amount of work the Downtown Partnership did. So I'm thinking about that. I understand that this aspect of this billboard being maybe not as problematic as what we're about to approve or disapprove in the future. This is also enabling basically everybody in Baltimore City to come and say, well, you did these three and you did them very quickly and you didn't talk to the community, you just did it. What am I gonna do when it comes up again? Like, yep, well, we did do it. And there's no reason not to do it again.
Well, I guess there's also, I mean, there's the planning perspective as planning commissioners, but the political process. So, I mean, I guess you can have a perspective as a planner, but I guess, I mean, the check and balances, the political process would be the check. So the community is aggrieved by some quick process, then that's like the political calculation.
To your point, the challenge of creating a comprehensive area of special signage control, because this is not really that, it's just the 3 lots. The challenge is the multiple property owners, like you said, but the benefit of a comprehensive plan is it would sort of limit the total number of signs, whereas if it's done like this, every different property owner, the stadium authority could come back and say, oh, well, we're in C5 DC, we want to do our own sign plan for our lots. And I think that's why there is value in having, a comprehensive plan. It makes sense, obviously. As I'm thinking about that, I'm curious. I mean, the Ravens obviously already have huge signs. What regulates the signage on the stadium?
State-owned, nothing.
And so for this sign to be allowed anywhere else, it would have to be C5 DC and in an area of special signage control. Is that
correct?
Right? But currently, being in a C5 DC and in an area of special signage control, you still can't have a pole sign.
Correct.
Where do we allow pole signs?
I looked for it, and basically, pole billboards are not allowed in the city anymore. Pole signs like what you'll see at a Burger King, we allow that.
So we have that.
For like a C4 or C3 district, you can have a freestanding pole sign, but it's intended for a singular business.
Do you guys want to hear from the applicant?
Just please.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging out with us here today. I think most of us are Ravens fans.
It's our pleasure to be here. I'm Frank Boston of the firm of Boston and Plout, and with me today is my partner, Ari Plout. You have the president of the Baltimore Ravens, Sashi Brown, here, and the senior vice president and general counsel, Brandon Elthridge, is also here, and we will all address some of the questions that you are speaking about. We too understand that I'll start with the freestanding pole and the concern about, we can just put this up and down Russell Street, or we can put this up and down Pratt Street, because they are also C5 DC. And we've actually spoken to the city council president and council member and planning commission member Eric Costello about it. And so we have an amendment that would address the concern of the proliferation of this. Hand it out if you can hand it out.
Through Eric?
Oh, how do you?
We can hand it out, we just need a copy for the record.
Yeah. And basically what it says is that this pole, this sign, the height of the sign can only, in addition to being in the C5 DC, has to be less than 2,000 feet from M&T Bank Stadium, period, which means it can't be anywhere else. If that, and we think that addresses the concern of the proliferation, and that's measured from the center of the stadium, the 50-yard line, dead center, to the furthest point of Lot O. And to address your concern earlier about what's the purpose of having lots O rezoned if it's not a part of the area of special sign control? It's for two reasons. One, judicial economies. We are considering potentially putting a sign there later. And so why would we figure if we're going to get it rezoned, do it now as opposed to having to come back and do another bill to rezone it. Also, the second reason is for consistency. If all of the other lots are being rezoned to be consistent with all of the other lots, let me rephrase that. If the other two lots, Lot N and NN, are being rezoned to be consistent with the other stadium parking lots, why leave Lot O out there? You might as well rezone that too so that all of the Ravens parking lots are consistent with all of the other stadium parking lots. So we figured just do it now. Also, we're only trying to put one sign. There's no plan to put any more than one sign on Lot N. I heard that question too. Maybe later, if Lot O makes sense, we would come back to you and put in the bill to do that. Or actually, we would try to amend the area of special sign control, which would involve other people's property. But, we're still trying to be honest with you, see whether it's even feasible to put a sign over there that can be seen by Russell Street. And so we backed off of that for right now. We were trying to be considerate of the fact that we know, people don't want a lot of signs around. We just want one sign right now in Lot N. So we did not expand the area of special sign control. We said, hey, we're just going to do it on our two properties. That way, if we added anyone else right now, then they would have the ability to put up a sign. But this amendment, which is before you, basically would only allow this sign or either on Lot O, which is off the table right now. It's not even a part of the area of special sign control. But under this bill, it would only allow a sign in Lot N because it's the area of special sign control and it's been changed to this zoning. And the reason for the three bills as opposed to, we wish we could just put up one bill, one bill and run it through an area of special sign control and be boom. The problem was for the size sign we needed, it wasn't allowed in the C4, so which is the Lot N and Lot N are C4s. So we needed to go to a rezoning of Lot C5 DC, which allowed the size already of the sign, and it made sense because all of the other stadium parking is that zoning anyway. So that was the reason why we had to have 1, 2, and 3 bills. Area special sign control, bill in and of itself. Rezoning, bill in and of itself. The text amendment for the sign was the reason for the third bill. So we had to do them all together. Your other concern, what is the rush to get it done? Why do we need it to get it done? And what's the constant push right now? Is because the council is changing. And, the thought was to get it done this session before, we have a whole new set of players and everything changed, just to be honest. Madam Commissioner, the community. We recognize the need to be the community. When we met with Councilwoman Porter about these bills, we said we'd like to get in front of the community because we're proud of the work we do in the community, and you'll hear from Mr. Brown and Mr. Etheridge about that. So we asked to be on the first available meeting that the adjacent communities had, and we asked Councilwoman Porter, which communities do you want us in front of? So she picked Pigtown, and the first meeting we were able to be at was 2 nights ago, and we were there, we presented. It was received well. There was questions, they want to see the design, and we would have sent them over to the design, but we're not gonna send a Bud Light because, Bud Light and advertising is what, our what our designer put up on it, not realizing that you can't advertise alcohol in Baltimore. So we're going to send something over a little bit more appropriate that would be actually on one of the signs. So we're redesigning, well, we're just putting it up a different image, if you will. So it's not, so they won't get confused and be like, oh, you're advertising alcohol. So that was one request that they wanted. And the other request, you get it, they wanted to know what we were going to specifically do for them. So, that's, which we will. There was talk of a school. Again, I'm going to let Mr. Brown speak to that. We're eager to do something for them. We're eager to help them out with, one of the playgrounds or anything, because that's what the Ravens already do. And you'll hear the millions of dollars that they spend in Baltimore City, and they're already doing it. And then Carroll Camden meets tomorrow. We're going to be there in person at 4 p.m. to present. Where I believe we're on their agenda, but Councilwoman Porter told them we're coming, so we're going to let them know. And they're the business association, mainly businesses and maybe some residents for this area, and we're going to have a good conversation with them. We're not trying to run from the community association. We want their support, and we want to hear them out, and conversely, we want to support them. So I don't know if you have any questions about the amendment, but I think it's appropriate for you to hear from Mr. Brown and Mr. Etheridge. Yep. Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Thanks, and sorry to keep you all so long. We certainly hope this would have been simpler, and there would have been a simpler process in one bill. I'm not sure there's a whole lot to add to Frank, just on the Sashi Brown, President of Baltimore Ravens. Just on the need for now, let me take you back a little bit. We originally acquired these lots because we were concerned they would be developed. We have insufficient parking at the stadium currently, and it's vital. We have 70,000 people that come to a game, and we just don't have enough surface parking, frankly, for what we love, which is being right downtown Baltimore. In connection with the Stadium Authority, in partnership with them in the state, we have made what will be nearly about a $500 million investment in M&T Bank Stadium. Most of those dollars in this tranche will come from state funding. We take that responsibility really seriously. We at the Ravens, even though it's not a contractual obligation, have consistently made investments on our own. We will co-invest with the state in the stadium. In addition to our investment in the lots, we'll make some repairs to these lots in addition. But all of that, is significant. We will probably be upwards of $300 million of investments in the stadium from the Ravens when we finish these renovations. Part of what we promised to Governor Hogan and Governor Moore and House Leader Jones and Senate Leader Ferguson was that we would activate the stadium far more than just our Ravens games. Many of the renovations that we have undertaken are designed to do just that. With those renovations, we need to be able to, additional activities. There's lots of benefits, more jobs for the community, more activity downtown, and certainly more tax revenue for the city and the state from our sales and emissions tax as well. Having said all that, there are increasingly, in a building that will be in its 27th through 40th year of operation, increasing operations and maintenance costs. Those fall back to the Ravens under the structure of our lease. We're happy to welcome those. But revenue from this sign actually will help us offset what is increasingly about $13 or $14 million of operations and maintenance costs that we incur. We also need a billboard on the site to support the events. Right now, we actually don't control any of the digital signage that you see downtown that's adjacent to the casino or on some of the other lots that are in support of the stadium or adjacent to the stadium. So this is actually important for us. If we're going to begin hosting more events down there, we need to have some signage that supports to be able to promote some of those events as well. And certainly we'll be talking to the mayor and the governor about time that we allowed on those boards for community programming and announcements and messaging along with that. So that's just to answer some of the questions that you all had. Brandon may have more stats. Certainly from the community work, we have probably, if you looked at all the work that we have done, we've built playgrounds all around the boundaries. We really don't think of neighborhoods quite the way that they're divided in the zoning or on the map there behind us. But we have certainly, as you all know, made significant community investments. We'll continue to, regardless of whether this passes. So, we've got a robust, 100-plus, community, activities over the course of a year. And Steve and Renee Bishotti and the Bishotti family have really challenged us to make deeper commitments into Baltimore. You all have probably read about both our Blackbird Technologies to bring more jobs and tech companies to Baltimore, our Ravens College Access Program, which will put about $50 million into getting Baltimore public school children into college. And then we've just announced a new $1 million initiative to combat gun violence directly. So we will be here. Certainly, we're open to working with the folks of Pigtown and the surrounding business community, although this is an industrial area, to make sure some of those dollars are diverted there, but also to make sure that those communities are aware of the jobs, an increased amount of jobs that will be coming from stadium activities. So just a few tidbits to leave behind. Happy to take any questions, and Brandon may have more to add.
Thank you, sir.
Not sure if you had time or wanted to hear, but we could tell you about some of the actual most recent things that we've actually done in the Baltimore community and this community surrounding the stadium. I don't know if you want to.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's necessary.
gentlemen,
I appreciate it.
I can, but
I appreciate the work you do.
we do put out a community impact report every year, so I don't know the best way to do this,
Yeah,
but.
no, thank you.
It explains a lot of our, just all of our pillars and
Yeah.
all the work that we've done. Yeah.
You gentlemen don't have to defend your record. I'm gonna page through here and see if I see my picture, just because the Ravens were out in our neighborhood doing a community cleanup just a few months ago. So we know the great work that you guys do, and we appreciate it.
And I don't mind to clarify that, since I was the one who brought up the community piece. I'm not questioning the Ravens' commitment to the Baltimore community. Specifically, the question of the community engagement of the billboard and the agreements that downtown gave the community with profit share and timeshare on the billboards. That's the specific question that I had, not your commitment to the community whatsoever. So thank you for letting me clarify that.
And one note I will say, and this is clearly important, I want to emphasize, the billboard won't face the community, so you won't see the visual. It's Russell Street traffic, north and south.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions for the speakers? Otherwise, I've got one for Caitlin. I feel like we're all kind of in the same place about this. It's not about the sign, it's not about the Ravens, it's about our process. I appreciate the proposed amendment, and I think that should be reviewed, although I'm not sure if that will be the best way to go in terms of the geographic limit. It just,
Yeah, I think
someone smarter than me is going to have to evaluate that for sufficiency in terms of like spot zoning and all kinds of stuff. My question is there maybe what if instead of limiting it to 2,000 feet from the stadium, what if it had something to do with principal use parking lots over a certain size that we're not going to find anywhere else, or something like that might be another strategy?
Yeah, potentially. I'd defer to Eric about, if that would cause any issues, but.
I mean, yes, it's a redheaded Inuit already. So if you wanted to further limit it, I mean, I suppose you could. 2,000 feet's pretty close, but I mean, Tucker could hit that anyway, but.
Yeah, I would want to do a study of what 2,000 feet gets us, because I do think, what does that imply? And how does it what other areas could be rezoned C5DC that might try to take advantage of this? We know that there are very motivated folks to get billboards out there. And so we just need to be very intentional about how we address this. And that could be a method to do so. I wouldn't say what it isn't a method.
Just throwing it out there as, I mean, I recognize the impulse to limit it, but again, I trust the political process, so if a council person feels comfortable I don't think we're opening Pandora's box honestly the harm if someone else is able to persuade, because this is not like a PUD, area special sign control, is just an action, and there's not the same change mistake rules, so if they're able to convince the political process to act in such a way that they can have an area special sign control created to put pole signs, then that's the process, and I don't personally see the harm. And then there's also, so the check has to go through the process, and so if it's a bad pole sign in a bad area that has issues with facing the community or is incompatible, then that will be flagged and have to get voted on.
All true? All right, let's go.
So with that line of argument, if somebody wanted to propose a sign that was 2,000 feet away from the Under Armour campus facing 95, that was a large pole sign, would that mean that this commission would be, positive to that?
Well, which way, which direction are you saying?
Right, so this is like the precedent we'd be setting, right? So Under Armour headquarters wants to put a sign 2,000 feet away from their location facing 95. Probably the most lucrative.
We'll still say bracketing that the fact that it's already allowed in the PC4 district, but
not the pole sign.
But the pole sign is not, right? The pole sign is limited to 2,000 feet away from,
And
right?
I guess bracketing also, is also the 600 feet from the highway issue. But, I guess if the Councilwoman Porter in next term were to come with that legislation and then we were voting on it, I guess that depends on where it is.
And yeah, the only change that would be necessary, so that's an area of special sign control. All of PC is an ASSC. And so they would have to come to planning commission, but they would not have to go to city council, potentially. I don't think that in PC freestanding poles are allowed at the moment. I would have to look that up. So potentially they would have to come back here to change the zoning code to allow the same amendment, to allow for freestanding poles in a PC zoning district. But that would be the only change besides an area of special sign control, and that only goes to planning commission. They don't need the boundaries. They don't need a rezoning.
That's my point. Would it be like, well, if we approve this,
Well,
what would be the argument to not approve that?
The press. I think it'd be along the lines of where Commissioner Stevenson has been in, where there's like, yeah, I don't mind a sign on Russell Street because it's busy street, so that I imagine there'd be the same kind of consideration there. But if it's a sign on whatever the name of the busy street, Cromwell or Hanover Street Bridge, which already has signs, then maybe he'd be fine with that. Just depends. I guess it depends, and then there'd be a review.
Right. For me to be happy with this sign specifically, even the pole sign aspect of it as well, is if it was a comprehensive area of special sign control with the community thought out on how their agreement with the community and the benefit there, including more properties along the entertainment district for this to make sense to me.
Because of the process, but you don't object to the sign itself.
No.
Right.
No.
But I guess the counterpoint would be like this, unfortunately, is the process we have in front of us until we can make a better process, which I hope we should do, which we do.
What I'm saying is we have the decision to say, let's make this a better process right now.
Well.
Right, because then, let's say my example of this, Port Covington one would be moot because the pole sign and the other signs would be part of a larger area special sign control. And that would be the argument why we would be approving that.
Well, they would come, but then there'd be a vote at the planning commission, and then you'd show where the sign's gonna be on the plan, and then we'd say, oh, that's crazy, or yes, or. So, that's why I'm not worried about the Pandora's box being opened, or like the slippery slope argument, because there still would be like, okay, it depends on the facts when they're presented by whoever is bringing the ASSC amendment. Yeah. I mean, I guess I recognize, like, unfortunately, the process you had to go through for the downtown required lots of negotiation with lots of stakeholders. I guess it's just, this one just happens to be in an area where there is not as many stakeholders impacted. I guess the other thing to talk through is the rezoning. I mean, I agree with the change argument, the extra investment coming online, the Warner Street stuff and everything happening here, and support the C5, that it's stopped. It doesn't go into the industrial area as we traditionally think of it. It's always kind of been this separate stadium area. And so for that reason, on the rezoning at least, I would support that. And there's other check and balances. I know that it is opening the door, but then there's also the urban renewal plan that has, I think it still calls it I2, so it's subject to the I2 bulk and yard regulations. And there'll need to be design review is another hook that would prevent development without any kind of review.
I can get on board with the first one if, if there's some intention attached to it to, expand it in the future and have a comprehensive plan for the area. Because what we don't want are two areas of special signage control that are right next to each other that don't count against each other. And that would be my primary concern with having such a small area of special signage control. On the second matter, the rezoning, regardless of signage, I think is agreeable. There is lots of, talk and consideration about developing that area for parking or for otherwise. And, it's an area where density makes sense. So I don't have any objection to the rezoning. The sign regulation is very unpalatable to me. So I don't know where that leaves us. I wish we could find a way to accomplish this without that third bill, but I'm not sure that there is such a way. So
We'll have separate votes on these.
yeah.
So I was just mentioning, you can, of course, vote them separately, but without the third one, which enables pole signs, it doesn't matter.
It seems arbitrary.
Deputy Mayor, remind me how our billboard regulation is affected by highways again?
There's the Federal Beautification Act, I forget the technical name of it, but within 660 feet of the highway, you can't put new billboards. So 95, there's been no dispute, and I guess there's been efforts, this by federal law, if you do that, then you will lose your highway bonus, or you lose the highway funding from the federal government. So that's been the debate, and there's been efforts over the years to work with this MDOT and to modify that, but to my knowledge, that's where things stand. But I guess I don't want to speak authoritatively on it, but I know that's been generally the outline of the regs. So this is outside of 600 feet of 95, so this is just off of Russell Street, so.
Yeah, I was confused. I thought it was the opposite, where they were allowed.
Yeah, it's weird. It was after I think Eleanor Roosevelt or somebody was pushing it. In the 60s, there was a thing when there was too many billboards. I mean, I guess to defend the pole sign amendment, again, I know I generally lean toward being more permissive, but I do think, especially on signs, having dealt with that on behalf of developers and property owners, it does feel like an arbitrary distinction, like a pole sign. It's not allowed, but if it had a building, and I called it a skinny, narrow building, like Shaw Tower, that's a building, so we put a billboard on there. It's more historic. So what are we arguing about? The distinction is like a pole versus a thing. We're fine with the billboard, so
I think part of that comes from the the fact that a pole sign allows you to put a very large sign on a potentially very small lot, so, which is not the case here, but I think why building signs were preferable to pole signs. But we have to move on from this issue, so.
Yeah,
What do you guys, are we gonna vote or no?
Well, I guess Commissioner McCoach, are you, what are you leaning on there? Everything?
I'm viewing future development as an opportunity to revisit this. And that, yeah, I think that development will change this dynamic over time. And as that becomes a more mature entertainment district, again, I think that we might be saying, oh, you know, we need to reconsider what we've approved. I see a lot of places around town where this would be where others would be clamoring for this permission. But at the same time, as I said, I don't think that this one sign really changes the corridor. So it's really not about Russell Street, it's not about the lots. It's about the unintended consequences of this. And I can't figure out how to limit those. And maybe you can't until they come up. Because, you know, development will find a way if it can. But until we see what's being proposed, it's very, very hard to limit it.
There's no way for us to just make an exception without making a zoning change?
Right, that's.
I don't think so.
Contract zoning?
Yeah.
All right, well, I mean, I guess again, I mean, as a thought again, like if someone were to come in Roland Park to propose this, or some area that's even kind of more mixed commercial, they'd have to convince their council person to introduce legislation and show a plan that showed where the sign's gonna be, and they would come to us and we'd say, no, this doesn't, a pole sign will not work here because we don't think a pole sign will work here. And that would be like the way we could internally justify how you decide, you know, I think it needs to be a busy street, needs to be near a highway where there's gonna be lots of traffic, but like, that's an internal justification, but still stops the slippery slope from happening, because there's still gonna be, you know, when you see it, worst case scenario, you wouldn't approve a pole sign in most areas, but here you would, so we're okay with approving it here.
Why is that one allowed?
But we're not just approving a pole sign, we're adding a pole sign to the sign sign regulations. We're adding a sign to the regulations and then approving it.
In the ASC?
I guess, Caitlin, correct me if I'm wrong, but the nexus here would be to develop design guidelines for pole signs within an ASSC. We
Yeah.
have done that work.
But I guess, yeah, but it wouldn't be all, it would just be an ASSC, so it wouldn't just be any C5.
Well, because billboards are only allowed in ASSCs,
Right.
so we have that
Right
caveat.
now, no pole signs in ASSC.
Well, there are no pole signs that are
Anywhere.
large
So
enough for
we're
a digital
adding
billboard
a
allowed in
type
the
of
city.
sign, approving it. So it's not, I don't mean to, pick words with you, Deputy Mayor, but we're adding a sign and then approving it, right? So it's not simply people just coming. So we can't imagine what type of signs will be in the future, but this is what we're setting a precedent to say this is something we are going to do.
That we could do, not what we're going to do.
Could do, going to do.
Well, I think it's,
would do many.
well, yeah, but something we could do.
So then my counter argument to that is what's the point of having a list of signs that exist if we're just going to continue to add ones to it?
If someone comes up with, and if someone comes up with a plan that's unobjectionable, then we'd say, yeah, we don't object to it.
Okay.
Yes, and then my mind, government hat, we get tax revenue from billboard tax and lots of other things, and vibrancy, that's why I don't mind billboards.
That's why you were in the line of work.
Indeed.
Caitlin, why
Indeed.
are the billboards on the east side of 395 allowed?
I'm gonna guess they predated everything. The only billboards that have gone up, in my knowledge, since the rezoning have been the ones downtown. Even, so, and then there's the one north of the train station. That was not done since the rezoning, that was done previously, but it would have been approved because, or it could have been approved with some caveats because it's on a building too. Another zone, the other ones that just went up is off of MLK above the Hip Hop Fish and Chicken.
I saw that going. I got chicken that day.
And I think that might be it. It is a very small number. I will say I get inquiries all the time. People want this. They ask me, they're trying to figure it out. I have one sitting in my inbox that's an amendment to the NOHA one that's gonna be seen, I'm gonna push them till after session, so not till January probably. But they're coming to amend it to add more signs in North Harbor. And I know people, there's talks of ASSC in Waverly. People are interested.
And as another factor bearing on the problem for the digital conversions, one company happens to own a vast majority of the billboards around town, and they're not giving up their signs for the digital conversion. So the practical limit on those is contained.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Are we, first of all, we'll take the bills individually.
Yeah.
So can I have a motion, please, on the establishment of an area special sign control for the stadium area?
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Robin Allen. Claudia Jolin.
Disapprove.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Disapprove. On the second matter, rezoning the lots to C5 DC, do we have a motion? It's not a zoning, so we're okay. Oh, wait.
Although it is
that was a
zoning, but
rezoning.
we've had a legal opinion that doesn't hold up the ability to move forward to council hearing. Move to approve the Council Bill 24-589.
I'm just asking, do we all have to be in agreement on this one? Okay.
Is there a second on the rezoning? Do I have a second?
You can second and vote no if you.
I'll second it. Mr. Secretary?
Robin Allen. Claudia Jolin.
Disapprove.
Doug McCoach.
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
Eric Stevenson.
Approve.
Move to approve the Bill 24-590.
Is there a second?
Yeah, again, you can second it and then vote. You can vote no, you can second it and then vote against it.
Or it fails if you would like a second.
Then we sit here forever.
Then we say.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it doesn't pass favorably, it still moves to city council just without a recommendation.
We need to vote on the recommendation.
All right, Claudia, would you like to make a motion?
Oh, yeah,
Or we
move
second
to disapprove, that's fine. Just move to disapprove and then we can vote on that.
I mean, I think that we should relay to council at least what our concerns are, the reason for our decision. So I think being silent on it would not be productive.
Right, because it's not specific to the. I want to say claimant, that's not.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
It sounds like we should make a motion, somebody
so.
make a motion to the no recommendation on, or disapprove, whatever you sound like the will is, on 590 then.
I think findings of fact are critical to this
It's just a text amendment to the code, so you don't need the same findings.
Clarification, the council bill doesn't have this addition to it too. Okay.
Does not. So there's a few issues. There would be, if it were to move favorably, it would be with or without any amendment. And if it were to move unfavorably, we should include a comment as far as what our concerns were. So the favorable motion didn't go anywhere.
How is that addressed by council?
Council?
Wait, what do you mean, like the amendment?
When we include the issues.
Council will still have the prerogative to vote on it. It will, when they review bills, different agencies comment on it, and there will be a note that, planning was unfavorable, but it will still ultimately be up to them to make a decision.
But, and I should remember this, but I don't. Are our issues brought to the fore? At the council.
Do you want to answer the extent of that?
Sure. So in a typical simple vote scenario, there's a cover memo that goes on the staff report and whatever else we may send over that records your vote. On occasion, if there is something that the commission wants to relay specifically that is different than what is in our staff report, we can add whatever text you wish to convey a list of concerns. We're flexible. Just let us know what you want, and if somebody would volunteer to send me text, that would be even better, so I don't have to try and go back through the hearing and transcribe it.
And we do, at the hearing, they ask each agency to speak, and they say what, they ask the staff to present, or to say what the planning commission said, and we would say, planning commission voted against this for these reasons.
However, whatever.
Yeah, so it would be verbally shared with them as well. So if they don't read your report, or they don't read our report, it would still be verbally shared with them. But they could do with it what they will.
Yeah, we represent your position in the committee hearing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion to present a finding on Bill 590 that is, takes no position, but recommends that the council take into account the potential opening the door to proliferation of retaining pole signs outside of just a specific one.
Second.
Robin Allen?
Approve, and if I may add, for what it's worth, I think you may appreciate this, and Chris, it may be important for those who may not know to understand the context, the history. This is sort of full circle with what brought about the legislation of billboards in the first place. And I think that's important because anyone who's not aware of that may really not understand why we're quibbling about this, or it may seem like we're quibbling. This is much deeper than surface issues. And it's not about the Ravens. I was here when we went through this almost 30 years ago and worked on this extensively. Chris was here.
Not yet,
You
but
came
came in right after.
You came in on it, yeah, and this is a huge community issue that you touched on it about the liquor issue. There's a rabbit hole about that you were right that you don't want to open that hornet's nest. I'm mixing metaphors, but it is deep.
Alcohol and tobacco, I remember.
Thank you, yeah.
All right,
So,
the roll.
again,
So
I wanna reiterate,
she was an aye or a yes on.
We're on a roll.
She was a yes on my motion.
I'm sorry to have gotten on a tangent, but
Right, what's your vote?
approve,
The motion.
Approve the motion?
yes. But I just wanted to add that. I think context is crucial.
Claudia?
It's taking too long, so I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, but neutral is not my position, so disapprove.
I was waiting for you to make a motion.
I know. I realized that when you said that, and I apologize.
Doug McCoach?
I agree that I think neutral doesn't actually convey the importance of this, so I'm going to disagree. And
Justin Williams,
Aye.
support the motion, and Eric Stevenson.
No.
Make a motion. I'm just saying, we can make a motion.
try
Motion
another
to
motion.
disapprove.
All right, so motion to disapprove the addition of pole sign type to the signage regulations.
Yes, thank you.
Are you seconding it?
No, that was my motion.
Right, you're seconding it.
Second, sure.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Robin Allen,
Now, right, you're approving that we're against it.
Very reluctantly, but yeah, because of the deeper issues, yeah.
okay. Claudio Jolin,
Approve.
Doug McCoach,
approve.
Justin Williams,
No on the motion.
and Eric Stevenson.
Approve. Guys, I hope that we're able to work this out some way. You might have to build that skinny building. I mean, chances are city council will take your side regardless of what we say. But I hope you understand our concerns, and we appreciate you guys being here. Yep.
One more, sorry. Okay, the last item
Yep.
is City Council Bill number 24-0583, the Sarah Panilla Memorial Bill, the 2024 Comprehensive Master Plan for the City of Baltimore. Sarah will present.
Good evening. Thank you all for sticking around to the end. Very excited to have before you the comprehensive plan for the city of Baltimore. Thank you. This is a citywide plan, and the purpose is to adopt the 2024 comprehensive master plan for the city of Baltimore, as well as the land use map that is included in the plan. This is, we did a complete briefing for the special session that was held on September 26th, but I'm just going to give you just a couple of slides just to remind you that every jurisdiction in the state is required to complete a comprehensive plan following the decennial census, and that it is reviewed by the State Department of Planning, and it also meets a city charter requirement for the Planning Commission to adopt and revise a master plan for the physical development of the city. We went through an extensive planning process over the last 2.5 years, engaged with residents in a variety of different ways through different planning phases, and the plan really evolved based on that interaction with the public. And so the plan includes these sections. We have an introduction section that really lays kind of all of the foundation and sets up the framework for the plan. We have a section with background information about the history of Baltimore, as well as some of the trends that we see today that really inform the recommendations that we see later in the plan. There's a section of the plan focused on growth and retention, looking at how we can support current residents and also what are some opportunities for growth. We have policy recommendations on 17 different policy topics, and then we have a geographically focused section of the plan that highlights some of the plans that will really be reshaping the city over the next 10 years and beyond. And so we are recommending approval with amendments. If you look at your staff report, you will see that there are an extensive set of amendments to the plan. And these are really in two categories. The first is amendments to goal statements. So the bill itself lists the goal statements that are included in the plan. And so as we're amending some of those goal statements, we need to amend, all of those in the bill. And then the second amendment is to replace the plan that was, I have a wrong date there, sorry. Replace the plan that was dated September 11th with a plan that's dated October 10th, not October 20th. And then there's a list for you of all the revisions that were made since September 11th, so you can see all of those, and I'm going to walk through them in a moment. So these amendments have fallen to a few different categories. We are doing a few fixes for formatting. We have revised goal statements in partnership with the Mayor's Office of Equity and Civil Rights to identify specific populations that are being targeted for each of the goals. We have also worked with the Mayor's Office of Equity and Civil Rights to make some significant changes to the design for public safety section. And then working with DPW and the school system, we have some recommendations that are changing for neighborhood cleanliness, as well as some of the goals and recommendations that are related to schools. So you have a table in the staff report that lists all of these one by one. So you'll see the first set of changes are all kind of formatting things. These are pretty just straightforward formatting fixes. I don't know why all of this says October 20th. These are some of the revisions to the goal statements that I mentioned. So you'll see in the September 11th column the goal statement as it was when the City Council bill was introduced, and then in the column on the right you'll see the revised language, and you'll be able to pick out kind of where we are highlighting some of the populations that are being targeted for these different recommendations, different goals. And so that's really going through, all of the goals throughout the plan. We're making some language modifications to many of the goal statements. For the designing for public safety section, we have some more extensive revisions in this section. So we are really looking at moving away from the crime prevention through environmental design language, recognizing that that has been implemented in some problematic ways, in some hostile ways in some cases. And so we're still interested in designing for public safety, but not necessarily kind of framing it using that language. And so we've made revisions to make sure that we're not designing in ways that are hostile, and that we're really being very cognizant of that. So there's changes to a lot of the text in the designing for public safety section accordingly. There's changes to the overview section. There are also changes to the goal statements for the public safety section. Some revisions to the current efforts. Again, this is all kind of making those same updates about crime prevention through environmental design. And then we continue as we move to the public health section. Again, these are identifying kind of the target populations for the goal statements again. This next set of revisions is looking at some of the specific recommendations. So you'll see some specific changes for the design for public safety section, as well as I mentioned, the neighborhood cleanliness section and items that reference schools. And so that's, oops, not quite there yet. Sorry, how do I go backwards? Ooh, I don't know what I did. So that's all of the revisions that we have for the plan, and we recommend approval with those amendments.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah from the commission?
There's no question, but I guess if I forget to say it, obviously incredible work for the Sarah Penn Memorial Comprehensive Master Plan. Honorary.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, they're just thinking about even how we honor Larry Reich for his contributions, and the team here one day will hopefully look back on all the planners here and all the contributions you've all made. So even though it's kind of anticlimactic with not much of a crowd, and I'm happy Ms. Floyd stayed, and I'm sure we'll hear from her, but we need to celebrate all the hard work that you have done to get this to this point, and then hopefully it'll be passed in due time at the council. And I guess, well, I'll let Ms. Floyd speak. I mean, I've read her report. I don't know if you want to preempt or speak to it now. If you, well, maybe this, I know it's way better to do it, Mr.
No, yeah, if you want to respond to the concerns raised specifically about the, well, specifically in Remington, but about the land use map and how that interfaces with this plan and how that affects residents and so on.
And Eric, if you want to talk about the land use map, you're probably, do you need a mic?
Yes.
Well, are you going to respond to the letter specifically?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm sorry, I was responding to some, we have one person left online who would like to testify as well. What was your question? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess it was generally Ms. Floyd's letter in the, probably what you mentioned, although this is more
new.
concise and new, that the comment she has about the land use map, which I do see on on certain corridors in Remington that are currently zoned R8 are going to be, I guess, identified as mixed use pedestrian auto, or I forget the terminology. I have it right here. Mixed use, predominantly pedestrian-oriented commercial.
Right, so that'd be our C1 and C2 district, or the C1s plural, and C2, if memory serves. Yeah, so this is 100% a policy decision. I believe there's also a letter in your file from GRIA that I only high-speed skimmed in my haste to get everything put together for today, so I can't speak 100% to the content, but I think it is possibly diametrically opposed. So this will be something that you'll need to weigh. Now, again, just to back up, the general land use map, and this will be the first time we actually have one, so yay, we're moving towards standard planning practice, will guide future possible changes in zoning. So whatever is out on the street now stays. Nothing changes day one if this is adopted in any form. However, going forward, what we have not had to date when we are evaluating rezoning bills is one of the main criteria of what does the comprehensive plan say? We've never had a land use plan, so it's by default just the zoning code itself, right? So that leaves it open to quite wide possibilities of change. So these use categories, if you were to stand back 10 feet and squint, it's kind of like a cluster of zones. It narrows the potential significantly, but it still would require a rezoning bill to change any property going forward. As to what a particular block should be designated, again, it's 100% a policy decision at this point. And you've got, I believe, though I haven't read either of the letters in incredible detail, you may have opposing opinions, and that's why you get the big bucks.
Indeed, I guess maybe you can speak to, I mean, I'm assuming community planners have gone through in their area.
So sure, on the general process, yes. So I sat with every community planner, and it started as a physical coloring exercise where we had big sheets of city maps the size of the one on the wall behind you, and they hand colored to get it close to right, and then we refined it, and there were numerous public meetings with maps on the walls, with comments, through at least 2 rounds of online comments where members of the public were able to put their comments and share with us their ideas. And then I went back through again with every community planner to evaluate all of those comments to then decide what we wanted to incorporate as our final recommendation to you. Then that was presented at the last meeting. And again, you have just the 2, maybe 3 letters that you see in your file. So I think folks are getting, to a halt at this point in time.
And if the question was specifically about this area, Marie, who's the planner for this area, shared with me that the recommendations are based on input from GRIA and looking at trends in Remington as an opportunity for increased density.
And I guess, not that I'm saying we should, but thinking about, I guess, the council won't have much to amend, I guess, and I don't I'm disinclined to open the door up to like how we did for the 2012 last rezoning that took 5 years, but I guess, yeah, I guess have you given the council members like maps or something that's gonna be bite-sized to make their districts discernible? So for example, I guess if the council just gets this big map, I guess I'm not overly worried, but I guess a critique would be that they aren't able to like really sit with it.
So we have a online version where you can zoom in and add different layers. We've met individually, Councilman Dorsey marked up a map for us that was input into this, so
So I guess, yeah, so we've offered the council members time.
I'm meeting with Councilwoman Ramos tomorrow. We met already kind of at a high level, yeah. All of them have been invited.
Thank you.
That gets to a comment that I was hoping to make, because the land use map is a guide. It's not set in stone. It's not even changes that are being made right now. But it does create a dynamic where down the road, it could, it'll be harder for us to litigate things later. If someone comes for a zoning change that's consistent with the land use map, it's going to be harder to say no at that point. So this does, matter. My comment and question was, when the land use map was being developed, there was a really great, online platform for people to go and make comments and have input. The master plan also says that we're going to update the land use map periodically. So my question is, when will have you considered leaving that platform open for people to give feedback and make comments during the 4-year period? Because when people are most likely to, check that map is when it affects them, when something comes up in their community or when they're at a hearing or whatever. And, if it's closed right now, we could be missing, feedback and input if we wait until 6 months before we're going to revise it. Now, everybody give us your, so that may be something to consider. That could help that land use map reflect the community's current vision, not what it was 4 years ago.
So as a practical matter, every 4 years, we anticipate checking in. We have recommended syncing that with the second year of a council term so that freshman members can get their feet under them, and then there's still enough room to run in the term to get it updated. I suspect it'll be much like when we adopted the current zoning code, we promised to look at it every year. I have a 10-page running list of comments so that things don't get forgotten. So I suspect, just as a mechanical thing, if we get a suggestion or a comment or concern, we'll write it down and save it for the 4-year process. And I don't want to say this necessarily out loud, but in theory, if council determined that there was a critical problem and they wanted to put out an amendment to change the map, they could do that. Now, we wouldn't suggest that they do that every moment to, satisfy an individual property owner's whim. Theoretically, that could happen, as unlikely as it might be. Other counties surrounding us have periodic, I think some are 6, some are as long as 10 years, that they do their rezoning windows. We're proposing annually because I don't think we'll ever be able to get to space it out that far. As far as their land use plans, I suspect they sync it up with their comprehensive plan now on a decennial basis. I want to say Baltimore County and
But the county's 4 years, and so the CZMP process is, but they are more strictly tied to their 10-year comprehensive plan.
Are there any other questions for Sarah? All right, yes, ma'am, please come on up.
It wasn't just about you, it was about the process.
My husband wanted that, he thought there was a 7 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. I'm going to go ahead. Okay, thank you. First of all, before I give my additional testimony, building on what I gave a couple weeks ago, I have a really important question. I hope that we can get the answer to this question. It's a really important piece of information. What is the actual deadline that the state code and the Maryland Department of Planning have imposed on the city of Baltimore adopting the new comprehensive plan? It's that 10-year thing, and then you can extend it by a year. What is the actual deadline we're working with right now?
The end of this calendar year.
The end of this calendar year without asking for an extension? Because I know that 2006 was the first one, so you would kind of think that maybe it would be 2026, but.
No, they changed the law.
Okay. So.
Since 2007.
Okay, so the end of this calendar year, but have you already got the 2 extensions, or you haven't asked for the extensions?
There's no provision for an extension.
Yeah, there is. In the state code, you can ask for 2 6-month extensions. Up to 2.
Familiar.
Yeah, because when I came here 2 weeks ago, I said, really, we need more time to do this, and it really should be done with the new council in the new session. So that's, what I wanted to pose first, are we not possibly looking at a situation where we do in fact have extra time? Okay, that's the first thing. Now, what you may remember I talked about a couple of weeks ago is my concern that what I thought was kind of sliding under the radar was the really most consequential part of this whole thing, which was the map combined with the new policy on rezonings. And I thought that people did not understand those connections and how important they were. And I also have to believe that the real estate professionals and the developers understand perfectly how this whole thing is going to work. They understand perfectly how they can use it. They're poised to start using it as soon as it's adopted. But, people who are just living their lives and are not professionals in the development industry and the real estate industry do not know how this is going to work and how it's going to be used. And, my feeling is, frankly, that those people in the industry can wait a little while the rest of us have a chance to catch up. Now, I discovered, with relation to my own neighborhood, that was indeed true, that people were not aware. I looked at the map. What you alluded to before, I'm going to talk about for a minute or two. It takes 200 row houses, which were zoned R8 in 2017, and it marks them for a mixed use category. When I look up the mixed use category in the appendix to the master plan, I see that the applicable zoning districts that go with that are C1 through C2. Okay, they have very different bulk regulations and uses from the R8, very different. There are, on the 2600 block of Huntington Avenue, all the houses on both sides, all the row houses on both sides. 2700 block of Huntington Avenue, all the houses on both sides. 2800 block of Huntington Avenue, all the houses on both sides. 2900 block of Huntington Avenue, all the houses on both sides. 28th Street, 300 block, West 28th Street, all the houses on both sides. 400 block of West 28th Street, all the houses on both sides. 500 block only has houses on one side. And then there are, I believe, 5 houses on Remington Avenue, 2700 block. It's quite stunning, actually, to see something like that in the map. And I start asking homeowners that I know on these blocks, have they heard anything about this? Has anybody told them about this? Answer, no, I didn't know. I don't know anything. I didn't hear. Nobody told me. And then they start asking questions. And you can imagine what the questions are, right? If it were something that would, if you were in that situation, you would obviously have lots of questions. Now, people know that I have been working in land use for quite some time now, and so they do think I can answer their questions, and I know I can't, but there's some things I do know. They They have a lot of good questions, and they deserve answers to all their questions before anything like this happens. But I do know that the text of the master plan tells us to expect rezoning requests that are going to be based on the map. Now, we've talked about, doing rezoning every year, taking requests every year, but there's also going to be comprehensive rezoning in the old style comprehensive rezoning that's going to implement the plan, because that's basically what this is all about anyway. You get the plan and then you implement the plan, and it gets implemented primarily through rezoning. So between possible requests for individual properties or whole block requests, these requests are coming. They're definitely coming. It's implementation of the plan, okay? So just going over quickly what the C1 itself will allow. By right, is so different from what the R8 row houses with a 35-foot height limit and little backyards. What the C1 allows by right is so different from that, some of these houses will qualify by right for 3 units automatically if there is a rezoning, okay? And the rezoning will be according to the plan if this map goes through. Another thing, because of the bulk regulations, I know that I can read bulk regulations. So yes, they'll be able to build up to the alley by right, okay, on blocks where they have these little, required backyards. The height changes, almost doubles, okay? So these are things that are, people are going to be faced with. But this is the thing it's all going to be based on, is this map. Now, the people haven't had a chance to find out about this. They don't know about this. This hasn't been vetted. It just has not been vetted. 200 houses in the middle of a neighborhood, it's extraordinary. So that's what, you have my letter. That's what I wanted to say about that, okay? One more thing I wanted to say about the map, to put it on the record. I wanted to go on record and say that the commercial land use designation, you call it mixed use, but on the map for the city property at 29th Street, West 29th Street and Remington Avenue is in conflict with a long-standing grassroots legislative effort by residents working with 14th District to ensure that that particular parcel remains in public ownership and is preserved so that our future development includes a site for a net zero school like we heard that Medfield has now. That is an important, long-standing effort going back, well, a couple of different pieces of legislation were involved there. And so I wanted to go on record as saying that. I'm happy to take questions, but that's what I wanted to say. And I'm expected to report back to folks, as you can imagine.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? No, thanks. Thank you, ma'am. I do have a couple.
There's a
Oh, go ahead.
There's a question online.
If you have questions, we'll wait.
Questions
There'll be one
for
more speaker online.
the staff or questions for Ms. Floyd? No, not directly for Ms. Floyd. Let the speaker go.
Okay, Ms. Simon, I'm going to open the list and push the button, and then you should be able to unmute from your side.
There might be that noise again.
All right, we should be able to hear you now.
All right. Do you hear me now?
Oh, hang on. Try again.
Oh, what's wrong? Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, one moment, Ms. Hyman. We need to get the volume because we can barely hear you. Hang on one second. All right, try again. Because I muted here, which stopped the feedback.
Okay.
But if I unmute it, that's when we,
Then I need to unmute, maybe.
okay. Okay. So, feedback. All right, go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me? Um, oh,
Hello.
hi.
Hey, Ms. Simon?
Yes.
John speaker and put the table so the commission can hear you.
Okay, very good.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to actually be with you virtually tonight. Some of you may know, or at least the staff probably knows, about my writing in, emailing in, asking for virtual options over the years. So what I, oh my goodness. Can you believe this? So what I wanted to say, what I wanted to say is that, one moment. Hello, goodbye. It's not meant to happen, but thanks for the virtual option. And secondly, I'm BDS Healthy Aging Network CEO and founder, and we meet on every Wednesday really to address issues such as you have addressed tonight. And having this virtual option will give those of us who may be homebound, unable to get out, or concerned about safety, an opportunity to watch you in action. So in the future, I want you to know that with the virtual option, we will come on as a group. We will also be able to participate, and that means a lot. I want to commend you for actually beginning to be more inclusive in your language and using older adults terminology instead of seniors and elders, which is have been found to be diminishing and often affects our health and our standing in the community. As you go forward with your plan and as you begin to look at the next 10 years, please consider looking at models that offer age-friendly communities. That means communities that are friendly to all generations. And let us have a part in your decision-making. I would just like to commend the members of the commission to, for the first time, I realize how difficult some of your decisions are and that you don't back away from making hard decisions. I would like for you to continue that. We would like to be more a part of that by giving you our opinions more often than we have before. So congratulations, and it is a late night for you, isn't it?
Well, ma'am, thank you so much for your kind words and for your participation. And please continue to join us.
You will continue the virtual option?
Yes, we will.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would just like to comment that I agree that the land use map is not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. It's too big and too granular to be perfect, and it's a living document that's going to continue to evolve. So how do we, in this circumstance, get comfortable not letting, the perfect be the enemy of the good? Because I don't think, on the one hand, I don't think any of these granular issues are a reason not to move forward with a comprehensive plan. However, much like we deliberated in the last one with the billboards, these things, once we put them in writing, do become an uphill battle to work against. So, how do we respond to that?
And again, managing things in the background. So, I don't necessarily think that having the land use plan is an obstacle to work against. The theory is it's supposed to focus the future. So what we have now is anybody can propose any rezoning anywhere in the city, and we have nothing really to compare it against. Now, we have some neighborhood plans. We have some other policies, like where we prefer truck routes to go. But I point to the Haven Street corridor that we had absolutely nothing that we could do over a series of 4 or 5 rezonings to R8 from industrial that we lost every time, even with the port coming in here, because I had nothing to point to. Now we do.
I would argue that this is the example Ms. Floyd gave is actually a good example of why this works, because we had 2 very different points of view, and we are not arguing them at the last minute in front of a city council bill. We're arguing it years in advance when we have lots of time to do outreach and have conversations with a with all the stakeholders. So to me, that's a sign that we're doing something right. Now, there's certainly, we're not going to be right everywhere in this land use plan. Like, we're not predicting the course accurately, but it starts a discussion way before it's a zoning bill.
I mean, I guess, do you have thoughts, even short term, if there is a mistake in this land use map? Like how or when one would want to bring that to the attention of how that would be changed if, or does it matter? I guess if we, maybe it doesn't matter if we recognize, hey, it was a mistake for, because I know that happens, like there could be one parcel that randomly was.
And that could be an example of somewhere reopening that feedback forum, so that, because, for example, once this is approved, I'm sure there will be renewed interest in people that either forgot about it or didn't participate in the engagement. And so people will go and check, and if they have the ability to give feedback and make comments at that time, then maybe the next time an issue is in front of us, whether it's a rezoning, and they refer to the land use map, we'll be able to balance that with, well, yeah, we put that on the land use map 4 years ago, and here's all the negative feedback that we got. So we're weighing that equally and not just saying, well, this was put on the map 4 years ago, so we should approve it.
Yeah, I really like the idea of keeping that feedback form open. We went through 2 rounds of revisions to the land use map based on that and very carefully evaluated hundreds of comments that people gave us and made updates multiple rounds. And I think having it open, I think we want to wait until after this is adopted and then open it to kind of collect feedback for the next time. We are proposing this isn't going to last for 10 years, right? So we're proposing to amend this comprehensively on a 4-year basis. And then also, you saw a neighborhood plan come before you today. As neighborhood plans include a land use map, there's an opportunity to update that section of the land use map because that really gives an opportunity to kind of zoom in on a neighborhood rather than look, at a citywide scale. So I think we have some opportunities for revising it, and I really do like the idea of keeping the tool open for people to kind of give us comments on an ongoing basis, so we're not just keeping them on a scratch piece of paper. And that everyone else can see the comments, right? So that was one of the things, is that people could see each other's comments, people could comment on people's comments, and, it was very transparent in that way.
Was there a lot of feedback on specific parcels? I guess given what Ms. Floyd asserted about the real estate community, I kind of am surprised no one was lobbying, was me, or the mayor's office, to my knowledge, about, hey, this should be a density automotive.
We got hundreds of comments. I don't know the number in the first round, but I think we got over 200 comments in this second round when we had the public comment period from May through July, and we went through all of the comments again. And again, I don't know the specifics of like what the comments were for the blocks that were mentioned, because I wasn't involved at that level, but we did, receive comments, reviewed the comments, and
And they were identified to parcels, so the comment.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm just curious. I suspect it's kind of, this is brand new, and I think even the development community, and then wasn't hip to it either. Right?
Well, no, we had comments from some, in the development world, it was some government folks in various agencies, and it took 8 to 10 hours of me sitting with each community planner to sift through each one.
2 rounds of that.
Yeah, we want this parcel should not be this, or this parcel should be that. There was a lot of that kind of comment. I mean, people got granular.
And for what it may be worth, after a 7-year effort for comprehensive rezoning, we were still getting people that said, I've never heard about this. Right, so like, we do the best we can. But yeah, this is not a one and done thing.
Right, it's an ongoing thing.
So thank you. And I do think that's one of the strong points of the plan is that those updates and that flexibility are built into it. So thank you, Sarah. Anything else on the comprehensive plan?
A lot more questions. No. It's move to approve with amendments.
Thank you.
Alan,
Approved.
Claudia Jolin, Doug McCoach,
Approve.
Justin Williams.
Approve.
And Eric Stevenson.
Approve. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.